Yes, why?
You.
Bye. Okay, inti your correspondent Ira ena mote se ono so ekasa efri swami no na ansa na yebekwa ahoma no so ne ani ebi mu nso edi nkomo no na mede maboafo no ebrel baako biom enso eye Congo ointment eno so efri natural ventures eho se wenya honam ani yarewa basa bia de kope Congo ointment ni bi nefafa wo honam ani pompobo wa na wodi bi asrasra so enhyehye ne nso ebe ye ho adwuma apropro ne honam ekekawa ni nyina kope Congo ointment ni bi na efafa honam ani natural ventures ene ede sa nku wanwasoe ana ointment wanwasoe ede aba o call Danny Herbal Kumasi Sam and Co Kumasi Hello Herbal Okanshi Repatch Herbal Okanshi Gabson Pharmacy Kofordia ena Christ is the answer takradia ho nyina obenye bi ato asa na okọ Herbal ena pharmacy bi anso a wo se ope Congo ointment obenye bi ato ope dodo etu dia no afre 0249 017101 ana se 020 4616161 na kope Congo ointment ni bi neto nefasa ohona mani enyare wanyina na ohu ento yankwa tete natural spices we nso spice a abedwa manso a ya yetete spice ya kekedro jene nkete bay leaf ni nutmeg ya ene ya yetete natural spices ntu kwa abonten ukodwa manso na so ope spices a enkasa me pe spice bi asa also ope tete natural spices eno ene ye nanom tete de na bi na ye de abedwa manso a ye ton no enti ne kope bi na fa ye waduane edi na ohu ento enchini enim yemfa colors bia emfra fryer ebeboa ama ho ato wo pedodo etu ano afre 0245 580957 mayen komenhia na ye ne senior Ben endi enkomo emfri ho senior good evening.
Good evening, Mama.
Pacha obako de
Nyame adom na mo so.
Yesu adom yenso ye ho ye pa adwuma ne de ma ye ni nyina na brewom ye wie ye de ye nyina ye da ho agina bre ni musa yo na pacha bia menhia hipoti na udina sesei na eden na ekoso wo ho
me wo menhia himfina inside the be otun for to abaro aha no ye were 3 police stations inside menhia inside no ye were 3 police stations ye were menhia police station 1 police station 2 and police station 3. So sadly I'm not say there adwere nyina ba yi a o centers ni ba bia more search but this is so or counting the medium person kakra man for so after TPP from fee ebe monitor how accounting no ebe send we ba hana man of part to sabi no the until when bia ewa ha including other police centers a menhia south and maybe more any part of menhia no for let me quality ye encounter problem bia obi a comporting yourself very well you hear the outcome of the counting we no dey obi a enyaye so sabi dey we counting from the various polling centers menhia proper inside menhia palace
papa senior Ben wo nso amane kakra wo de abeboy na yenim se nyame yadnom kan ni nyina awie ni ehu bebi ade ne ekeka kona wo san e de baba betu ye ni mtie da se pa senior. Okay, enti Benjamin Edu ono nso ye correspondent and amote se ye ne ekasa e di free menhia south sabre ya de ogina menhia hifie ho a eho eno kan o se centers na ho no ye miensa enti de bekoso wo ho bia no o de baba betu ye sabre de bebi abeko bia no omo sorti county yenye nya bebia ya county awie ni aka se ha we nya say ha we nya say but eguso ani efrefre your correspondent na omo ho no nyina ne ani obia edi enkomo Akoma 87.9 Akoma Election Command Center ye sponsor baako enso Grow Fine Herbal Tonic enso ebe ma wo ho ato papa se wuntimi enna wanumu ato unsa ye otitriti ona ye otitriti oba ubu unsa na mayie kra na ote yawa eno ani so be kwa pe Grow Fine Herbal Tonic ni bi ato ya natural cocoa ya ye na mpenyufo ede aye Grow Fine Herbal Tonic no na ubenye bi ewo pharmacy na herbal shops nyina Misty Herbal KJTM room ubenye bi wo ho Apidang Herbal ubenye bi ewo ho Smart Herbal na PFA Pharmacy Colinac Herbal ni nyina ubenye bi ewo ho no mo wo van nso a enama eno nso ton Grow Fine ye bi ubeti so kan Grow Fine ubenye bi ato honom na se opedudu etu na nso akwa akoton a na wa Fred doctor ewo 0244 596232 0244 596532 ɛyɛ grow fine herbal tonic ɔsi grow fine makes you grow fine pebi nenom nebema wenyini fɛfɛɛfɛ yeguso a ɛtoato ahoma no sɛ yebenya ye correspondent ni bi na ye ne ɔmo edi nkɔmɔ ahwɛ sɛ sorting any counting ɛkɔ so anaasɛ beebi wɔ hɔ krampo a nkɔfoɔ eguso edi queue mu a ɔmo ɛto aba na ana nti yenya ye correspondent ni bi a ye ne ɔmo ebedi nkɔmɔ na yenya ɔmo no na ye kɔ so a ɛbɔ ya boafoɔ nkratoɔ Anchor Aviation and Professional College Anchor Aviation and Professional College ɔno nso ɛkyerɛ wadeɛ ɛwɔ travel and tourism emu airport operations and passenger handling cabin crew and air hostess and a health and safety management sɛ wopɛ sɛ wonya nimdeɛ ɛwɔ saa courses yi a makan di a mfo w'ani nkyerɛ baabi a kɔ Anchor Aviation and Professional College na ɔmfa wo ɔnkyerɛ wadeɛ na ɛbɛni nya nimdeɛ ɛwɔ saa deɛ wei nyinaa mu ai saa na ɛbɛyɛ producer hwɛmanim na kata tenten yɛ ntɔpɔnkɔ enti no so wo wasi certificate anaasɛ higher qualification bia wobetimi apply na wo so wobenya baabi akosua de course duration no ɛyɛ 1 year na sɛ wobesua de afimu a baako na afei wa ma 3 months attachment wowie a ɔno abɛpɛ adwuma ma wo sɛ wɔsan ayɛ national service wobɛba kwan no wonya national service ni bi ayɛ na afei so we so pese otu kwan koye adwuma wa abrochire nso a eno nso akwanya ewo ho ni main campus no ewo West Fijai Takrade opposite Dr. Amwa Clinic no eho na obehu no na enkran ni distance learning no nso ewo Joylink Travel Consult premises wa obehu omo ewo Domi Born Again registration form no 300 Ghana cedis deadline 15 December pebi na onsu konya nimde ewo courses ambo ye 0244 886929 and a 0200132746. Kwame ye boa.
Yeah,
But try to say.
Yeah, okay.
Ye de nyame as papa. He now just say ya na den na ekoso ho.
If you am say no Kaira I'm a basic school. Na no ya sha se a afei na ye sorting. Do ye di kan ye ba ko de ya o ma sha se a presidential no. Omo eguso a omo ekan. Wetin aka say over offensive staff constituency a esi a no abato na ko yeye e na ba bia talk no asa se a omo airport e na ba bi won so a e na some population no enter that no so won no wetin aka say county no e so asa se ya se bibia e ko so kama e wo offensive staff enti eguso a ye se omo kan presidential no eri na ye ko parliamentary no so
na baby a wo ko ye ni nyina ye mo nkomo kakrai so elections ni sanya esi ekoye wo ho nyina
sure offensive south no ka say me say na figure na expect no you need to say nipa 82,285 and register say nka on betimi ato mo ba no so the say say baby ye ko ye nyina e kwa turnout no e wo fam ebi we bi kwa no in fact government MP no ono an to ye record kan o say o very worried kaka because Oshe Hawa offensive south omuti ekeka mo hu about na this year election amount one shut pull out metro abana na after why worried kaka because we could do all to the EC official no omu na to but obi amba na waba the abana no an so omu to sa titi anofa no ba besi awia be say 1 pm BSA no na so could be bia numbers na omo register na say certain numbers na ya se ni mu so mba beto aba no edoso wo hwebu tini na edoso enso omo na after there from 7 am to 1 pm omo etinya beto aba no na ebinim kwa wo a 200 enti in fact official south there so constituency ni so enso no amafo ancheda anto aba no bebre sa e official south at the end of counting no ene bia ebetimi enu se number out of 82,000 no we dey send anything beto na send me say na ye ni na so atu Ghana ju
ye da se papa Kwame ye bo a ene won so wa mane bo a wo de abeto ye nim efri offense so south eho na Kwame ye bo a enso eka sa edi efri ye na yen ka wo say ye constituencies a ewo Ghana ha ni nyina 276 constituencies and polling stations across the country no so 40,647 now we a 4,000 increase over the previous year ye to aba na ye 2020 na ye polling centers no omo de 4,000 ene ka ho afi se be ya ye kwone akwa akoto aba na ye nche bebre e wo ho presidential candidates no se nye ye maami ekuadonko ene free mu a na nka omo ye 13 but ye maami ekuadonko free mu ni ntino sabre de omo aka 12 ena emu 13 no emu nkono e wo parties a che se wetimi abodin se wo party way ena emu enan eye independent candidate na oba Asante Mantem hanom saying so dia na wo mo a register ye na e wo sa afi omoto aba e wo Ashanti region ha say no etwem 3.2 million ena Ashanti region ha say na e wo se omo etimi eto aba nti se safo nyina se nya yare owuo abamubuo ene de kaka ho ne dia na over 3.2 million people ena ye expect say ene anka ombekwa akoto omo aba na Ashanti region ye 47 seats na ewa ha say no and as 47 constituencies na ewa ha no enipa 142 ena stand here as parliamentary candidate for the 47 seats no na 142 no emu 120 eye mema ena emu 22 enso eye emma nti na ohwe statistics no for the region na say ena esi eti nti yegusua eto ahoma no se yebenya ye correspondent ni bi na ye ni omu edi nkomo ebisa won se sorting no ekoso anase be bi wo ho crampo na abato no egusu a ekoso a nanti yenya wo ma ye ni omu ebaba bedi enkomo na sabre de MPP abekasa NDC nso abekasa ene de course nyina ye hwe obi ka na asem bebi ade no ebekwa akoto se movement na ebe abe high adwin ama akora no fo se sheda na ebe mana akora no fo se hwan na ebe mana akora no fo se yete ha na ye adwuma na kopim se Electoral Commissioner Jane Mensah ebe abekasa so nti koswa na ma we fidie no enda Akoma 87.9 ene ya affiliate stations ni nyina netie de ekoso na ya boafo baako enso eye Otwea herbal powder we eye Divine Hope Herbal Center ene disa edre wanwasoi ede aba na esa enyarewa bebre te se usisi ya oba bema usisi ya kope Otwea herbal powder ena STD se wenya namu yarewa ahodo ni nyina kope Otwea herbal powder oba wenya white enye kope Otwea herbal powder ni bi ena menstrual disorders unsano ubu a emaye ebi wo hɔ na ebi akekem ni nyina e de how bebre betimi e de abro koko ni nyina eye Otwea herbal powder ebeboa etu ase na fe yusu se woni atenka kope bi wai na eboa ne nya atenka obi se wo se otede na woni atenka obede na watede se ne obi aye pintin gina me nchen hei me mboni din onde owatenka pa owatenka yo edro no banya bi e cap herbal sinyane na naboachi herbal kaishi Mensah takrade na PK gumbila ono so e tamale opedudu etu atonwa eno an so be hwe Otwea herbal powder anase Divine Hope Herbal Center ewo macro ebusuankruwa junction fre omo ewo 0551 228281 051228281 Otwea herbal powder o say ojane hyewa wara wo beba
87.9 Kumasi.
Yo miankwa homa no so na ye ne yenua bema akwesi amako endi enkomo owo agogo akwesi bako de
Nyankopɔ na to mu nyaba.
yenim sa agogo ho nso ho be ye de papa pasa breden na ekomo
Yes,
ho
serious. So much as I can bar na obesha. Enye easy ka wa se nyaba.
ade na ekoso boy enkomo yi.
Se de agogo asante akim aye benyamanya butubutu pa. Yesa ano odi ye etu ya papa ye ne ebo ye di kakra. Ana ebo kwa kan epeja na awa mistake eye abapapo and so usu benfa of NDP. Woni UTB e de kabom da ba de ne ma woni sort na ba mu. Ema eye forward say do small edit platform so. Na anyume ya pe ne ato abari na ayo ya peso so ase. Na me nyaba ya kan ya ba ye du mutum ka da stand di SC awa community center. E ma mo ne UTB no e dia bom. Asa aba no mo kan no. Ebi mo so omo tia se e wa ase. Because of certain family ebi ato bi you know enter and quite cannot to person can na on to one on stand happen the first.
if you were to a buy, a trainer, I say, and for Abama, or Macasama of Ma, upon a young Katra. I'm a pepper and a tail, I said, and you about.
Okay, now also for a Puba Bonti, na Sabre, almost sorting on wine out shot. Ebequamana youth near expect to say Ebequamana or ho.
They said, they have a young who said, a power party, another party. But as I am from four and a person to say, okay, if a power as I'm here, I cannot party. But when the social results look like a young kind of people, if you go for the motto, it's number 120, and then they celebrate you as I was at the Sana Airport party.
Police station back home, you know, Peddy and Omujna, so yes, our fair motion and quest will be a tone or a you, Swami. They need ya, broswa, ya prejudice, ya concon, sima concon, or who ya none your opponents no, and I declare the sound in a really. Into a moment, oh, moment in our white, this idea. Now, please for Upper Chrome, tell by your security no, Ebeko ye, Briar, Saltinaye County.
Because you're very tight,
Okay.
Your immigration officer, first responsible, yes, also at the and Topana is actually from Fono, okay, from my entity Fono. But a net easy,
okay, yeah, that's a papa passer also. Only a abebo and Komami who dear Coso, Ewo Agogo to the Bessibiano, my auntie, na young Hubebia, Abano, Aquacoto, Ewo Asantiachim Agogo Honum.
I don't know if I am now. If I am office one kata.
Oh, it's one night. Papa. Yo, I money the say you were travel and talk for her, and you be my Jovi, what to the Naya to Swa, what see the ye one caside and the minimum dry. Ye the Yokosi, my say, concern, and it's see, I say, and it's say, if yes, see, I say, no, it's your Guswa, air trot to our home, say, you been your correspondent near who the Ecoso, a war, other constituencies, Nina, now also celebrate the line, I am hot. Now, so you Guswa, air trot so Akoma Elections Command Center. And Namasuguswa, Muti, Midin at the Beaches, Piogabra, many production team members, and the Ayajma, 12 o'clock, I bepim Sabri. Yeah, sorry, no, Sia, na Sir John, and you'll be beginning so abeg name one, I'll copy him and opano, Sia, sa, and yeah, now copy him say, ye be whom baby are abandoning na aquacovi.
And Yako.
Adepa,
Yeah.
and to say, good evening.
5 but I'm not the way now.
Yes, what domens me where papa, Panahina would not say, and a den a cosu.
Okay, so see, I said, would you wedding room at one time, one, two, a hanum, a bit my south. Now, the people tell me, a Fashiman 1 and 2 primary school, a hanum, a Amona, a electoral area. Now, a 6 and 8 police centers in Kwana, a Hanuma to send a panel, and when you question my you make any other effort. So, in February, make us say, yeah, Satia County, a center 3, center 4, center 5. Mobile parliamentary and a presidential. Now, Mention was a car, a story, a Hanuma, a way to 20 and a police for a bear move. Nina say, I buy what people ra Hanuma. I ran no more council. Nina say, what is I ran to here and this near rem. And don't see an amount. One of square run to see a branch and then here. Counting on to gain account 9 a day. As I see, people make us a total video make here. Mammy, I watch Mama NPP. And Nana a clear old FA. I'll be rather the county which is here. If you say what you do make here. And the awards, Nano, I tell them, you can say county as you will Roma. NPP and this people now, and someone say, I'll go to 20 to the so won't see the NCA, Mammy, no, I'll wear a council.
Mammy, no, wrong,
I didn't ask them no better for which I know where to buy CBD. About Hannah, brand now 456. And I have a about son of that champion for any police agent for the Thomas say, I saw, and Yama for 7 years, before, and I don't guess, oh, Yamiadum, a audience, but to say I have that county, opening their buy, opening their mammy, a man who to every one. I had to be and this is one just here. I had to do I buy one of some on the police for them, or my chain, and maybe out, make us a big idea of Bona. What papa biasu papa no ana eye sade wen sigede ne de woti awe obo pamo maame no na te sede akotesi a e wo kwa
enti say maame no yetimi ayi na free center ho account ne ato aso
make say who count 1 2 3 center 3 maame ne wo ho no say wo move people center 4 table our ni eye agent for
na oya accredited by the EC obetimi awura ina parameters ni mu a okohwe de ekoso ana say
e wo say accreditation than a so mu dia but eye say owo to me say be almost as na we ba by net counting because on cap police agent and on ka election official hu o se omo chema di media ne ko so a e wo jacket a e che omo e le water ga e do mo ma me dey ensisa e na na ka ho a ama me nti no ho ase apagya ni
na police fo ni ho ombechi ma me ama asumdwe aba ho
a police for one tell mo we ne timamu fo no akata se dia ho betimi aba for ma che mo die important a ama ma me na ye dey epi ampa me hwe ma me ne ye ne nyama o ya
onye na dwe so wo ko
table to table center to center no ebia numbers o ma kan bibia boko but ehun hia the same day ya enipa eni abri
member ma te papa de pa ye besan aba ho biom ni ahwesa asumdwe aba ho no ma na the whole results no e de ababa beto yanim na yabubo bi wo ho ana o mawie bi wo ho abetimi di ato yanim okay
yabubo bi center 3 4 5 yabubo bi a net kind number ni ye pam ye tefo asia center 3 no eye presidential no NPP enya 24 ana eye NDC so enya 40 ewo ho ana ye ko eye parliamentary na NPP enya 23 wo ho ana no so NDC enya 40 e de ewo ho no ana two ballot paper efini say ewo ho no
okay yo ye da papa adepa ye besan aba ho biom so unya inafa na yaba betoa enkomo no eso yo era me hu se wo bisa total no yesen what confirm you total no
magna
yo ene boy enkomo yi ye njina so yo ye njina so
okay anti Diana me ba so na me ba so na me sa police centers no a me dey ehun some two giant cherry Methodist Mission House Marco as a Methodist church that radio presidential no police station ni ni na no obi aso to the house after kind presidential no dey na yen say ni say MPP ama na ku aye ba o me jina no ye wi ye nya abani ni 225 ahanu aduonu enum 225 ahanu aduonu enum Ira John Dramani Mohammed na mu edma NDC ama na ku no enya makoma ko 39 ediasa enkono 39 ediasa enkono kwani bebi ako edema enyimu force no enya 8 enotwe Ira Alan Kodo chairman movement for change enu so enya baako 1 rejected ballot eye miensa 3 and after total vote cast no 276 ahanu aduoso ensia na ne ye hwe ni mu so ni padu de we se to ba no wa hanum no 378 ahasa aduoso enwotwe na we ene Methodist Mission House Marco wo mo police station no results aba for presidential no yanko Methodist church Yura ba umia ejina mu de ma MPP ana ne fie no abanu nyina aba na wie ya makenkan wa ha no enya 291 ahanu aduokono baako Yura John Dramani Mahama ejina mu de ma National Democratic Congress NDC ama ne fie enya makoma 42 aduanan emienu Yura eya kwa ne bebi ako seda no no mu force no enya 10 Alan Cash enya hye 0 na mini de ekoba ye instanso agent wa ha ya se mo mama adem de fi we le de selampa
agent no be not to special voting
yo if you have rejected no emienu Methodist church no rejected emienu
okay
mienu na omoka ni na bo mu no aba ya to ha mprinprin ya no 346 ahasa aduanan ensia na wohwɛ mu a nipa dodoɔ na wɔsɛ to aba so me nyina bɛtɔ ya na nka wɔsɛ 490 ahanan ne aduokono ahanan ne aduokono na ma obi so afei na mo so te parliamentary ni out
okay
center ni na anti ibi so omo parliamentary ni so a me de beba
yeah that's papa era any wa mani bo
mama yes alfa na abaka no turnout no de na me ni ko ni enye ya to aba so me constituency out ni nya kra eduru be di na say enu we we ni papa so mo meto aba na akoya resistance so ya pa uchawa na ya betenu akoto ni ta na se ni takura ma ni kokoro ba be fa na de na de se kwa unku ni sa no ho mopo
de no na me wura ma na me wura ho no ba de hu de me koto ama no eno na asem no so ni asem no ni ya sa na koye ye ni mu we fie ni pa nya asem de se wo no ma bre wa ko da de mi aka mesi na ye de oba ya se koto no akoto sa na mo de ye pa chawa ni ade a eno ma nya kakra no
o tena so anfa
Mati era ya das papa me yenko manhia ne ne senior ben so enkodi enkomo ewo ho senior ya sia ba wo chen biom edan na ekoso
sabe de oba manhia polling center 3 na nipa na wo se omoto ho aba 310 at the end of nipa 213 and a 10 up presidential no NPP in 172 votes 170 votes, NDC 34, Alan 3, Saga 2. The rest of the presidential candidates will be over a house of parliament now 3 parties in European MPP, NDC, and then LPG. MPP candidate in 184. LPG candidate in 1. And NDC candidate in 28. You see, I trying 3 2 and then 1. Yeah, also results no ba na ya ma ekifo.
Okay. Yeah, that's papa senior Ben ono so ne dia odi fi manhia ho eba no na ma yenko ne yenko gye yaboafo enkrato ye ba Sir John ebeje na konwa na watwa so.
Ani ya ji asem bi ni ska to table so. This ya ji asem na say di me. Am sa bi asem.
Bi sano.
Wotimi ya tina ho no ma kokko agidi usisi mu.
Check out there.
muguswa etie yen yeda mu nyina mase na yetu emu a na no pay Sir John ebegina emu a na sabre yenso from 12 yebegina emu a e de apem Sir Nwumre ya no nsia aboi na ebra me ba be sorry na Sir John enso e ba betina emu a akọ pem adwada akọ pem akọpimejode ti so what he na ene omo boaye production team members no nana bila kantanka Spatus Kojo Sakodie Emmanuel Enoch Kwame Bafu Ejekum Beluchi Portia Barikisu chese Emmanuel bebre asana nana yaw omo eka ho na Tony Best omo nyina na boaye a ye de sa production ni e de bro from 12 o'clock up till now. It's me sorry me din at the Beatrice Piogabra na Sir John enso eba ba betwa so ne de anwum wei e na ye de prapra kwamu ama Sir John aba betina ase.
Check how y'all been. Check how y'all been. check I yell them. Check I yell them.
Me declare the winner as in MPs elect. Nti eno ye de tie no na sabre de ye reporters gusua omo AJ resource no e de amayen polling stations, polling station 1, polling station 2, polling station 3, 4, 5 ni nyina no e ye resource a eba nti obetibi nti this resource eba nyina no e ye polling stations na betie iwie na fei yenso ye ofie ha ye put together data kakrakra yahwe said the enema siko nti that is what we are here for ye ba beje results no na team no ho production so ho mo put together all the results na yakoye ni free sabre kopim say EC be tuna no mutuo at the National Coalition Center ho na ye be declare the president elect, that is at the national level. But the nay, Mr. Free Sabe Coco channel, pa MPA o coffee, MPA Warino, Ubehu, how the end chain kind at the Constituency Coalition Center. You better declare MPA Wari, they are winning, they are winning team. Oh, a candidate Awawi and MPA, MPs be a no marry, I don't know, but candidates are Omokoyano, you better declare the one winning the Awawi. We are Kofi. We and yet de bia. You declare no warrior. No catch your supporters say, Yak. Mama yon corner, actually, Yabesia na Yatin, honey, a party kakra. Oh, we cry a party because and yet easy so over election na when you be a numbers abebo. You are building your own portfolio kakra for the future. Ede adakro ebedru so enti sanete commission no omuguso na o share results started by Ajibia ni nyina no ye be ne kakra na fei yakoye ni mpacha join yen ewe Facebook page Akoma 87.9 FM Akoma 87.9 FM you see I can say all the yes, sounds on your YouTube. YouTube, Akoma 87.9 FM. Akoma 87.9 FM. Nti already there was some MPs omo there omo nim say omo nko bio omo no omo anwene primaries nti omo there omo nim say nya de omo ko bio omo ya aware oba sentimental bebre wa ha because omo anko bio omo anko contest omo in fact omo amba on the ballot papers for the occur contest e won the party a one winning ono wo ho they say oh me nko bio because e bia na grounds nyama me they also nko bio e bia na ne health and now say or any other personal reasons ntia onko bio ono de wo ho nti honorable say chairman sabu so swami ono say no nya de say obeko bio because for the constituency no wenya replacement ewo party a wako ene ya to no swaba nti that is that na hotspots no ewo ho enche be sha se ewura ho be kwai how far now Asante Achim North how far now Offensive North how far Ejura seche dumase seche from plains and afi New Dubiase, how far? Na yɛbɛkɔ yɛ reporter sɛ wɔ hɔ yɛbɛkɔ na yɛakɔ akɔgye updated ya brɛ na yɛahyɛ sɛdeɛ nneɛma ɛsi kɔ ɛnɛ anwummere yi ɛfiri sɛ bɛkɔpem sɛ yɛahoɔden yɛbɛtumi agyina mu no Jovi tam akyi wɔ ha nyɛ asɛm ketewa ɛnɛ Jovi executive producer ɔwɔ ha it is good ma yɛmfa aseda ma no mesi akɔntro deɛ unya bi atu o nya bi atu nya sa ebe hye onkran sa ebe ye wo de bo de sia ni ana wo de tare ana wai ni etu fo ene ebe ye o enyame wo ho be ye pacho krom ha no sa na de ahyem krofo nkran anom da so tim de be ye na wo do 30 be ye 40 oh yes life begins at 40 hey omboa pacho tukran na odi Jovi travel for jobs and estate agency and echo na juma wa ye no eno na ekasama no nti mpacha obomoden se oni Jovi be kasa kuma ase e wa ha atosu Monaco ye ne MTN old office no ene hwe animo enkran so no ye wo Madina station achi yene old Malcolm no ene bo ho aha nti edan e frɛ no God with us plaza ha be hu ye ho bajo kuma se line no e 0200 242506 0200 242506 o frɛ na ka kyerɛ Jovi se John Simen frɛ na akwanya wo ho obɛma bia kɔ wo de wo kasa no kwa kra no wo ye guy so I just say nkra number is 0202447106 0202447106 Tachiman Central Market wo Finger of God Information Garment Lane esro ho Finger of God Information top one abi hu yan yanko hefa right baby adana baby ado ho I will come back. I'm not charge you visa. I also a call Ibrahim ho. Yeah, Ibrahim Odin come on. Ivy. I'm Masaba. Nadia.
Count every single ballot to you.
Now, so far, my counter the door saying.
And so far, there. Maybe I may go on 4 polling stations. Piece of fee preparatory school will be a Muntaka about 2 hours. In fact, over the years, maybe all the Nanka, a done deal mano or 2 hours, or we knew or maybe a woman, but this time around, now MPP Electoral challenge man say, oh no, over the 4 polling stations, you know, if but unfortunately, no, Wabubu Abano, Omontini Angie. Me more specific figures that all the 4 polling stations in India, you can't Abano Boma, na Muntaka,
ɛwɔ bɛɛ 600 plus ɛna manafo nso ɛwɔ 400 300 plus nti so far deɛ ɔhɔ saa na ɛkɔ nti ɔdeɛ na ɔmo sɛ ɔmpɛ sɛ ɔmo kyerɛ npp sɛ ɔmo bɛwi ni o nti ɔno na ɛyɛ one of ɔmo priority areas a ɔmo ɛsɛti sɛ the ndc ɛsɛti sɛ ɔmo bɛwi ni saa 4 polling stations na ɔmo tumi awi ni but ɔno unfortunately so yɛto aba ne wie no na turnout no ayɛ very very low sɛ john ɔhwɛ polling station na kyerɛ polling station a wɔ hɔ no ɔmo expecting nipa 603 na ɔmo a ɔmbɛto yɛ no yɛ less than 300 all the polling stations koraa deɛ obi enu a onya more than 300 figures no wa na ɔmo nyinaa nso yɛ expecting not less than 600 to come and cast for ballot nti na kyerɛ sɛ ɔhɔ no turnout no aba fam wɔ hɔ but other areas deɛ ɔmo tumi rekɔde 70-80% turnout but baabi nso yɛ 50% 60% and the like.
Wow.
So ɔmo de compare previous election na ɔmo ni sɛ turnout no ɛwɔ fam nti ɔfɔ ɔno deɛ in fact yɛnya nkɔlɛtin count a final one deɛ ɔmo de ɔmo ahyɛ ase a ɔmo ju ɔmo ni because
wa mo no wa mo na ɛtɔ mo ni
ndc
saa polling stations so ɛyɛ wo bɛ sɛ ɛyɛ ɛhɔ yɛ hotspot anaasɛ ɛdɛ na mo ɔmo ni agye
no ɛnyɛ hotspot sa because muntaka wini wɔ sa over the years but then this time around no na emi wɔ hɔ because npp yɛ determined sɛ saa wɔ hɔ no ɔmo bɛ capture hɔ na ɔmo capture hɔ na ɔmo bɛ twerɛ ɔmo sɛ aba no ɔmo agye efi ɔmo nsɛm ɛwɔ constituency no nti na emi wɔ hɔ paa ɔhɔ yɛ report about allegation of vote buying ni eyi ɔhɔ no na ɛkɔ so ɔpa in fact some of nkurɔfoɔ na ɔmo kye sika na ɔmo hɔ no openly ɔmo ka sɛ ɛyɛ ɔmo asika na ɔmo kyɛ ɛna ɔmo kyɛ ama voters nti ɔmo kyɛ na ɔsɛ ɔmpe na ɔmo nso kɔ pe sika wɔ fie na ɛbɛkyekyɛ ɛbɛkyekyɛ ɛma ɔmo nti na ɔmo no ayɛ hot paa nti na yɛkyɛ ne deɛ na ebi kɔ so me de mehu sɛ ɛma obi sika but allegations na ɛkɔɛ na ɔmo na yɛ accuse ɔmo openly ɔmo bɛka saa no ma yɛnya that ɛyi sɛ maybe sikakyɛ bi kɔ nti ɔno na yɛ very very hot a ɔmo expect ɔhɔ no deɛ ɔmo win a then they can conclude sɛ constituency
ɔmo deɛ na afade ama ɔmo
but unfortunately
macho yɛka sɛ asomdwie ɛwɔ hɔ earlier meka sɛ me no kasa na manav ɛne the other side muntaka nkrɔfoɔ sɛ odi line mu ɔkɔto na nyuka so gyina hɔ no but ne nyinaa kɔ wie akyire no ɛhɔ no a yɛtimi aka yɛ wiama wanya results no bibia yɛ din I mean ntɔkwasɛm bi ansɔre wɔ hɔ
in fact ntɔkwasɛm bi ansɔre ɛwɔ baabi a manaf ɛto no hɔ no ɔmo gu so a ɔmo kan aba no in fact yɛbɛduru hɔ nkyɛn a ɔmo gu so a ɔmo kan nti aha no asɛ tension ɛwɔ ha kakra sɛ obiara yɛ alert ɛhwɛ deɛ ɛbɛkɔ so ha but megye bi sɛ looking at the security situation ne deɛ ɛwɔ ha no biribi enu a ɛbɛkɔ so obi ɛhwɛ sɛ ɛbɛtaa na ehu sɛ ɔmanya ɔmo.
Right. Abi, thank you very much. Yebasa ba hobi wate na Ibrahim ewo Asawase constituency. But okọ Facebook page a said the oka no street mu na ehwa ye de no. Na they say we no de. Saa ni je we no ye for parliamentary. Aha. Ti we are near atwend the aka no. Into by Facebook page Akoma 87.9 FM kwan. I can come messages nyina kama. Mo amusie mbiem ebebiem. Ma me call for you chrome. Ofori Chrome constituency. Minia Nanantwi Bosiakon is on the line. Bema.
Hello.
Miriam Timso abre kafra. Peni abre papa.
Ina abre.
Ai yabre pa na ya nya medi metwa besi akonya so die. you say no be tabri me free ha. Anyway, but on him fan now was see polling stations for don't say and why you adwuma betimi the results am I.
Mega me da say me no ka say me wo anwaga da bi an panier start to ma ka be start to ho. And you know me ko anwaga encantem and I'm about to move so below. It's a crime and for presidential. Parliamentary India. We use a theory and coming now, moving to the same time, but here we say presidential, and no happy janky. They shall say and cancel put that down. One on police station money of 5 F250910. Now I want to put more NBC. MPP, sorry, MPP Enya 62, Ebiusia Minu, Ena CPP Enya Manamiensa, CPP 3, Ena NDC Enya 222, New Avenue Minu, Ena one to Enya one na APC Enya Minu, 2. Now, I'm independent candidate, so that one to Yamanisnia, I want more 7 and I rejected, one. Aye in cancel put that down one no. Na I don't know how to kwa mfimfini na. There is other when na abrosan we be na wa se na ni no. Oh okay. Ono mo polling station ti na o. Ni ye ti na me ba kwa ni mo ade ni. Na utie we di ebi ni ti na na hu da bi ade na ti ko. Na ego e ba na na nkomo expect say nipa 487 and about the club and the years, you know, Nipa 302 and the nice about 185 the Oma Meto, and I want police station too. Omana Mano FT 50911. I want MPP Enya 767 57 and I CPP Enya 1 NDC Enya 231 231 and I Cheddar Enya 4. Independent candidate said that in our poll, and I want to come to about this area, and me and Sa rejected our honor. Nice, and thank you, morning. The government so below station on them, a final more deal. And I move police station and Sa, and I was saying, there are a person and San Manisha came and San Family. I want to station needing to put that down, so below station. F250908. Voters are now commercial in 422. And I say the community area 261. Now the also difference now 161. Now MPP area 51 and now NDC area 203 and now CCP area 2. LPG Enya 1, Nana Kwame Enya Miensa, and APC Enya 2. And also, Oyasemia, a piano, Nasa Hono, MPC, SIV design a honor. Sa, so the location one, police station number 2. Police station number 2, MPP Enya 51. Now, 51 and MPP 195 APC enya baako and movement nyamienu and cheda nyamiensa and also rejected near Asia state and one reject ho na nipa na omo ye kwan so ba beto aba no 460 emu 268 enetimi obeto ya oya one so omo temita ebe ona na ono so entimi ama na de koso ni ansa na ye one no ai bi kan e wa ase no aye MPP enya 90 ena NDC enya 295 wono na chada enya miensa LPG enya baako ena won so baako seye na mo expect center nipa 585 ena ba beto abano na so yi asinipa 389 ena ba ya emu 196 yomanti ama meto abano so don nti osha polling station ya mabubosu nyina maako enim no a anu de oba na se NDC AGP kan e wa ase de bisu aye ba to ni agege ebi aka ho ewi ade ni betire collection center ho na ɛhɔ na ne gbese training na ba bebe ɛhɔ deɛ na wɔhu sɛ nea ade ne si sɛ yɛ deɛ ebi asɛ ɛyɛ mbobɔsoɔ ɛna yɛbobɔ so ɛde ama nyɛ nea mɛtipa yɛbɛka sɛ yɛagye ate ne koraa no yɛwɔ nea yɛagyegye ate ne station na yɛabobɔ so ɛmi no nti yɛde ani kyerɛ collection center hɔ na gbese training na ɛbɛba no yɛde asomyɛfiefoɔ ɛwɔ
okay na ayi mpakyɛw parliamentary no so no hɔ no ɛyɛ na mo ka mo de fra na sɛ mo yɛ deda because deɛ woka yɛ presidential anyɛ saa
sɛdɛn deɛ maka no nyinaa yɛ presidential parliamentary na afei na ɔmo ka nti afei na mɛbɛgye parliamentary no
okay presidential right thank you very much right abusuafo wei ɛyɛ nanantwi bosi akɔ nana yɛ opoku ɛwɔ Boase West yɛnkɔ hɔ yi na yɛhwɛ hɔ nso ayɛ dɛ ana deɛ na ɛkɔ media calibus
sɛdɔn
na ti sɛn
sɛ bɔkɔ na nso ɛ
nsiesie hene wodin dɔɔso dodo nsiesie hene na Boase West ɔte sɛn
sɛdɔn yɛato awie na metenkan no nso asase egu so a yɛkan a yɛgu so a yɛkɔ yɛ nim ɔhwɛ sɛ deɛ nsunsuansoɔ no kakra bi a yɛnya mene kan ɛmobɔ no so na sɛ yɛkɔ anim kakra na sɛ na deɛ ɛwu nyinaa no na yɛyi atorɔ ɛde sɛ ɔyɛ Boase West a daycare polling station nipa a na ɛwɔ sɛ wɔto aba no ɛyɛ 364 na wɔn yɛ no na 265 ɛna wɔn ato sɛdeɛ ɛkɔɔ yɛ nie NDC enya 112 NDC 112 NPP enya 144 NPP enya 144 rejected ballots enya 2 boom enya 2 new force enya 1 ɛna Alan Kwadwo Chiamate nso enya 1 ɛhɔ no a mamefa parliamentary no nso so sɛ dɔn na yɛnkɔ anim daycare polling station of Boase West honorable Kwesi Appiah the incumbent MP a ɔyɛ parliamentary candidate for the NPP onya 100 afei Fossil Appiah Kenin the NDC's parliamentary candidate onya 109 independent parliamentary candidate Odeno Kofi Appiah Kenin onya 54 ɛwɔ daycare afei sɛ prison cantina prison cantina no wɔte sie na prison canteen no polling centers no ɛyɛ 3 deɛ di kan ɛyɛ prison canteen polling center 1 ɛhɔ no sɛ deɛ sunsuansoɔ no ɛkɔɔyɛ a nipa na ɛsɛ nkɛse ɔba no ɛyɛ 442 ahanan aduanan mmienu wɔn awieɛ na ahanu aduanan mmienu ɛna wɔn ato na deɛ kɔɔ yɛ nie New Patriotic Party NPP enya 170 afei NDC enya 119 parliamentary no enie parliamentary no fact nya independence no deɛ but then menya NPP ne NDC eti owura Kwesi Appiah a prison canteen polling center 1 onya 128 and Fossil Appiah Kenin NDC parliamentary candidate onya 111 afei independent no enya 45 good manya no independent no 45 but then Kofi Appiah Kenin polling center 2 emuye a prison canteen NPP enya 112 afei NDC enya 89 NDC and the presidential afei parliamentary honorable Kwesi Appiah NPPC enya 105 and Fossil Appiah Kenin NDCPC enya 113 afei a prison canteen 3 But me for no so say do and the say you go ni nipa na you ni so beto oba eh 333 you 176 and two no 119 special beto 333 emu prison canteen 3 no 392 I'm sorry 392 and then section beto prison canteen 3 now emu here NPP enya 134 134 and NPP and NBC enya 112 112 parliamentary Kwakwajima Kwate enya 95 95 and of course our Piakanin enya 94 94 Osa bus stop and also within Obuasi West Constituency about to query the presidential one of the NBC in 143 143 NBC 143 NPP 121 NPP 121 and then also bus stop and also Mama parliamentary no don't ever encounter it is the parliamentary Osa bus stop in the parliamentary so quite my party on 81 Ordinary Kofi appealing independent parliamentary candidate in 49 49 Fortunate appear in NDC parliamentary candidate in 141 141 and I said the appeal because I go for a number if you get up on the Abuja on to the coalition center they are calling all the figures now a fact about the ATL or Akoma 87.9 and on Facebook from polling station to polling station you better that information now you have to be amane so
NCC hene nana ya poku Calibos udi bebre me da se why adwuma pa ya wasa ba obi why da bia me pepa se meko eho na me koi bekwai constituency bekwai pa de legend ho legend Akwabua 87.9 wonum hey masa we a guy because bekwai de eho hye pa na wo kan nyina bomu a se de ka se ho hye na tension be wo ho no sa na ye ya na
Sergeant, in fact me ka se sa na tie
okay
maybe I will copy me kire abogom na ME GH so ho no mo na de kakra e ba ho no mo no e hye da nya tibia se da bi ho no mo a metemu ase bi etimi aba ho dabi so da na manfo expect say habaye hye no ene sa na ti ko ye
I see na sisi ankasa mpacho police stations a wetima keka bomu no fama ya na minim se won saka parliamentary no so de no so ya na de ehia pa o se de mu aye no na fe ya hwede eko
eti John de be ni aha no abra kan no so no we bi mu da so di lai mo kakra
okay
sorting any counting
ekoso
good one na no eti le dimi
oh I see
because me din kan an 19 pa I be kwa hasi because the kwa nko ano I 29 polling stations me bi ono me buwa me bi won so a enam se na me do na me da so gina team nti no ama no me delay nti ne ka pese e keka de do na abom because me bi ono mo makan presidential yi na parliamentary and you ready so
legendo legend yebesa ba hobio na yahye na mene nana ya asare nana osei asare esifam ema yekoye kakranti turnout na eba no wohwemu a ye ba bia nanti koye na kani na bu na wofam but na wofam no offem pa e ba be din come but don't join live with Facebook we aswase o aswase no munya na mama mi nhia so na ehwede nhia so ko on say results no ya na strategically o pike some polling stations are now among the fair idea of how a near see echo entire constituency. Moshana Monya Hojuma Emfa. Am I? Hojman Fama, you Bachamati, Mira, and Asipi. Enti Yoguso, I have Akoma 87.9 FM. Now, no, say sorry, joining me now. Mami Musano say so far. No, offer Krum Kakra. After 5, no offer Krum Kakra.
After 5, no, me some far Krum, but one say, bra, ye call a year other places, no offer a year. Aputu Jakwang Nesohona. Now the expectations were that anka numbers no ebekosro getting to the close of poll, no. But unfortunately, no, it didn't happen like that. To say all the places are apart from a year spot 1, and now they have recorded about 50%. You know, majority of places are as at the time, no, now one recorded less than 50% voters turnout. Clear indication say this time that the interest, you know, did not really
right
come.
Okay, Mami legend is back. Awawa
Sejon
yanko bekwai omoye dan ya ibitio
de be guma no ya man so me aba
yanko
enti Sejon said the name Gusu American for now no coalition center ha na enu bekwai IC church and I say IC school DHS a baby social center. One and about quality results in it's expecting 188 polling stations plus 1 and special voting. It's now 189 polling stations, and I expect to say on the ballot boxes in the polling side. No matter quality. Now, I'm going to every now, baby, I am some profit better than me, and so we are about everyone. Now, the matter is on the projection. I said, we get to be there. Yeah, any concept, good and she be to coalition room. It's one police station, no, the quiet RC JHS. And when said to me, I can't presidential and after parliamentary, yeah, maybe a provisional. The bit to me at the Atiga. It is said that we saw make us sort in accounting 80 billion, a meeting I do want to tell, but it's much about say NCBA, do don't ever ban provisionally. You bet me Edema, your listeners know. It's RCJHS now, presidential, NPP, 255, 255, and NPP, which is presidential, NDC, 29, 29, Cheddar. Nana Kwame Bidiako Enya 202 and I say Alan Obi Antobacco Cramano. It has the idea Uti in a day ever say. Now parliamentary no say NCT rough NPP 210. It's just say I'm not for infili rough compared to Dr. Baumian say Dr. Baumian 255 and a rough Enya 210 210. Let us say no parliamentary no rough the show at LPG Enya 1 and I'll say Layamufa the independent candidate so it's Enya 59 59 NDC and so it's Enya 1 2 12 Bako and it's SA and for now there we are between administration the work as a provisional really the project maybe I do can maintain na Bako Enya Maye Bako Enya Maye na dem ba ko ni se so mo sorti a o mo din kan ana so o mo sorti presidential ni bi no ma kan wi and some o ma se ko sorti that of the parliamentary one ntino na ma edoma ati edile eti aso no afo no ma wi se bra di for the o ma sha se o mo ba o ma sha se o mo e ba but police station si na wi se du ba bi ama amanfo ni abre o se du on ma election ni mu. It was ADNPP and 255.
Obviously, you
aha, official Maria. No, 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 no,
about 5 ball pepe and a man for Shasia now also a form of visual or ebo. They are not a doom criminal, not a yadia at that form. Now, turnout to the old canon, and after only 24 was students there canon. I say, Sir John, the do baby news, sir, a man of Akoma Kunsian. Our Mudu Kobo. Emeja, the Roma Tadi from Namia, so the mixing command because no command move him. Nina said, to be on my was nya koa, nya de kwako to abano. O se obian frena onko. Enti one guy go there ebeka 3 minutes. Ama 5 abo. Ansa na nini abako etu fo se yahwe onko na onko to abano. Others, Mese 5, almost nya do am kwako to. Indeed, Oman Kotonso and Omu voter ID Yunano at the train say indeed Omu qualify some to Aba. I was a particular police station also. Yadu and beat Mako. We can't say could not be one of the police stations like and say they are dead and Omujina Suda Kwako to Aba. If you want to say Omu said ya a Juma. It how much for the turnout, you know, I'm in Ukraine from the do on my half. Of the number, yes, and come to Stellano, almost that. Nadia, on bit now. It do baby name say, and then 4 group will feel Emma, your crochet to Kobimu. Ewo, baby, now, this uncle funny pan, but I know my son for dropping, and the amount of some fan coffee. A boy on my motor, especially, Emma, Menomia Papa, no more move you look any mono, or Mona won't to a band door. Only a told them all.
Send me a cofawa near the Abano, but quick, and quite enough the moment.
Yes, now by yeah, level the Jack, Cacrabe, I'm not going free table. Here in a crowd, or Monty so do we come for rabbit. Maybe I'm a man on Obiti, which and Otimoja, or Mupi, and a banner. One of my then is a quarter to the verify. Now so day or my friends are every maba. I'm a maba, but it makes make us more move you know anymore. And I'm to about more. Vision baby, I'm a coy, and idiot mission here, but my man took one idiot. And now film is sure. So John, when them say a blue baby, no, now practice in be at the basis, ACC, baby to say be a commercial, maybe for instance, Obesina Cobush for home. And I said, be our best selling about the price about the 2 bar. We've been 2 years now to
okay.
But do not
legend. When I saw monitor now, you must have a hobby. Me special interest. Because independent candidate, maybe independent candidate, FTBiana, ne who want to be ambassador, me who hawa, or bet me a call. Mamma call Seth, Asante Achim North. Seth, I'm Seth. Majuminia.
Sir John, the phone card.
Hey, now I saw any was through the other course.
I just a man, some crowd, sir. I committed to Caronte.
They do chrome. They do chrome. I didn't see.
As some can say, I got some love.
Huh?
As some can say, Baba. Now I have about it. Now I am independent candidate. Okay, if I'm son or him about Kwame Frempong, I was an independent candidate. I was a kid in our man the same. Now, you have about a you and Kwame and the appeal could be of NPT. And I contact say half down the Payo. Now, and you may have a boy, I walk away center. I say, I say, you know, but from all the this is in an okay,
from police stations are. Monsaka resource ebano. Okay from Pong.
Okay from Pong. I funny now. If you 1 or 2. Obviously, I'm say the Caprano, a woman can end group, you know. So the chilling yard, the man lawyer, and the appeal could be Sanoa, and that dear over to BT okay from Pong. It's on there also a part, you know, and the pastor say jubilated, and then do not for a Jessica, and I made it up from another case what I don't.
Na mpacho I said results ni obi ana ukita results ni bi
results no ebi awa me nimu ha sei
aha my kakra ni ehwe de wo kan na ehwe hawa esi eti
asante atem agogo committee center and it is 696 and a swap our center. A move 50, a move 585 and a better way. Where and the appear could be 200. That's on
me too, pa.
And the appear I okay, I put that 285 for BT our center. And then you call I am Bernie. I am Bernie at about 600. Over at that about 550. Okay, and 400 or BT at could be tried. And then you call Bontodiase. I fantastic Bontodiase. Okay, the repair to about Bontodiase 698. A move 476 at that about. Okay, you 400. A delay and the appear could be 76.
Akoma 87.9 Kumasi.
Seth me also. Seth me too, Kapa. Okay. Seth. Said your mood no city and mamen come rawai. Me ba mesa ba hona yato. Ai catch am so mususu na e chire ho de no me kai sechere afram plains. Yes. Na such afram plains na drobon so ho. Good. Na odanchem. Danchem oginchia ofie. Oh, honorable, congrats. Near the idea. A chili hot the buyer. Now then, chum the die. Dio moves soon na. And yeah, as Antia Chimnov, a whole medical the other kind a rough trans, you didn't come. Mammy Catcher said, as Antimantemano. Me, I'm a shepherd at a cremoire. Ibenya independent candidate or as Antimantema. Anyway, yeah, too early. Mammy call Quabre East. Kwabri is Baba Nana Kwakwa Sari. What be do Tafo?
Sure, Tafo.
Okay, my head Tafo. Tafo what saying?
Okay, but I have not. I have never received. I know. So far, I have 5 polling stations. Results in the time to see here. Also, any JDB Okuma, I have to yeah, planning in an NPP, a year or so coming with and I guess also had one more 18 for you, and it is obvious. So, yeah, a year NPP. Now, so much to me, Aqua and Gasa Edisa. Now, look, I say there were a year 5 polling stations. Let me say, a year of a new party at your house, a year 2 billion. Presidential results, you know, thousand of parliamentary, you know. Mensa Aka, I feel so you can come up here, house, QA, and we also know how to work. The Roma, mentioning for Antigana, I'm not going to commercial, no.
I buy a Tonka, why?
Okay, all right. If you said, me call a presidential or a penny family appears house, it should be a NPP, 235, 225, and NDC, 35, and then we need to. It's 5 and a Franco and it's a year about 1. Thousand of a year parliamentary NPP 224. It's also a parliamentary presidential now just a year presidential or OBC a year. Honorable Echo, thousand of a NPP 39, 39, and a GST, 3, independent candidates were yet. That's a new party at their house, 2 air, presidential, area 250, NPC, and NDC, area 29, and a area resource, and area 3. That's a year. Parliamentary FDP area 254, NDC area 30, 30, GFP Ghana Freedom Party ekeronko onya candidate awano onu enya one and as independent candidate onu so enya one sanso na ko opani kwame appear south 1B and the presidential no NPP enya 234 and NDC enya 36 the new force onu enya 5 Onya 5. Councilor Openi Kwame appears South 1A presidential no LPP Enya 245 NDC Enya 4040 and the new force Enya 4 and a movement of a control on Enya 2. Councilor parliamentary no NPP Enya 236 NDC Egna 45 like I said the tell said over a year Pentecost church and no and I said say among for no eyomo extra ba ni pa presidential no NPP Egna 400 NDC Egna 68 the new force Egna 7 and a movement and Egna a year 3. Samson about a year parliamentary Nusua NPP Egna 412 and NDC Egna 63 after GFC or Egna 3 and independent candidate and also Egna 2. Like I said, so far over a year also for Constituency 5 polling stations so far means that my results nothing that you can say.
Kwaku turnout Okambomwa
Turnout no ayano any other parabari na sure na from you pa but so far the video na mun say so man for na omo chen adete as at 455 na ke sa fu de be free here or ba so ba be so ba or one of the police stations 5 o'clock the mission so ba get start and na free here your man timi man answer o sure so far there look at the turnout no ayan sa ko ni e she enipa 80,000 and nimson better about a year. 8,000 constituency na ehe in so far.
Right, Nana Kwakwa sorry, thank you very much. For eno Kwabre East. Ya caught Bantama. Near Kohe Honsu said the Honsu is here. Yao Amankwa is on the line. Mini Yao, Boko there. But more sorting and my accounting a way. Ama when ya provisional results from the polling stations are waiting me to be amaying. Okay, my into you,
Dr. Bawumia in 231 and NDC Mahama Enya 79 Apple 1 and one. Now, the parliamentary NDC Enya 53 is a parliamentary now, in particular, I have to abandon now. I 520, 5 now, in part, that's now, we could be very when you are 177, now, 19, and a 4. And I feel that I one and I said that it's in your 4. Now, 4 parliamentary, you are at the two, in your 204, and for your other NDC, also in your 77. Now, you could see and secure. You are planted, but you in this cancer, a presidential. You got Dr. Bawumia in your 156 and you got Mahama in your 103 NDC
and actually one and also I rejected. Now if I do I was in the 519 and 301 at the two. I mentioned it. I will do a better power. And I think so far, we get man,
okay, enti Miriam, mame na wase na ye be saba ho bi wa ya o. That's it. Yamankwa ewo bantama. Na quickly mami twa me homra ho just some few minutes. Me ba Seraph ewo ha. Saso na prof nso so atena se. Ye be hwe na ka me twa mo aba ye se me nkoba akomra. Okay, mami nkoba akomra na me wi anafi. Ye twa ye ho aba na yes, ye nye no na ye nko. Obiri ye boa ewo Asante Achim South. Obiri
yes, sir.
Bibi abakode.
Bako.
Na Majisa North the whole hurupa na South te say.
Whole hurupa omugo so kai.
What you ebi twa for South ho.
South had there for now dey.
Me can say North ho there na ehuru no mate o South.
North ho there dey yatepa ehuru.
Hey. Anyway, what dey enquire my answer so far dey wetimi agada dey amaye.
Okay, so far there polling station miensa and I'm say babu ha light ni ho ntina ya na ne kan no aye slow kakra. And polling station a matima visit a court for A and a B and a great distance. And the court for ho say and a etie. A total number I was say almost to about our court for A 381. 381. Na okenkan abano sei na etipa ekoye NPP 3939 NPP 39 JCPP enya 1 NDC 202 Oma akachada enya 2 chada enya 2 oma akanyina enya bi 0 Court for A, NPP 339, GCPP 1, NDC 202, SADA 2, Omakano Enyabi, rejected A 1515. Court for
rejected rejected no.
And so echo say,
okay.
NPP 39 and NDC 215. 215 rejected AF4 court for B NPP 34 NDC 197 NDC 197 Omakano Enyabi ahon so enipa no moto aba e wo court for B ho no 380 a court for B. Court for B, parliamentary court say NPP 5252 NDC 202 and and so rejected no a 1 rejected a 1 great Jesus after na oma kan eye presidential na we are parliamentary no mugo so kan e na woti dede e wo ha no presidential say e na sipa call ye enipa e waso moto aba e wo great business polling station ho no eye 646 e na waso moto aba e wo ha no mo oken kan aba ni nyina wie ye no presidential no say e na call ye NPP enya 161 NDC enya 237 Oma Akano, and Yabi. It is sa and a echo so a way great business into parliamentary. No, I pray now we are all kind. And to be a better Debiano, Minia, the best side to be at Wasso.
Minia Obri Yaboa, Obri.
Papa,
I had Jasuma Nami Musa was asking, but oh, areas are working. Asante Achim South, but oh, communities by Assam now working. Yeah, specific on that.
Jaso community. Jaso.
Okay. Me that's Minia. Yeah, that's it. I'm saying for young share Philip where the EC Bano. Yes, Bano Bio. My young corner in the EC de my enumry. Young share the echo.
And I want to indicate that by 5 p.m., about 95% of all polling stations close election by 5, close the polls by 5 p.m. Only areas where there were still voters in the queue after 5 p.m. that continue to vote after the time for closure of polls. Our BVDs performed effectively. Processing time for voters was reduced drastically. In fact, it was less than 3 minutes for a voter to be processed. So voters spent less than 3 minutes in processing. Voter turnout, the report richness indicates that it has been very massive. The elections have been seamless, devoid of the usual hassle that characterized previous elections. This we were able to achieve because we set up a strategy that ensures a smooth flow of the process. This includes the threshold at 750 and then the increase of polling stations throughout the country. In 2020, we had 38,622 polling stations, and this was increased this year to 40,648, a difference of 2,026 polling stations. So the usual congestion at the polling stations were reduced drastically. The process has been very peaceful, with the exception of 1 or 2 pockets of violence, which unfortunately resulted in the death of 1 person. It is unfortunate this should not have happened. Whilst you mourn with the bereaved family, we want to put it on record that this unfortunate act did not occur due to an action or inaction on the part of the Electoral Commission. Our staff, we appreciate them so much for the good work done, for the show of high level of professionalism. The agents have also cooperated well, but we continue to urge them to do so throughout the collation exercises up to the final declaration of the results. Media has also done your job greatly in a very professional manner, and we appreciate that. You help us to unearth fraud practices, which is very good. But we want to continue to work professionally and also urge you to always, I want to emphasize, ensure that the results you declare is the same as the results you announce is the same as what the Electoral Commission has declared. So kindly, all the time before you put your results in the public domain, kindly cross-check with the Electoral Commission. Our call center is there, our website is there, and anytime, any moment you call, we will respond to you and then give you the needed information. We are so grateful for you, and we wish you to continue to be with us throughout the exercise until we have declared finally the winners of this election. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benjamin Banobio, Director of Electoral Services at the EC, and Okase CCI. In the impression I know one thing. sɛ nneɛma nkɔ yie asin voter turnout no ɔse na it was impressive nti ɛno yɛ deɛ tie no no abusuafoɔ mempanyinfoɔ atena sɛ baba metwa me hɔ mmra tɛw na meba na afei yɛahyɛ yɛn nkɔmmɔ anwummere mpakyɛ mba sisiɛ
ɔkɔkɔngo mekyia wo mogyodo na wo pɔmpɔ ne kongo ointment apae no mehu atɔ me kongo ointment ɔbɔ adwuma ɛbɔ adwuma paa
Papa Congo, kwa lafia?
Lafia. Munana. Aba sama.
Mima mesi ni hoki kani.
But rejected. 1, 2, 3. Rejected. 3. Rejected. But rejected. 1, 2, 3.
Jovini nkɔmɔ sisi na akwanya ho adwuma bi apɛsɛ ɔkɔkɔyɛ UK, USA, Canada, Australia, Luxembourg, Germany, Poland, Spain, France, but your single state bi na apɛsɛ ɔkɔ Finland, Austria, anase Malta, Japan, Switzerland, Sweden, Belgium, ɛne nkura kanyina bɔmɔde sɛ ɔbɛfrɛ no sisi ɛfrɛ no 0558662543 mo bi nka nkyɛw sɛ ɛne bɛyɛ yi bɛma tu kwan na akwantuo deɛ yɛ Congo ointment bɔmɔde so bɛnya bi skin rashes bi a ɛha adwen ɛbɛkɔ kamakama krɔ ɛyam nsansa gu nipadua no sɛ yɛ mpɔmpɔ na abɔ na ɔso yɛ stubborn bɔmɔde so ɔde Congo ointment bɛfa so bɛpae no kama 0249017101 0204616161 dade heba wo Kumase ba pharmacy shop na ben no also pɛ Congo ointment ni bi dade heba wo Kumase Samenko Kumase Hello Herbal or Kanshi, Repash Herbal Ewo or Kanshi, and Nafi Gapson Pharmacy Kofudia. Christ is the answer, Ewo Takrade. But what is so benya Congo ointment nibi. Na Adriana na wo ye dia me so oba. So nkwanye dem de beka. Na ntina nkoma beka. Ene de beka pankwa no ye na se taste ni mu anti bomode so de tete natural spices. We 100% natural spices ye ankasa ye de yakɔ yankasa ye Ghana ye mfu makotete kama nti rosemary nie ginger nie garlic nie nkitinkiti nie onion nie bay leaf nie nutmeg nie kikabo mu ane de aye kama de amawo preservative bi anim salt nim but kama 100% natural but madu so ba bi ye ton nneɛma a yɛde yɛ aduane bi awura hɔ no sɛ bɛkam bakyɛw bɔmmɔden jollof no deɛ ɛbɛyɛ do ɛbɛyɛ de paa with tete natural spices. For a number is 0245 580957 0245 580957. Yɛnkɔe na mema Raf akwaba ma me starting free a na me am about prof for na Raf.
Yes sir.
Bibi abɔkɔ deɛ sɛ yɛ call off yɛ monitor how nneɛma si kɔ ne results a ɛba so far pacho mamenye about 2 minutes from your end. Say na uhu nneɛma.
Very peaceful conduct of the elections. I think say one idea back why notable and say Ghana's democracy enyini pa. Me by driving through town coming through the old jubilating the ne raho ubi antachi obi and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. For me, you be we na bibia to dia emfa hone de wa win. Democracy wins and Ghana wins. And any idea you expect. Many just say apart from the initial hiccups at Titiwahane, some few places, isolated places, generally, the conduct of these elections are very, very peaceful. The mood of even the nation, very sober, very quiet, very calm. Minima the crash election day. I don't know whether it's the blessings of God. Some way, somehow, among for your hyper. There's some calm atmosphere, baby. A whole ding. I say, what young can't show say the elections to create a course within the one here you wouldn't even realize. And for me, a very, very regarding results as I say, Mobia and premature celebrations. And on the one here, it may break your heart. Yeah, Nyabutre, because how comfortably they confide, Nyabutre, don't go ahead of yourself. Nyabutre, collation center, no, now, no alcohol. As the results come through, not a starting 8 take shape. And yes, some few results will be tina, which I say about powder, make Kaisa Papebia. Results and I say about more around for Kofi congratulating honorable more congratulations. Yeah, took me patrol, prof. It does now be body and prof me the mimodi. Now ye 2 powder auntie. O mwana fe na ka some few ayibia na fe no na sha say free hinterlands neighbor. I don't omo prof as I don't know Daniel kakaka heart attack.
Me say
if you are not very careful.
Odenchem. No ye DC. Yes. Odenchem na Odenchem so when we oh honorable congrats. So I mean she didn't need 2 na powder na maha na just say what did you them
87.9
na actually ho de ne ba ya kwam
oh very normal. I do last say you be careful now until say be a reach a certain threshold, maybe about 90-something% of bane be put it that others mathematically realize say significantly into means sana and sana be but nyabutre now because the biggest disappointment is what jubilate we now was quite disappointed now soon. Ebasa na ya uchirechire mu a obechirechire mu sa we say na we na enkosi fintinya abotre. For me so far so good as a Ghanaian me happy pan the way ade na corner our democracy is growing, and for me you bet me to keep plaudits for
the dynamics, because you see I can say we unconfirmed though, but per the figures and analysis I kosono you see who say seat ni bi na areas bi ho a start here airdropping MPC be elusive seats.
Nothing there. It was expected.
There's
no way better.
Yeah.
You know, not casualties.
Yes.
Not casualties. Okay. See, if on my person must send a strong message through elections.
Yes.
They send a strong signal through elections, but yeah, now you want the silent majority. Among kasa, muna mudi onu onye dede on party atare urabuti ni mwa. No akoye an execution job we are no akano din okofie tie obabo aba no na be say amanfo adi amanfo aye neoma pa ti until those results are through no obi anya abotre.
All right,
now you jubilate and now you are jubilating.
Yes,
Ghana has won.
Okay, Prof Samuel Regent Prof Mbacho bi aboko de
aboko mini
na enra ye adwuma nwumre no and so ye adwuma nwumre enra de na me no nyina na ti the same place but na me wa ha won so ye nim but me pese ye fa police for almost so address the media. Prof, with the other Roma, we are never to us.
Nessa inti mepese mebo sanche shei bisona obia entrina jinsi so na yestrese obia nhwe na oni so mayen nia edi kan obia isi ema wo ho kwan se obeba collation center hono unya akwanya se obeba ho na nipa isi amom kwan na ebi ni asemtwefo ene ye party candidates omo ankasa gina me eto omo so aba no ene omo agents a omo hwa aba ne so ma omo no ebi so ne omo ayefro omo observers a isi ama omo ho kwan ene nipa ahodo ne eku ahodo a isi ama mo kwan se mo betimi aba center ho eno achi ne so obi a wo bepese obewura collation center bia fatu tim se bambofo no ebe hwehwe eniema bi ansa na yama wo kwan ama wawura mu eno achi eye car ana motorbike a ye ma wo ho kwan se obeba collation center ho no bomode ansa obeparke ebe ye 100 meters efi collation center ho no afe nso yen kai se san hihye ya ye de egu akwan mu no etese ne ayeye no won
okay
national
okay,
ne ye no no sana afi
unfortunately ye nya fina ye be corner ye the omubia the abraway the director of public affairs the Ghana Police Service ACP Grace Ansa Akrofi and na oni edin kowo ye be try to get the feed but the all can you say and she say o my ato dada no ma obi an konkose no already obakaya some weeks to election no the IGP our year head of the National Security Task Force edit to judge and she say wo ho nipa e momo kwan say ombetimi aba collation center ho na almost a omo opportunity I betimi edo almost so akọ ye invite wa don't get closer that is that prof ma ye share so far we observe and she say ya e koso sisi a ye ka say from balloting to sorting, from balloting, crowd way back from voting to sorting and then counting. As we speak, results be a start here ever. And Mami Musa say saying and who process no so far.
Maybe I'm got to my banana my encounter challenge be we pockets of challenges say you know be generally no you bet me aka say I assume be say na me no aka no enu ntino say ye see ho so man ye ni abre say ye be krakra ye kebi me nkebi no say na me no aka no we've traveled roughly about 30 years the aka ne say ye be say e bia daach ne be incident free but a human system say abre we miscreants nipa bonfo etumi edo ho jimi ye de opeso ye now so there is the police service our money other agencies and so akapam ho am should do juma I historically had said say easy brano oni enin komo I've seen that happening this year fantastic I'm equally excited say ye hunu say be so no electoral commission so no why even extra media friendly earlier contemplation na kamia say enka obe cut media no kra from strong room ne other access points ne ade be bo amamanfo hunu de ekoso electoral commission na so isi ade wodi nkomo bia me hunu de eko opposed for omo relations so public relations so edijuma na kire say enkomo no ekoso nyina na kire say Ghana democracy ne yetoso yakoto abewi nso aye kan no ne nkan ye mu nso me hunu say wentwi bia ne pinche bia ba apart from aside from say hunu say kan ye dundum bia kokoso bebi ne ade na endro aye di hu komo ye ka say dum so ebe mu a nkofo adwuma ye omu na awe no oyi ohwa ekura bia ba wi paper say dumso biamba, and we said say it plays a role in the security process. Say ECG4 ebe wo dwuma yie we hu say ebra ye kan no yes abre ne be dum so o de me kire no abra ye kan aba no sa abre ne dum kanea fa so bi eni so on emoa ma nkofo gidie wie peyo eti no bebia ye tim bia no ye hwe na ye hwe se ye ho kire ye fa ye kanea ho nsem se den eduru se ya to aba no ye kan because of the smoothness of the process intino ye share sapo munsu yembo ye belt ye ne hwe se all areas now are covered. Say the beya you to me ama transparency of the process and say to me akosu ye. Yet ye friend say Electoral Commission Banadini Bakwa Kasa
on the director of
Bano
Bill, yes, Benjamin Bano Bill.
Yes, yet no
former Ashanti Regional Director.
Nkoma Odieno appointed to some critical issues. One, and it said very important. Say by 5 p.m. 95% of all police stations out of how many 40,000 plus 95% of it a close suppose that means it's within that period sorting estate for several of them counting crayfriars here and then he emphasized the point to say results will be declared a polling station hono and a center hono and one a woman so be declared so that any sekoba say sunsunie bia ebeda de omanfo akan ene de omo so te Electoral Commission office no pay mu aka ama omanfo ate eti wo mu nsi abotre na omo hwe se obia ebedi no dwuma afenchem ama na koyi ebi na menu yi kan earlier no se wanye careful na ye wadwene se abrewe na abetu hire bebo powder na wo bebo se ni ade se wawi a wanhwe ya na wadu dokono kwa anhwe ya wanya chinam ne mekobi amfa mboso tisi abotre na ye nkan aba no ye kan aba ni nyina na ye kan nyina afo ano a aferi ehunu de wodi nkunimu ha de wodi ntwo ha na ya kan national grid ni nyina aboa no na ma ehunu sidi siko meji se de sabre we de ye be poa we sa ye beta friends am no ne ahwese de besi akọ
meda se prof ye share ye be to aso na ya pick updates kakra na ya share but minim say Raf too early though, but make okay session, the first session
yes.
I was telling you say Ashanti region and here I beat me an independent candidate winning. Information free no febano. You confirm is a independent candidate now, but it looks like okay from Pong. Ebe hadrin.
In fact, because of the person in question, Andy Apiakobi, and then me personally, the way I'm a penasem for his honesty and objectivity. I'm a wababe even a target for the NPP themselves, because of almost feel he or can't asem no said yet. Tiadian no I can't say yet. Yeah, internally. On suddenly support kese from on one kasan even ni on or more mufele enka on lose. And I feel all dealing with a parliamentary candidate or physical or visible things are why man for to me pointed to or see mosque see in the project A22 so near and it looks like and yes or just towards the election, he's been doing it for a very long time, and they feel say also a more rewarding for the investment in that, including Salt FM and you know why or honor. Unfortunately for the man, Andy Apiakobi, you are fighting on two angles. Internally, people are more happy with you because you seem to have an objective view over issues. I said, on you're too partisan, and then. Who deal with a very formidable opponent. Mind you, NDC figures and so on. If you look at a honum so and also near bad when it comes to Asante Achem North. Because in 2020, if you look at the parliamentary, NDC a pulley about 14,000. And NDC, Andy Apiakobi pulley 63, a pulley 25,000. That's MPP. That's MPP 25,009, and NDC here 14,123. Now, the very moment the independent person comes in,
87.9 Kumasi.
he creates a certain problem. Mind you, in 2016, Oko 2012, one independent BPM, one no need as a enyano. On PM, no budget 28.05% of the vote. That was 2012. Asante Achim North. That was MINDC 28.31% of the votes. NINPP 43.64%. Now, in 2016, Ebra enya no influence call from no Okonya 6.28%. NDC still now maintaining 29.46%, and NPP shooting call 64.25%. In 2020, independent nama into a direct NPP NDC, which was 63.91% for NPP and 36.09% for NDC. Now the independent factor comes back again. First one no enyan, what the enyan to papa yi ho a wo say wo dey
okay frimpon
now okay frimpon ni mu odu chen enyan no. Should NDC maintain that level 36% wo ho, which hover around 29, 28, 36% wo ho no, what that, because NDC votes and no crowd say likely says obey some of the NDC votes no. And that's how papa.
Yeah,
now that means that very, very dangerous for Andy Appiah could be if the trend continues like that. But having said that, still yenya abotre.
Yes.
Yenya abotre. For me, this constituency, until the last vote drops, and I be mathematically impossible, will be yenya abotre.
Because me Andy Appiah could be nkoma idi wa ha when he to start here na pick war constituency. Okache say okay frimpon I naive in politics.
87.9
na danu drew ha. No, but chance politics and fadi dini street is only here in here. You know, how politics is done in the country. Yeah, share the Ralph can you share how
I would think a Ralph bit me my presidential so how those outcomes no affect the presidential so yeah how we sustain.
Okay, into Ralph yeah share what the share no my na minko kuma umra na hese de kuma esi etie Solomon Boama ewo Kumawu constituency. So bibi aboko de yada yami ase ade ade akoso ewo Kumawu constituency na so far ene ma te saying
Kumawu constituency the much I can say if you know I can say I have bro I have boko I have go kiki biya you know so we are done in the man the ready up to coalition and sabe you know dia mensa aka metwe ade amam so why ready hello
Akoma FM
Miriam Itio pa Mamintio
yes we call papas Kumawu papas polling station na say ena abato no isi ekoye papa say MPP papa say number 2 presidential MPP
379
yes NDC 66.
Okay. Me also pa with you.
Then Cheddar
3. Okay.
Single number. Boom. 1. Single number 1. Alan. Martin. 1. Most of the parties very. Papa say number 2.
Akoma FM 87.9.
Enti what we on ho?
The culture we
They say we prepare to collation center, right?
Yeah, but the Rebecca and Paris have reversed now. Then can be a message that the China among the population in town that will head there. It is really adaptations in the air condition. Now, as I know, they could have come president mission and also reverse the Kanoa. What I have and so the development energy from
all right. Are you ready? Are you ready for my?
Are you ready? Kumaru Federation MPP 357. DCPP 1. Boom 0. NDP 0. CPP 0. NDC 109. Baby Akon, with my 5. Baby Akunya 5.
Nana Kwame Baby Akunya 5.
Yeah, Kwame Baby Akunya 5. I want to match it by 1. And you know, rejected ballot 3. The amount of details that was were ready. It is not Kumaru 20. So, I'm sure I do not have parliamentary now. MPP in 365.
Akoma FM 87.9
And NDC, Figano, 68. Now, the vote area 5.
Matiminia, Medase, no a Kumawu constituency, and no. And CCI was share said ye, and you must see Conwa. Okay, we say, can you give us a Chuman will be just south? The Electoral. In fact, North Crown, so the independent, yes, North also independent candidates, Ima, Obia, also, I'm saying discussion me and shut down from Mamu. Yes, auntie, be quite share on Sonia, her said, and Yama AC, I never see it at your na, you see, no, I 2 issues, any beshe. Na Prof. Kase presidential no ewo asante achim north if we are about share and command need about the smaller political parties influence yes na mabusa say the otete no 1% then right establish say obinya 1.25% abano itimi ko run off
1.25
yes yes, Ama, that was 2000. It was 2008. In fact, for 2000 crowd year, it was around 1.4%. It was Edward Mahama. And when we added three yes, you come in about 3%. Nti you have heard so say results we are disappointed in especially those that you projected and compare no. How far? Ralph,
so since 2000, the NPP, presidential NPP na are winning now there's a gap. For now, a gap now say we interested in. 2000 NPP pulled 86.67% of the votes, from the as against 11.31 by NDC. Now about 2004, 76.78%. Reduce. Now NPP NDC corner in 22%. Okay. In 2008, NPP saw a bar down 74.55%. Almost a decrease. Okay. And NDC saw improve equal 24.34%. That was anti-Achim. In 2012, NPP SI decreased from 74.55% about 67%. Okay. 67.47%. And NDC assign increase from 24.34% to 31.74%.
Okay.
In 2016, NDC now omo decrease ba MPP decrease ba, but in 2016 omo improve ko 71.91%.
That's when they came to power.
That's when they came to power in 2016. Okay. And the NDC drop it from 31.74 to 27.31. And year 2016.
2016.
Yes.
20
for presidential. 70 it was 71.91% of the votes.
Meaning the candidate
yes, candidate Akufo-Addo.
In 2016.
Yes.
Oh yeah, 70%.
Yes, 71.91%.
And House Social. This one will be Andy Apia-Kubi.
In terms of it
was 64 point.
Yeah, 65. Yeah.
So skirt and blast in terms of how they voted. No.
But what about 2020? NPP sabe dropping to 69.78%,
and it was a KG election for the MPP. It was difficult. Name more than power. Even at the national level, the 2020 elections, all they mentioned. So this is telling us a story. There's a possibility, say trending out for me, but say nationally a certain way about affect way. So.
Yes, but there's been only 2 times a trend in assessment, but it has always been consistent.
Decreasing.
Yeah. Only 20
when
they won no, and
the first term.
Yes. In fact, the periods they won, 2008 NPP were winning. And no crime still now there was still a decrease.
Yeah, but so what you see is that while Rebecca said the NDC is not doing in entirety of Asante, but Opeki votes to me they are also a lot of
improve because in 2020 they moved from 27.31% about 29.60%. But the highest they have done the 31.74%,
which was which year?
Which was 2012.
And 2012 the NDC was in power.
In power. But since about 27%,
it bet to me anecdotally, no. You bet to me, you bet how the NDC is improving in percentage margin at the presidential level in Asante to tell a story.
Yes, absolutely.
To be able to tell a story, what can?
Yes, I think we can establish that. It is a reason why so parliamentary now a very interesting when the independent factor that comes into the equation. So anymore, different. Because the very moment the independent factor ne bema or yes strong no.
No akote 8%
so reduce it because back no ma NPP nya 48%.
Right.
And I say na Andy appears we be share a very formidable independent candidate. E likely say once again obesa draw votes ni be the front. And that is why Emma Hono yes say seat bi betimi afole independent bi betimi one of the areas I will betimi ahwe. Unfortunately, Andy Hono.
Yes,
but I still share your sentiment. It says
absolutely.
Because of the fact to say, even though you share trend so far, the trend is nature say it reduces percentage margin, but still the MPP wins the election.
Yes,
into how it pans out.
Okay, I see. But Prof, I turnout my share turnout no dear no na. Me musa say turnout.
ECC massive.
Yeah.
Yes. Or say a massive. Or say a massive power. Now, so the question I say, I want to say massive, based on data you more receive. It go to me share the data with us at Kedi Power. Me who say polling station A or constituency A, constituency B, C. This turnout with a population of this and that. So far, I think say what the EC is still even giving to us now quite anecdotal. Dibia yen to me and so much and fan casem. Even though woman ye didn't come on, I think say facts and figures. Oh, they mention to buttress it. The difference in say woman be polling stations nibimu. Woman be keka because of that I'm pressure. A polling center so said you no enra no it ebia ward no say wokɔ polling station A ɛnra ɛkɔto aba ɛnɛ wokɔ yɛ a wokɔto aba no wohunu dɔm yu te sɛ deɛ na naano wokɔ yɛ no wokɔto yɛ ntina bi a ɛyɛ voter apathy deɛ ɔpa kyerɛ ne sɛ nte saa deɛ kyerɛ ne sɛ ɛsiane sɛ ɔmode polling centers no bi bɛka ho ebiebie bi mu no nti no ɛma adeɛ no ɛkɔ ntɛm waano ɛti na woahunu sɛ nipa abɔ kyenkuo anaa dɔm egu ɛbea hɔ a wɔto aba sɛdeɛ wohunu no nnura no but the other dynamic is also true sɛ nkɔfoɔ bi nso bɛ sɛ ɔmo nsa no a those areas no bɛ sɛ ɔmo nsa no dɔm no bɛgye twi akɔto areas nso ebi ɔmo bɛ sɛ ɔmo si aban a ɔte sɔ so no ɔmo bɛtumi agye twi akɔto aba no ba ne nyinaa no nkɔmɔ no ɛbɛwie pɛ yɛ a kyesi ehunu sɛdeɛ mfoni no esi akɔ wie based on data nkasa hard scientific data a ɛkyerɛ sɛ nipa duo no ɛne aduasa na ɛkɔ ha ɛne ha na yɛka bɔ mu a yɛde totototo ɛnuradeɛ a yɛkɔto yɛ ho based on population size a ebia there's been apathy anaasɛ nkɔfoɔ ankɔ akɔto aba no ɛsiane sɛ ebia no mu ani nyeyɛ anaasɛ biribi ɛsanka wiem ɛma wɔn so ahokeka sɛ ɔde kɔto aba no ama wankɔto aba but you see voter party yɛn nyinaa nim deɛ de ba baako ne sɛ nkɔfoɔ a wɔyɛ temamufoɔ a wɔkɔto aba no wahotɔsoɔ no wawerɛ hyɛ mu a ɛwɔ amanyɔsɛm a ɛkyekyere ɔman no hyɛberɛ no sɛ ɛkɔ fam a saa ɔmanfoɔ no ɛyɛ a na wɔn ahokeka a ɛwɔ hɔ sɛ wɔde kɔto aba no ɛso te that is 1 2 aban no ankasa a wɔte adwa soɔ no mmeammea ahodoɔ a ɛsɛ wɔto ababa no sɛ saa mmeammea ahodoɔ nipa ɛwɔ hɔ no sisi sɛ aban no mmɔdemmɔ anso wɔ ani a ɛduru baabi nso a wɔn nkɔ nkɔto aba dɛ mekyerɛ no sɛnti ne sɛ wohwɛ asante region kora for example a wɔn no aba no ɔnkɔto ma ndc nanso ɛnya adeɛ ɔkɔ akɔtoɔ na ɛsɛ wada ne dɛm wapɛ ne baabi agye na home it no we need to measure it scientifically based on data no a ɛbɛyi ne tie ɛbɛkyerɛ it no yɛntumi ɛngye owura aba no bio conclusion no sɛ ɛyɛ strictly empirical kyi so ama facts and figures wote aseɛ ɛsɛ verify facts and figures no me ehunu say aha ene ha nipa say ne koy ka ni nyina bomu a edom dodo no akoto aba eche 4 years ago what you say even based on population margin they can all those dynamics ni nyina se sa de ni ho a yentumi ensom twetwe emfa ni nkomo mu odensa
right for higher Akoma 87.9 FM you go so the coverage of the 2024 elections in Gusaya Ebra. You share how results are started here bank crack from various polling stations, and they said the Nema ACT. Oh, I also was for Gondia. I said the Prof. Canon. The results in be a free hub and a year too early to.
But Okabibi on the coalition centers, yes, which is very critical. Because they will say, Yenya Asumje large, relatively, and I say in a collective sense, you know, you're going to say. When you can see a BNC, even though we have had pockets of violence, and I say how kakra obi crew any idea. But don't say instructions say you free or coalition center biano, you free or why and corner, a sen cofotina superior. Oh, it do sabri we are having uncophobi, the pabonphobi kobo chenko koye the deni adeni, adeni kind of polling stations in now. But you say MPP and DC for our Mangasansu coalition centers. Woman your Italian. Yɛn hwɛ deɛ ɛbɛfiri yi si akakye nso aba ɔmo to ho a megye di sɛ dwumadie no kɔɔtɔɔ ten a ɛsɛ ne nyinaa yɛpɛ deɛ sii ɛwɔ polling centers no ɛne yɛka ne nyinaa aboa no ɛti sɛ wo agent bi nkɔgye ademudeɛ wɔ baabi ɛnkɔyɛ ka ne sikyi bi ɛnkɔsan adeɛ ni so ɔsan bi a na biribiara yɛ fenkyɛn mu a megye di sɛ data no a wobɛ compute wobɛ add together no ɛsɛ ne yi si deɛ no yɛpɛ iti ebe enforce the transparent process no ama bibi akọ so wano I am of the view say emo bia nkobo chenku say the opinion ne kan owura ba no bi o kan no enkobo chenku wo e fa ne say coalition center bia na yema party agents wa yama wo mo kwan so mu to anamon ene pressmen na wo mo kwan say wo mu twamfo ni ma yehunu opa wo mo to awia eto dwumadi e koso no so ma yehunu bi no sankofo ye ya ma ho kwan ne observers no ya ma mu ni dwuma na bibia anye fefefe na ehɔ no ankoye beja na ankofa ha obi amfa mro bia anyway
I'm so for ye hwɛ na yɛbɛkɔ yɛ anim abusuafo ha yɛ akoma 87.9 FM yɛgu so nkyɛ yɛbɛsan akɔ back to your reporters na yɛapeke how nneɛma ɛsiti wɔ hɔ. Still, this is your election command center. Yɛgu so yɛde the coverage ɛde brɛ. They say bi yɛduru deɛ results na ɛba. Your reporters amugu so ɔmoma yɛ provisional one. Yeah.
Okay, because EC be restore power ɛwɔ areas a kan na EC ɔmo yɛ ECG for.
Ebiana Gina ma.
Sao.
87.9.
Almost ɔmo yɛ kan adwuma ka ho ana.
Ebiana ɔmo ECG no kana.
Sao from above no ebi na EC. Adenti na ɛsɛ electoral commission ɛfrɛ ECG for mpanimfo a mo bia yɛdum kanea. Anaso ɔmo get involved before saa mpanimfo bɛ hunu sɛ sebi yɛto aba yɛdu brɛ sɛ kan kɔfo ani abere. Eni sɛ kan yɛdum nti no mpanimfo a wɔ saa akakye no bia wɔn ɛkan a ɛdum no iti sɛ bi wɔn nim sɛ ɔmo yɛ biribi asɛm wɔ ne kan kan na nso gya wɔbɛn dɛ ahwɛ a wɔka no bebree ano wano akɔfɔ akankasa nso ne mu nti ebɛgya no hɔ saa.
But Ralph, Mami Musa said, "Oshe in the process before getting to this stage, he said, "Them say Ubia no akwa kwasheni them, all the political parties because in the process I need to abano. Now we press briefing, we see any there accusations, counter accusations from each political parties and nearby. You see, I know Ubia akwa kwasheni them because it's time for coalition. Ubia any there." Nti said yeah. At a point, it is NDC for started some more trendy. Switch on your body cameras. You need to say another approach almost so adopt here because according to almost sources
find out. Yeah, in the end, finding out say almost some body cameras. Just some small.
Once of activities that hashtag
it started from I think
Omane Boama started but we share press engagement on my year so far. They see what of young boy na 76 ballots a dummy ones nibia and a one. That is what Basse and a dummy ones nibia and a one. But now the okay, so yes, papa. And this one is Uncle Famra. Normally, if you know much how first time voters be trouble. Unfortunately, I find no den any chere ground so be a omo trouble.
Ada ye to aba no. Ai. Ekura no. How they coach nkofo.
Ai, or they coach first time voters some fan trouble.
Explanation this by said the boy no mentally.
Yeah. That is what I know they akodi pose for some there. You bet my establishing later on. But how are political parties are comporting in the process to this stage? Ralph?
It's all about party interest, partisan politics. That's how I've seen these press conferences somewhere, and this is why I make answer. Normally, see, NPP bano omo dia na omo aka asem na mena akwa yese. Problems ni from NDC side neighbor. No omo no aka omo no atum on their side. NDC so there ya. No more painting the picture. So problems and the challenges it's coming from NPP. For me, and on the year be challenging. Meaning whether we can get to a certain point of honesty, integrity, objectivity. Say, ujina hono oka. The ono I omninkofaya enyen wa condemn. What discourage you will be omanfo from doing that. The way enyen no so no waka about it. But ni na kwa say that's why young politics it's all about partisan interest and yet the interest of the nation. See, omo press conference. Send this banner and say, oh, omo ba be counter way what kind of that.
At a point, even the opponent, it will delay because or say or train my way now honestly she said the idea about that's how
and basana because see there have been neoma NPP aya condemn number
okay
and the equally there have been neoma so NDC so aya condemn number but unyas these two parties say obi gina ho na bia wa condemn the ye ono ne nkrofo aye na bia wa discourage subsequent actions like that but obi aba na or projecting the party interest. Meaning that sana politics ni ye ne dey be a prof bit me educate.
Right.
But we must get to a certain point of objectivity.
My uncle Santi Achim Hobio, by this time your class Santi Achim Central. Na me nana ye boa eni nkomo. Nana.
Uni amitiyo.
Na pomboko de.
Oba de na daroma.
Ede na ko so far mo collect ni nyina wi ana say muguso amoje results one after the other.
So far there. The charge police station result na. Ma be tie eye Asante Akim Central. Fourth hall. And at the see ma be butua. Say police station officers no. Omo be submit result ni Catherine Jama East in officer. Ewo Asante Akim South Union.
Inti ma ozo okita bi.
Say the mikita council hall.
Okay.
Kononga Asante Akim South Council hall. Mene o kase ni plan na watanka timi ebe to aba ewo Asante Akim South Council hall. Onipa no maako ahansia ne aduanan baako 641 ana wote ko mutumi ebe to aba na mene o kase oba ne kenka nipa na tumi aba abeto aba no 347 mene o kase wo mu etumi eto aba ewo Asante Akim Central Council hall na wo mu dodo na na entumi ama ameto aba no eho no yere presidency ana NPP amone ko no mano ahenu ne aduasa baako 231 na NPP amone ko no enya so na NDC amone ko no so enya mano aduokono ensia 96 new force enya enum Alan enya miensa boom enko enya baako so na TPP enko enya mienu rejected ye say ye maako enkro ewo council wa ewo Asante Akim Central Konongo na sabri ye no na ye parliamentary na ye parliamentary no dia NPP parliamentary no ewo council hall NPP enya emano wahane aduosian baako 161 so na NDC amole ko no enya aduoso enkono 79 JSP Ghana Freedom Party enya miensa independent wono so atwiniti lawyer eduda ko enso enya emano waha ene baako ewo council hall ewo Asante Akim Central Konongo mene fanim ye tuaso dia na medemo ko Asante Akim Central Methodist Church Konongo Methodist Church hono NPP amone ko no enya emano ediwachi ensia na NPP enyai eno aye for parliamentary NDC enya emano edu enson parliamentary ewo Asante Akim Central Methodist Church independent enya 42 JSP enya 1 eno aye parliamentary so ewo Methodist Church services wa and of course so and presidential NPP enya mano waha ene edu yensa new force enya baako Aran enya baako NDC enya emano ediasa ewo Asante Akim Central Methodist Church na ehono ni padodo na wose etumi eto aba ewo Methodist Church ne ahenu ne aduanan baako 241 and that was etumi eto aba ewo sa police station eho area miguso mede Asante Akim Central eho enka bona na ema yesiefo yesa ya de ani atwe Oxford International School eho no police station centers no efoye ahodo mienu 1 and 2 eno tino eho no yensasie free presidential Asante Akim Central Konongo Oxford International School yensasie e de free 1 nipa na wose etumi etu aba ewo Oxford International hono so na etu aba ewo International 1 351 nipa etumi ebeto aba no 224 na ehon so no ohia dodo kakra ekafi a wo mantumi ama ameto aba no NPP amayoko no enya wahane aduanan enan 141 NDC amayoko no enya adusia enson 67 saa nso so ɛna ɛyɛ Ghana Freedom Party enya mmiɛnsa ɛwɔ hɔ saa nso so ɛna ɛyɛ the new force nso enya mmienu ɛwɔ ɛyɛ Oxford International ɛwɔ Asante Akyem Central Konongo Petua no ɛso yɛn ɛyɛ Oxford.
Oh, okay. I see. And you say, Luminia, why we share maybe a resource started Banua. I mean, collation center, no. Bet me check a cry. I mean, some of the call collation center, no.
So far, there, Luminia, you better have you pa. It's say, say, and easy, what's an affair? Or by Abaji, a year, police station officers, no. One more encounter in when you point out here, and it's really a fantastic center there. And then you better pa. You better come beyond so Yama, and then my CFO after afternoon and pass.
Mini Amedase, Mamena, thank you very much. Therefore, I know you Asante Akyem Central there. And on our Facebook page, what you are seeing now, you see a fax machines are the National Collation Center. Ralph, this is the situation at the National Collation Center. This is it. Yes, fax machines. No, results.
Are there fast here back could be for each region?
Yes,
now the fast machine.
No, you see what they want to do is that say
printers so I am
me sure say region biano I was say you confirm from I was say confirm me from origin yentimi fa nyina mum baako nti that is good that's what I'm saying yes
so mo bibi etwa gu hana na initially kay strong room no as say yes
nti we know
as part of the electoral reforms there's a strong room in the
like I said ma me no betena say obetena this side we have for journey live on Facebook page we collation National Collation Center how I don't know na can I say they can have a strong room na same bibre say omujue na ebedru region we are na region so no as certify na eko
but it's in a parliamentary India
no they are the constituency level they we I don't think ebinumo hu omo
I picking crime
omo de no as so far
because omo agents no ho
yes so papa na omo ko yes
omo reporting.
But so far, I think we'll start getting a clearer picture from Omo.
Around 9.
And
you're sure say by 9, no?
Sure.
I take a ship. I don't know. Results in the
top. AC baby.
I'm more by 12 years now parliamentary.
Not
AC baby.
But I want to say no F pa because I bet boy my young parliament say the BC.
Hona say we be to me honorable worry.
Oh yeah.
Honorable. Me say worry.
Yeah.
Because honey be who say. But I'm waiting for the day I vote and Ashanti can be to me done
Sir, says a prof.
Oh, Senka to me call. No I could dincho, not for fraba. Wait you to me once obey we near BP Prime Minister now we near you. Few areas in Ashanti region, I'm so offensive about Kusi, Meboa.
Offense so
this NDC, I've forgotten his name. This fair guy was in
Offensive Lucy.
Is it called
yes, Kokono.
Collins in Timana, everyone's name.
Kokosa, I'm referring to
Dauda
also one of them.
Yeah, I think.
One then we had one
offensive
87.9.
Okay. Oh no, I know me aminipa me amai. Oh. Ahmed Banda that is what was the name? Or the Bandamum. Or the Banda the former member of parliament. Oh, mumwa me wa na. Let me pass you no. Meneno konto kwa kakra. That na me time from offense na me say ja fire na twa bi ye na yi
because the reality is that
Abdallah Banda.
Yeah, competitive.
Yeah.
Because yes ya so be wini
yes
na so no did mu sa no wini no akotena wa semfie na
Ben Abdallah
wa semfie watch but unya competition within the region eboa be region muma more competitive. And I'm also hoping Sebra cosmopolitan so beboa she Kumasi so she trend no kumewuni ade no ye wuni say trend in terms of voting a short an averagely there but ye hwe Kumasi ne na kache kakra no ye hwe say the vote ni sikoye oh and so boy am you the dynamic how we are changing to got na 4 doors so na ye futu frani.
But I think that Osha Kumasi a greater Kumasi resource no call the away to know you see clear difference.
Well, said demographics nature the more cosmopolitan the place, the likely say there will be in terms of some trend or dynamics in the resource. Ahano greater Accra. Now you have different people
sure.
And I settle on them to greater Accra seat. Every seat, a lot of the seats they are very, very competitive.
Okay, mamen call call Central Region. Na yenim komo ho. Ato kwamena ewo second D. Minia
Akoma FM 87.
Yes, but don't get into the power higher second D 2020.
Okay, Western region rather. All right.
Yes.
Western region.
Second D 2020 in the Western region.
Yeah. Number two, I want to say, I mean, more to me, results not to me about near my take shape. Come on.
At the moment, there were a coalition center. I hope to make a fan to for that.
Yeah, okay, pa. This
is the regional coalition center. Was a constituency. Returning officer, no put down polling station after polling station. Walk cross check numbers to no boom. At the moment, that numbers in the boom. Now we want certify or yet results for this particular constituency. But historically, secondary constituency has been one NPP, the New Patriotic Party, will dominate over a very long period of time. In fact, sitting MP at the moment, Honorable Lawyer Japan Mesa, until the third term. But so far, the results that have come in, the data and it does not look good for the NPP on both fronts, both on the parliamentary front and the presidential front. In fact, President Mahama is beating Dr. Bawumia in almost every constituency. Or just outliers who could be and they don't want the NPP take lead, and this applies to both parliamentary and presidential. But like I mentioned, since the coalition setup, so we are just waiting for the data to be certified by the Electoral Commission. But at the moment, with me, a lawyer, Amma Nyamike, NDC parliamentary candidate, he's in very high spirit because according to him, data will collect from NDC, non-collection center, looks good for them. Our mention so quickly. Honorable Akoma here from Kumasi. They would have been and the other Serbia, I'm Africa there, Yabre is the same. From data, we'll start our own collection center. What does it tell you?
Oh, it tells us that we won out of 91 polling stations, we only lost 4. So that means we won 87 polling stations out of 91. So it's a total wipe out.
And what are the margins like?
Oh, the margins were like
87.9
between 30 and 100. And the ones that I lost, the margins were 24 and then I think 6. So I had below 10, 3 and then 1 24.
I see. And or apply to AWU on the parliamentary level and to President Mahama. Is that the case?
The same police station that I won, he won.
The ones that I lost, as far as they're concerned, NDC, any presidential or parliamentary in second year. For the first time, how's the feeling like?
Feeling like
87.9.
I can't rejoice so much. I owe the people of Secondary a whole lot of gratitude. To be honest, they have bagged me. They have shown faith in me, great faith. They did everything to prove to the promisor that we don't want you anymore. All that we want is lawyer blade.
It's as simple as ABC, and that's it. I think, and see, Honorable Yada City. So, John, no, that was candidate for the NDC.
Okay, so Minia Atokamena, Mami Musa this question say Oshadi Ecoso second year. Now Infonia HR about the region na I mean idea betting affected the entire region as we are speaking because of the resource every secondary constituency Edia Bay.
Yes, Minya Inya the full reports of all the other constituencies our western region and but if you consider the constituency secondary or yet a particularly huge stronghold of the NPP, and that's a David Dementia, it has a signal. In fact, from the last two elections, especially the last election, meant to David to the Etikado Kitchen, the advent of Dr. Grace, Ayin Sudanpa, Howard, it's not Pina Richard. Be the only constituency if a shot is going to happen what happened from. But interestingly, the numbers there, I'm yet to go in there and see how it is going. But to come from secondary are a huge shocker. Huge shocker. First of all, for Western region, Obia the politics on elections and nationally, because like I mentioned, for the last 28 years, these two have been killed.
Yes, I mean, you look at the numbers. I mean, you look at the numbers. I mean, a bit surprising. What is at the NSC? I mean, I don't know if say a turnout maybe affected because NDC folk or two more than the NPP, or I mean, not a idea, not a bobana from what you've read from the constituency. I mean, it's we hear numbers now, a bit surprising.
Yes, no question yet. Some constituencies, especially strongholds of Oye NPP or Western Region Hano, Pina are complaining that it looks like a take one for granted. And in the Western Region, one particular region will contribute massively so far as national GDP. We are concerned. Oil gas gold used to be timber waha as a say. But a massive complaint the Ebanahi close in this area into development of WPM one star in southern Canada. In fact, that was the reason why last election, for instance, for Dr. Grace took on Howard because now these NDC parliamentary candidates work them out. They try to undertake certain developmental projects and that is how they are able to ginger their counterparts in the NPP into more or less and the NPP full able it sends a certain signal that into Obotuma. So why were you waiting for somebody else to start it before you come in to do it? You get the point. So now the people began to feel that they deserve more. Like once when you're there, In fact, in the case of Lawyer Blaine, like Etudo Orecan, he's a people's person. Like on the street, he relates with everybody. And he does that. So it looks like Gimpano identified more with him, and they had begun to see other lawyers as quote unquote the elite politicians. And stuff like that.
Right.
Surprising. So yes, surprising to you.
Meda say Atokamena, thank you very much. But before say yebeba ne abehye yaye studio na yedi nkomo kakra no mse na now say asare ewo interest ewo ho yes nti ma menkwa ama no so ma menkọ Richard Adumanu ho ewo Brekum East eho eye Bono region right Rich
yeah me
say eho ye Bono region
yeah, Brown region, they come East constituency.
And then what is the history? I mean, my seat, your seat, Bayer, a seat, NDC seat, and an MPP seat, and what is happening at the moment?
Yeah, that's me. I got over Brekum East constituency for the past 24 years. A seat, I seat, I'm a MPP for those 24 years. I have been for now. Always to get the numbers, and then I have to be about. You see, I need before as the community to be here, jubilation, jubilation, You bet me I unconfirmed there. The figures numbers of people have to say, Other Sima and Pabin Channel, Mama, and this American will become Istiano, Apuniano. Let me up on home model for the first time in 24 years, no. Or yeah, Apuniano, every improvement member of parliament, nursing for kitchen, or no, for the first time, all Babette was 24 years. Apunye kuta gipi no ono na first ababa the first 4 years no the year ye kase no one ra to nyan me fini some dey ultimoso ote pepe ote enyoma e ka so to be for montation e NDC for in the super plaza e ka se princess candidate presidential candidate NDC others ma fa be ni go ko e no mo tutu and I'm going to Montesu book like here moto. They do Montesu at the make us say, I no idea. Oh, the good stadium and figure secretary. No, I said, oh, the good east and west. You know, Akoma ya dane. We no. And this Americano, unconfirmed. But yet, cano, ya dane MPP and some Oko the good east west. And also MPP near Kutema there 12 years to me. And we are sure that I done it. That's each didn't there 24 years. And then we talk to then I get up on it there. You don't see the Akonyano area I've done it to east and west. I am there. I'm the end this American editor for part of Muslim Montesona or Muki. They say, Nanso, Electoral Commission, I say, and I think I buy a tree on a form about something in the Corporation Center. Nearby modern Corporation Center and send a jubilation economy. Yes, after paper and after Senate, the figure farming to farming a year to say 100 years. Constituency Center via the NDC and let me after one polling center and the MBB candidate parliament to find name. So, after the opening now, there NDC and most me Akoma now with massive margin so over to a year figure because massive margin amount for so about your mother say Akoma Danino. This time to be before over to a quantum power now so boss MBP say one boss of Bayana when me and your man put you on man for now so all the joint in Kunku Bono office over and and a man for never now and make me I have one Casadima and this and the phone with Jama Weathers, my father, and you have a project of this man, Komano, a bridge about one, man, Casate, MBP completed business at the quality amount for the Biabas Walker, and they all about data. Financial can the women and this, or modern subject, or very hard with their mama, and my car better to the man, Banana, room, effort job was, I want to offer. At this point, for more than 1 year, I can have the foreign project, or senior Baba moment. Let's not at
Okay. Right. Miniam, I'm in for we see her. You show her. Let me see your number of seats at a war. By show her. Young coffin so south. Now, me results are. Kwame boy, what push your idea? Hey, officers out and I have no. Visit our constituency. I, Mammy, go home, Radam, no come here, Bueno, go. Come results are there by a offense so South constituency.
Sure.
Na, okay, fire come now. Be me, fire come now. You share numbers, no. You are maybe some. Areas I wouldn't be areas are a year. Per the records are a year MPP strong areas and I say already a NDC strong areas and results shouldn't be a surprise to us.
Well, so results now with the Abano. I just say yes, surprise because Osha offensive South constituency. You look at highway so into 200 also a bit to say Kaira and Susu and Sakam. No kwasa me say about o mutu na no dodo na na ya na Akoma and this and Yokono enti e ho say we results na ifri we ba na and say that here surprising baby because no do amafo mpie ameto aba no bebrebe na so no kakra na mutu e ba police centers ahodo on beto ma e wo sense to all them go na no omo no dodo na Akoma NDC enti sɛ wohwɛ baabi te sɛ aduana CNDA ɛhɔ no sɛ no mɛka sɛ nnipa a nanka yɛsɛte ɔmo sɛ ɔmbɛto aba no na ɔmo yɛ 344 NPP presidential ɔmo enya 274 NDC 57 ɛna wohwɛ new force a ɔmo nya 2 ɛna rejected no ɛyɛ 8 na parliamentary no
ɛsɛ hɔ no Alan anya bi right
na kwasɛm yɛ sure ɔyɛ Alan anya bi na ɛhɔ no adeɛ baako a ɔmo yɛ ne sɛ do NPP etumi nya ɛhɔ no kakra no na deɛ tɛn sɛ over parliamentary na NDC no ɛhɔ no yɛ shocking kakra because NDC 284 NPP 55 ɛna rejected no ɛyɛ 5
ɛsɛ to skirt and blouse hɔ
sure ɛhɔ no ɔmo yɛ no skirt and blouse
ɔmo tɔma John Dramani Mahama ɛna ɔmo to parliamentary na ma Isaac Yawopo
NDC no deɛ tɛn nie NPP no presidential no ɔmo nya 274
okay
NDC 57
okay
new force 2 ɛna rejected 8
okay
na parliamentary no ɛna ɔmo sisa ɔmo nsa no kakra NDC 284 na NDC no ɛyɛ yɛwura Vincent Asarbedi akɔ ɛna ɛyɛ parliamentary candidate for Offensive South ɛna NPP yɛwura Isaac Yawopo ɛna ɛyɛ incumbent MP but anadwo yɛ ɛhɛ deɛ dɔkɔ onye 55 ɛna rejected no yɛ 5 aduana CNP shall be àwọn nso voters no na yɛ expect 506 na ɔmo a mo to ɔba no ɛyɛ 342 presidential NPP ɔmo enya 62 NDC 267 ɛna GCPP ɔmo nya 1 na sɛ yɛn deɛ kyɛn sɛ ɛhɔ no parliamentary no na kwasɛm no sɛ ɔmo ti late paa ɛhɔ no parliamentary no ɔmo anka ne ntɛm nti ɛnam sɛ na results no yɛpɛ dodo nti no yɛfiri hɔ ɛba baabi te sɛ agyinasusu na agyinasusu no CMB hyɛ A registered no na ɔmo yɛ 714 na ɔmo a mo to ɔba no ɛyɛ 488 presidential NPP ɔmo nya 106 NDC 369 rejected 9 ɛna parliamentary no NPP parliamentary candidate 103 NDC 378 rejected 7 now Kaira MA Junior High School 1A registered 379 total vote cast 265 presidential results NPP 108 NDC 137 CPP 2 and are rejected 4 na ɛhɔ no parliamentary no deɛ kɔɛ ni NPP yɛwura yaw Isaac Opoku 85 NDC different Asarbedi akɔ 179 ɛna kyerɛ ɛno so ɛkɔ nti ɛdɔn na wɔasɛm no sɛ saa ɛhɔ no deɛ dodoɔ naa no ɛkɔ ma NDC foɔ ɛna first big so ɛkɔ ma NPP foɔ nti esia no yaba coalition center ha yɛtwɛ sɛ ne nyinaa bɛba na wɔasɛm no sɛ wọ́n sọ Offensive South no constituency ni so paa na nkurɔfoɔ nketewa no so yɛ nkuro a ɛdɔɔso paa constituency no nti efe no ɔmo a ɔmo akyirikyiri paa no
wawase
no ɛnya medu yɛ
wawase bonyure ɛna hɔ no
ɛna wɔnkyi na mo ɛfɛ ɛwɔ no ɛkwa no wɔ paa
baako yɛ ɔmo kaa no tu a ebi tena bonnet so yi rapɔn mo sɛ rapɔn yɛ ama
rapɔn yɛ wɔbiagya nɔf
okay rapɔn yɛ wɔbiagya nɔf ɔn
sure rapɔn ka nti afei na yɛtwa results no from those areas no
na Kwame ayi offensive nɔf hɔ na ɛwɔ hɔ anaa hɔ nyinaa wotwa fa hɔ
no offensive nɔf somua na ɛwɔ offensive nɔf
ɔne somua na ɛwɔ hɔ ɔsɛ ɛkɔ offensive nɔf because ɔmo sɛ ɛhɔ no blinke offensive nɔf blinke a signal na ɛba no ɛyɛ signal a offensive nɔf signal no ɛyɛ signal a yɛbɛkɔ akɔhwɛ na adanse asokwa yɛkɔ akɔhwɛ hɔ signal no sɛ de sitiɛ adanse asokwa constituency na ɛkɔ akɔhwɛ keti amon hɔ yɛbɛkɔ nso akɔ akɔhwɛ deɛ ɛkɔ so hɔ nti ɛsɛ ha na wɔsɛ wotie na TV nso na wohwɛ a wobɛsɛ wohwɛ a wobɛhwɛ onua TV anaasɛ wobɛhyɛ TV3 na wotie radio deɛ a ɛyɛ Akoma 87.9 FM ɛma wo everything that ɛwɔ sɛ wote yɛde brɛ wo ɛwɔ ha
wohwɛ deɛ ɛkɔ no fundamentally no ɛkyerɛ trend bi kɔfoɔ no ɔmanfoɔ akɔto aba ɛna deɛ ɛwɔ mu akoma so no ɔmode no di nti yɛhwɛ megyiri sɛ mfoni no ɛmmɔ bɛyɛ 10 kɔ no na bebree no afɔm yi ama yɛhunu deɛ wɔnwi no MPs no koraa deɛ no bibɛtumi apue ama yɛhunu sɛdeɛ sitiɛ sɛdeɛ ade no si kɔ no trend bi fɔme nti meyɛ sure sɛ ɛmmɔ bɛyɛ 10 ne deɛ na yɛnya ayi no
right
some you know
Sami Jamfina also the dear NDC supporters, please don't start jubilating until your constituency results are duly collated and declared by the EC. Remain extra vigilant. Yeah, this is good. It's a good call.
This is good.
It's a good call because say any general you any free
and not only that, Abano always say after the air bebani adia. There's all tremia telling na.
Okay. Na yɛbɛkɔ yɛnim na ayi production yes yɛbɛhwɛ na yɛakɔ yɛnim na biribi akɔ so kamakama ɛde ama nti so far but offense so yes ebia the MP may retain the seat but obelusi votes offense so south.
Yes, but at least the story no you say MPP is dropping votes in its stronghold.
Yeah.
And when you say maybe MPP won so far small a polling stations here and I send the survey in an say MPP are dropping votes some way somehow. Sani no. It say the aggregate for the constituency I bet exactly the story. Also of course second no.
Yeah.
Oh, I almost spoke fancy.
Yeah.
But of course second no. Only say say historically na MPP. But it's going down. Osha voter MPP drop on the MPP NDC pick here. On also cause say possible say ebe make what is really happening in our other constituencies which is yet to be to be told and I say so be kan ho asem akire. It ye gu so ye kono ano ye be hunu picture bi whether say omanfo ye protest vote even against Akufo-Addo as against even ba me be hunu ni nyina embo be 10 kono ni ye hunu no picture no whether said you be win election no kra no obenya absolute majority and nyina be come out clearly for us.
Saraf,
yes,
so far mamintie we na share observation so far.
Basically from there 11 p.m. we should have a clearer picture. And you might be bringing us fly on social media. In fact, be bringing us send me na premature jubilation it will be
oh yeah no they are very
premature
important,
jubilation obi I may say experience should teach us that say until say official I don't know from official sources be no na a fly social media yes meaning say when it comes to constituencies they are
oh yeah
until they are able to know seats we are falling to say already seats are falling we are snatching seats we anyway no say air fly around and those ones you could even just with a call bet me I confirm because I know the regional national level be ansana who say na at the collation center you can have a clear picture but Mema obia enye premature ibia na wankowie no wankoye disappointed. We have seen this in the nation before. To obia exercise caution.
Mamenko ayi homra. Mamenko swame. Na me ne running common here swame. Said ye swame esi etie. Era what menka?
Hello, Mpacha me phone
Good. Mpacha my swame komo why?
Okay, so do I make you from Adona na ma pa de bi sambia. Akoma 87.9 FM. Ni on Facebook we na so don sabe die ya be swame die ni ha na ya be fie mu ewo collation center free man Methodist center no ewo swame na se die ni video bi ato so na se mo sha se die ni ti hono no ni time kra on betumi aya me ye wie enya asem ketua makoko
collation center ho
eno ye can I say agent ne
okay
party of port of so ha ebi so wa bebi so good ye bi ase e won training almost say the Bamako coalition room one man dey munya nhyase omugo sima wo say lawyer John Darko dey na mu de ma NPP amanekuo no ono wadi ka wa ha say NDC ni dey frank ewu frank awon dey nya baye e na APC ni so nya mai ba lawyer dey one ne nkofo aye krado e wo coalition room one ma wo mo e calculate ni ma bubo mu kura ansa na yisi e be hyase aye n'adwuma enti say John Sabre dey eni pa e ba no say aha no police stations ni 219 na me de mani so ho a budu na aba no enya nu da bia ye gusofi eni se ni power apa na so yenya nu da bia se na wo se ka wo hon ma na ka ni bi dem na mo ye mu niema na mo de abesen na mo ye mu niema na mo de abesen
all right
so won say some dey say John very tight for ha pa
all right
that dia e coalition ni wono budu wono ma please for ho immigration also to be and a previous for ho omo be butaw say oh come here
ai
so ka be awo kwa obe show accreditation
and sani am over
deserve say obe wura coalition mo no ma obe can't makameko enya de say mbam wo mu ho no
okay era ya da se pa my concrete na yemfa NDC press conference a wo mo ye ne se Sami Jamfi national communication officer for the party 87.9 me mfa no na into the oka
supporters of the party are supposed to accompany the EC officials together with the electoral materials, especially the ballot box, to various constituency coalition offices of the EC or coalition centers of the Electoral Commission. In all 276 constituencies, there are designated places as constituency coalition centers. That is the stage we have got into at the moment. This is where every Ghanaian, especially NDC supporters and sympathizers, must join our polling agents and observers and security teams to accompany EC officials with various ballot boxes and electoral materials to various EC constituency coalition centers. And so if you're listening to this address on behalf of our leader and father, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, on behalf of the incoming President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, make your way to your constituency coalition center. If you were at the polling station at the time of declaration, I'm sure you are by now following the ballot box and other electoral materials to the EC coalition center in your constituency, the constituency coalition center. If you are not at the polling station and you're hearing this message wherever you are in your constituency, this is the time for you to play your role. You have voted. Your votes have been counted and declared at the polling station. Now you have the responsibility to protect those votes. And so this new stage of constituency coalition is of utmost importance to all of us. And our leader would want all of us to stop the jubilation until results are duly collated, declared at the constituency coalition centers, the results forms at the constituency coalition centers duly filled and signed by the various party coalition agents, and our agent is giving his or her copy. You don't jubilate. You only jubilate after the results have been declared, agents have signed, or better still, our agent has had the official certified copy of the results so declared by the Electoral Commission at the constituency coalition center. This is the reason for this press conference. And please, when the results is duly declared and we take a copy of the results form as required by law, ensure that the results as declared is posted at the constituency coalition center. You take your phones, you take pictures of that as evidence. It is very important that we all do that. We also want to put all our agents our executives, from the branch level to the ward level to the constituency level to the regional level and the national level, on high alert. The NPP is desperate, and when you're dealing with a group of people who are vicious and desperate at the same time, you need to be careful. You need to remain vigilant until the last vote is counted and the results is finally declared by the returning officer for the presidential election at the national level. We have picked intel that the NPP has now activated their rigging machinery to its full potential. In the next couple of minutes, and in fact they have already started, they will be engaging, or they will be trying to snatch ballot boxes and swap ballot boxes. They will be trying to swap pink sheets. They will be trying to use the facts to manipulate the outcome of the election results. Don't forget what happened at Echiman South in 2020. Don't forget. And so let's all remain vigilant. This is not the time for celebration. We all know the outcome, and the time for celebrating that outcome will soon come.
Right. That is Sammy Jemfi. I don't know. Me enko offense no from right. A very crucial area. We need to find out the custom. But ohini somwa e wa homa no so ohini. Na apom to say my boy Juma Nepa, in fact, my boy Juma Pa from grounds. And yes, Annetie, a bapens also do TJ. Now, there's no collation center, and I say, Modaswa, a war, police stations, and Mugo Soja results.
So, and you remember what now, when check you for Akoma FM, then you bring. And a panel, more. Our offensive of constituency. Now, the people our offensive of constituency. Quota registered voters. Now, you're ready to say a net. We about to occur to normally 56,982. 56,982. And you know, total registered voters are already more. Now, over offensive of what? Almost only when the constituency into 5. You were Akoma down a franchise zone. Akoma down a franchise zone. That zone in Kuomuno. Now you refer a neck on the about 10,374. 10,374. And over Akoma down zone. Akoma down zone and also 18,677. 18,677. And I and King Kensu zone. And King Kensu zone. And also 12,235. And I and Senwa zone. And Senwa zone. And also 5,846. And a zone a chapter of Daso zone. And also 9,850. And then police stations do what? There were offensive of 126. 126. Now, so don't if you are not one about 1 o'clock or 2 hours, the number about 20 minutes, you know. Now, Okopiemu, police station, a big kind of your friend of Akoma Dine, LA Junior High School B number 1. Akoma Dine, LA Junior High School B number 1. Presidential. Dr. Mahmoud Barumia 172. 172. NDC. Don Domini Mahama 50. 50. Omama Kamina no 0000000. Parliamentary. Akoma Dan LA Junior High School B number 1. 87.9. Dr. Fred K. Asamoah NPP parliamentary candidate 192. Dr. Fred K. Asamoah NPP PC 192. NDC PC Honorable Caesar Ufusu a champion 4-0 and then a resource one. Akoma LA.
Okay, but omo to abanu nyina no saying.
So the omo to abanu no na was 238 one na also to aba no 238 na also to aba no ene dey na so don't tell me kan you know over official of the way was only zone omunku no a enkro dodo no awo amani and the car money no so hu ewo enkro kuma remote areas as say ewo age utimi na botre na uhu ni sa resource ni na age dey na ye boabo no na ye coalition center eno ewo Akomadan emi so far no afena sorting ekoso ebi ewo enkintensu ebi ewo daso ebi ewo afanche ebi ewo Akomadan emi ti say no because me so far no resource aba no mienu epe kurame out of 126 polling stations, you know is an say in corona kan ni na amani mu a ade ye twa mu nyira ewo coalition center nyame betre number 2 and then ewo ensan one zone nyame betre number 2 one I dey know so much about ewo no mu nyira 288 presidential Dr. Mahmoud Bayemia 35 NDC John Dramani Mahama 179 Gun 1 rejected ballot 4 and no presidential Nyame number 2 parliamentary NPP Dr. Frichi Asamoah 38 NDC Honorable Caesar Ofosu a champion 172 PNC one also were ready and said no so far no it's not say amani no after the winner be to be na matna so na about 9 na makopie mu coalition center and no Akomadan offensive of and it GDS will be echo no wotibrim echo no nkombrim no na matini adu coalition center one no
nkono kra de abowie
na de aka ni nyina no yatini ahwe ede atoa so ede na atiefo a eti Akoma FM ene nyina di for now no make say aka obedom na maba na mako coalition center wo na ye nyina no ya
ehu hia pa kona ko gini nyina ma ye wai
matem da sibi
that's ohene somua eno no na evansinkum
ajo
na sound and watch no ye car ye bie ni door
ai
it is
because it's just for me car na me ya chere enye the regional coalition center a dining
okay
na a branch bi se no ko efu shedi ase a we elite okọ nya tukunu etine me ko so nyina no nya de se ohu ye me se me sa branch no etie na me ba han in fact kan ya ko ye se me ni pam bi kan ba nsimba no me tikanu sa so fe mi na me se da bi
ana wuti Akoma
na afi the will be so yama ye so
o timudin na wuti Akoma
timudin na meti Akoma na say John no question is o share analysis professor professor Sabolo bi jamfi ye na seraf so o analysis any data or the tuja na wangasa so data also you should go for more say John the question is unali baby I say Akoma FM and who just nuclear no
na ayɛ den
ɛntina waka kaa ne mu no because wosi fam no
mepɛ yɛ nso wura mu aso no hu ɛyɛ the business secretary national peace council
okay
yɛdi nkɔmmɔ no so gyidi sɛ ne papa so bɛdi nkɔmmɔ kakra
okay
na afei sɛ john ɔno ankasa nso wakɔmmɔ no twe naa ɛna wɔbɛpie mu wɔ ɛyɛ regional community council ɛyɛ UC office ha regional office ha na ɛyɛ the main regional collation center abattoir no all 47 constituencies they are nyinaa no
before so reverend ho no twamfoni kakra kyerɛ so far around sawaye menim sɛ bi adwira at the time I was free on how to say results no bi a unsa keka bi a ni nyinaa ne other areas afa bi a me hu
well so from say anopan mi kopie mu adwira na obɛhwɛ abattoir a yɛpi across all 276 constituencies yɛ sɛ yɛ reporters akogu hɔ etina ɛnɛno mmedi na kɔyɛ more of monitoring observation eti ekopie mu adwira no pa no na sɛ no ɛdrafoɔ mmea no korɛ sɛ mɛka no korɛ wɔn ma mɛ ni wi papa because mɛkɔ ɛbɛn sɛ hɔ yɛ hotspot sɛ jɔn sɛ wɔnim sɛ mede ebi ɛhɔ hyerɛn na mepɛ sɛ medu na sɛ hɔ nyɛ hyia na asɛ adwuma anamama edu adwira in fact baabi a polling stations a na yɛ very hot nyinaa no mekɔɔyɛ no sɛ jɔn asɛ yɛ igya ɛtɔ na yɛhyia nsu agu so sɛ nothing fi ni hɔ apolisifoɔ nyɛ adwuma anyɛ sojafoɔ nyɛ adwuma anyɛ prisonfoɔ nyɛ adwuma anyɛ ɛsiane sɛ obia kɔmpɔtoo ne ho yie nti at the point in time sɛ gye ɔno kɔnya mmienu na ɛhɔ ayɛ dɔɔl ama me ɛnam sɛ mepɛ adwira around bɛyɛ 11 ne maba mampɔn ahwɛ sɛ bi a mampɔn so ahyia sɛ gye duru hɔ iwu na ɛwɔ sɛ lefoɔ so ɛba ɛyɛ afida 6 east and also the by polling stations ɛwɔ so very calm the buyer the PM ɛwɔ ɛyɛ kumase yes ɛwɔ bɛ subin so na ɛyɛ very calm eti mi nam hɔ a nam so okay fine ayɛ calm deɛ a then wɔ sɛ ne ba mi PM ɛwɔ ɛyɛ regional coalition center ɛno yɛ EC regional office eti everyone am doing my maybe people ha am the year when they dey I fukuna for you know the breaker I fukuna for you know example no excel no type track there can be have first and so the company so far over here I have very calm this part do no am I maybe they say somebody about yeah no what day chaba pa won tema aduana moche eti bi a we ebi efi no ndu ho kwa de na ebi a ha no ahya sese we bebe
oye zemani anka ma wo kan nzema ma me oye zemani anka ma kan nzema ma me
I will check
se jai
I check aha na me di bu se di open wo si mo se jon the open na ni just have me reverend no mo ne ma posti
aza wo di boni wi anu akai o kan se wi anu akai o but my reverend kasa akra na
all right
yeah on the next way
I don't mind the reverend please so every say about 2 years beba so no mo di e mo kasa so mo gi bia fine e bo mo na o hwe tension na eba pressure na eba
87.9 Kumasi
so far Ashanti region the at least let me say many parts every say nya snipers of violence back we be play no need significant but generally the one that some mark ho say bia reverend papa and paper the mark ho 100 to 0 and 0 to 100 peace council Ashanti region we wrong say within the last okay Ashanti region yeah, and say deploy different Akoma on the ground as observers. Now observers, and I'm said the 87.9 allegation. In terms of sanity, there was situation room we're making hotel. The situation room, no, a class system, no FED into it, and I won't radio TV station to say, regional early warning response group. EC director, it will be hopeless and be why a friend with that regional commander of police. Permanent secretary, SCC director. The house also interparty dialogue, NCC tie, also chairman. The difference away here. The more hormone information being maybe a deviation of it. You might then respond to the SEO of the never seen them by the is the Akoma Akoma event and the grand union and the same will be Adansi you say you know to be brief to see her. The funny news is seeing us live without a question today. Yanko for us time in the share gun. It is said, so the meaning I have money and money of the breeding about 12 or no, I may attend super good cancer. Now the number of people in a police center of it. In living until the American last, not the CNAS yet, she moved on. Yet, SCA in hand said, you can see you are wishing against about the Cabo War district. You can say, men want to the Abano. The important area will be a modern natural and you never wishing with them, Nanka horses for the end. If the hobby and become home, never raging her. Nanka, I'm not the dear upper you. And no, and the family they're trained air cost or collision center. They also be them must be the company for having room and I say, Confugia of the Bano and Confubina on the common should Omoncoya Sadia. It is known as say, no, yes, yes, as Simon Yamia, a bit, or man, no, me hospital, or 119 hotspot and police centers, my 119 last election. But report if you know by in the union, Bantamas also means maybe a hospital to Ashanti region, looking at in heaters at distance for a one. And so, you know, the name of Boko the observers in our report from the Aban, including Dia Kayabano, PPI as should be. The many than us for the Sunday Ashegana. That may I. One lot in the South, here, but in Indian and Crawfordian. Yes, you shouldn't do almost Sunday the road. They were 911. So a man knew 109. It is right 911, you 276. When you say, certainly, all report to be an answer. They now what they call about to for two versions. It's a positive and negative number light. It is a bad negative one. The Quamben ABC aging up and also be around. Now, Papa said you see can one be about 20 operation control to Abra about when I could do say Yabona Moa and I said be a coso. Now when you see Libya, what you one side of it, to the best again for the woman must soon be in a shot one of them and now. Na a Chinocosia the imminent could be in Yamia. And sending Yam said, I soon and media my year papa, especially Akoma, if the guy Melamusha said, invite a person officer, the dear and the Kosubia, and me mitigating factor. It is to be one a baby, less a bit more, less no be come through me. I'm once to say, Brano. Maybe a moody, you know, a year to my papa. You better be the Muslim, papa. My mom was
right, Evans.
You no, it is result from the various constituencies. For parliamentary year, the constituency level, still, the other time, a presidential, no better can now so the Ashanti region. A year from Dr. Mahmoud Baumia to a year independent candidate on the form. Why ɛna ɔno etumi edi nkunim ɛwɔ asantemantam nti no ɛne adeɛ a sisi yɛ twɛn sɛ all 47 constituency results no ebetumi abepie ɛwɔ regional office na menim sɛ eguni professor Siri are in for the long haul ɛnɛ no ɛyɛ adeɛ sɛ yɛ dada mɛ yɛ sika ma ade akye.
Yɛnso wɔ ha yɛnso wɔ ha
ɛdan bade no yɛbɛyɛ bade nti siri pɛ na afei nso so de twam biara no ɛsiane sɛ yɛahyɛ atiefoɔ bɔ sɛ yɛbɛtɔ fom biara no yɛbɛma ɔmo aso ate nti yɛwɔ ha John.
Medas William Evans Inkom, thank you very much. For just a minute ma me twa me ho abasisi na yɛde yɛbɛkɔ asantachim no fo so nche yɛbɛkɔ na ɛhɔ de ɛhɔ no sɛ de ɛhɔ no mon best set bɛkwai
no say legend ho
bɛkwai so munya legend moma legend and standby na adanse asokwa ɛhɔ so no ɛhɔ se eboro keti amon ho na yɛkɔkɔ hɛ de ɛkɔ so de ɛkɔ so ho sɛ ɔno so wakyɛ o wakyɛ paa ɛba yɛsie
ani yɛgye asɛm bie ne sika to table so sisi yɛgye asɛm na sɛ di bɛkyi mamsa yɛde asɛm bisa no wotumi yɛkyerɛ hɔ no ma kooko agye di wo sisi mu bɔsɛ de bia meka kyerɛ wo ɛne adwu a wohia ne ɔtwea hɛba powder wɔkyea hɛba ɛgya ne sɛ wɔabɛba hɔ a wobɛba ɛno nie bɛbia bɛsi adeɛ a wohia yɛ nsuohyeɛ wonya nsuohyeɛ a woawie ɛnɛ na ɛnyɛ akɔ adwuma mastrake ma wɔbɛde wɔ so no wɔ fie duo point ti mo point no ẹnẹ bí ó ní ẹyẹ ìṣòṣì o. ọ̀chíà herbal powder ìjà ní kò sísè wọ́n mọ́.
ọ̀chíà herbal ọjà ní sí wò a wàrà ọbẹ̀ bá.
ẹ̀dúró yìí ẹ̀yẹ́ ẹ̀ma àpéǹfọ̀ wọ́n àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ma nufoɔ ẹ̀nà ìmọ̀fra àwọn ní ìfẹ́ dumie.
ẹ̀fọ́ ìwádìí ẹ̀jẹ̀dẹ̀ nkrató yìí atum.
ọkọ̀ kóńgò mi tí a wò. mo jẹ́ odo na ewu pọ̀npọ̀n náà. Congo ointment apá no. mehu atọ́ mi. Congo ointment ọ̀bọ̀ ìjùmọ̀ ẹ̀bọ̀ ìjùmọ̀ paa.
Papa Congo, when Lafia?
Lafia. Munana. Abasama.
Me mama sini hockey can intimate Congo ointment in brain.
Eyi fakaman, nuhu bottom sis ya. Medruyi. Munana.
fa yegusu
more questions kakra about these collation centers.
Yeah.
Abana ya to polling stations. Ya two we are parties of a nipa who do a more representing the adinano. Ejitu sign it. Meboa. Actually say we opa a certified copy and I say results are a what polling station. As our results no. And yet electoral commission is authenticate. It's rather the people there. Come no more it's obuabua sa polling stations yeah. If as a constituency be our polling station. Obuabua omujumedi nyina boano a na wenya resource a year computer resource a fa polling stations nyina meboa. It yemfa say be or 50 polling stations. 50 polling stations nyina ya to about MPP or NDC or Chedan Kofu and a group Bianco for Masai we Adiatu. If the party has agents all over these 50 constituencies, polling stations, would they not have the results of that polling station? Argentina Electoral Commission into me our results we spot on from these constituencies. ISN Kofu ballot boxes near there. No one the Namwa and Kofu to me intercept try to do so many things about it. I think we should learn lessons from our electoral reforms and what is happening today. Because there is a lot more we can do to resolve the challenges with the coalition centers. Because the journey to the place more pressure and no I think we can make it easier and make our resource the collation of our resource simpler and be more efficient. I'm here to me crano actually the meaning so what point you may advance here. Because I think for a crab boxes near there, after be crab papers near there, almost press one. I mean, distance, 21st century, we can do better than that.
Yeah. I mean, no, we prof. We can do better than that. Because about
your tunnel polling station, what? Yeah, say certified agents now on resource near there. Because parties no more resources, no by no so collect
okay.
Parties now are more resources. By now they are also collating their own.
My young share the Kosovo. Yankasa Asokwa ma the Kosovo. Buffalo line no MYA. Na prof we submission.
So what I'm trying to say is say party A or B. All the sheets no for the results in all polling stations are. But they say be 50 polling stations are. I don't know by now. No, only the way we need your friend is saying MPU. I was our constituency.
They know.
By now, only the way we need presidential. I was our constituency. It's electoral commission. I believe it's in the future we may have to come to this table and say, Ube to me are better than that. Because the echo be cry my home tea. Second for so a friend say boxes near Diana. Womo ayi share omo blue ayi no mo remu na we pray we pim we. No, I think we can do better than this. Unless you see a person say counting no a cost for polling station no any relevance. She say be free we mo ba answer na sa counting no irrelevant. But counting a cost for polling station irrelevant there. Eni so bi akra ba ni tirimu say make us snatch a ballot box e wo kwam. And now what did they make us say? Make us staff for ballot box be nam urem in the process because chima mentre ya because yan kind ni bio. Ya kan na bibia dan nyesa. Absolutely nonsensical. Nyanse be anyway.
In an era where within a matter of seconds
absolutely
let me transfer results through technology.
Box
no useless because a hard copy because by then at the polling station there's evidence so how come say in making transition from the polling station to collation center now yes we be add resource now the mom tomorrow go share our police station or na kind na ni pagina ho 1 2
that kind
3 no I mean
we go for it be a kind bi I say nyon kra go for to be a kind bi
you see one thing political parties here say the kind commission in no political parties.
Political parties.
Almost canny and a
yeah, and they have. So NPP
that is
and
why
they are all doing
it. The commission should set up. Oh, I better sanitize your process. No more confusion.
But even in an era like this, say data collection. There are so many tools. Yes, I know this is election. It's maybe you need to secure maybe a software and a system crowd so there will be hacking into it. That's the only thing. Then there are a lot of out from me developing a software now be able to media transmitted data. You don't necessarily being compromised.
About kind of constituency, ya kind of polling station.
How can snatch it?
Yatro. Yen na ya tumu yatro resource no. Obi a krebi party be a krebi. Yes, yeah, the box no they call. Obi so akọ. Oh, come on, yen
yeah, it's me use.
Jimmy
yeah, software be a friend Kobo 2. It's me the Kobo J. But just for the integrity of it, you don't say my said the bear no be to me hacking into it. Na ballot I said there's something mystery about ballot I say AFO said there's a year transmitting. You say you can say a for an agency in Ankoja.
Sympathizers in your chile crusade
inkoja easy but can you nan ehun hia when say eno an say system
down for you there's no need say ekwa ko bie so ho bia
yeah transfer data no
nka we wu ya mo fa nko ye nye data bi bia
and I'm surprised yeah but I think that well you starting from non an opaque box and you about do a transparent box meaning say yeah koye nim no you be do baby afei say
because I feel say you know there is it's a problem a creative problem the whole population
eliminating now we metro man ya uni adwuma ye bi
yes
yeah eliminate
sad no I see you eliminate ya pe kwan bi so yi free ho because a create a lot of challenges kakra
easy the kwa na we see amanfo ko ja almost said be ya obi nko j box no I mean if data you transfer data through a technology na e dey akodru collation center who dey akira koyede but then again ya na ebisa na ya so na ukoba be a light ni ho na then the bar openyi see there are some one man you can even transfer data offline the amanfo develop a system where you can transfer data offline. You don't necessarily need a neoma bebre yanko yanimo sanima na machoism yeah yen free
what na jema yiri ni meti edumo ko ya ni so be snatch ballot
right all right you better say betimi akọ asokwa ne akọ share de ekoso ewo ho interesting results and eguso eba ebi ho a yankasa independently we need to fact check bibia kama because the rules abre ya fake and cooked yes and who say to tough from sa but prof it do baby a yetimi nya na me share data bi utimi nya constituency a president and as a presidential candidate ebe win and them say me can asem no we share seats are winning in the region and as across the country any constituencies are the presidential candidate and winning ya who say they are winning ya maybe more than as in terms of seats our winning a party winning from the various constituencies you know and so saying the presidential candidate you know and winning yes we've had that
the size of the constituency no matter
yes
more electoral role no so no matter all the mention no know say nipa no winning areas you know population no do so more electoral role no so do so the size of the constituencies no it may affect it may affect it if any results the percentage margin obeying it may affect it may buano emano ewi ntem o we say the ekeka bomu ni ade nyina no Ashanti region so kama but ube say if the MPP drops voter na incrementally no NDC epic on kakra no or the beko otuminya greater Accra obetumi di akọ onya central obetumi di akọ the swing regions in the account it you know quite often the size of the area no matter ebi wa be say seats ni bebre ba nipa no be kɔ nipa be 5,000 pene wo ebi wa be kɔ be nipa be 8,000 wa be kɔ constituency ba kan nipa be 50,000 40,000 depending on the size ni nyina no eboa ema who say or the few regions no dey win but it is not few I mean as a result of say few in terms of numbers but few in terms of say their regions ni so but population wise no na population numbers no so one more electoral register no so and na one so ekotu no twi e de mass party no so to me the balancing yoma it even as we are having this discussion e matapa say by the close of the day no and I say you ready and close no say the broader or larger picture be free asante abano say a favor the MPP a betumi across no maybe more than my MPP or they're making abwa omo ama omo nya baby agina oh the point I'm making but say omo a drop votes or region ha now you know NDC epic with all the other cosmopolitan areas they say greater Accra near there even Pono Krom ko pick a bono votes near the end of the camera ubo say gradually no I better tell another story so NDC may win with large numbers if it is winning this season whereas MPP may take this upper to a runoff with few regions maybe are those regions no a bigger regions you know nipa no gi twi ekotoma omo but as we speak now no there's voter apathy element bi a yehunu e what trend in mu it looks like say it may hurt the MPP in the long run either say a better percentage margin so win or lose any other dynamics in able to may play out
right so off you heard him kakra but in all that the ekwanyina so no still now no I'm for see Chrome, that's why he did. Chroma, that's why he did. I had the uncle for the people. I would to send East.
And they are dead though.
No, but Osha video in there, but I quick kind of home. Yeah. Wow. Maybe I bet you not go
87.9
but last elections in you lose how many lives? 8 lives. Minim say nyankpala de no say you lose number ko confirmed. Yeah, mpese yeah, you be count it. You be nya casualties.
Say you count abani, you count dead bodies count.
I mean, and say it doesn't. We don't want to do that.
But for nkoma ye na bi no. Say you to me resolve the journey to a certain collation center, we may reduce some of these things.
Who here say
we may reduce some of these things. Ya kaya bano, ewo police station, ya sorti county, enya resource, ewo ho, ya jiatumu ho. Unyin tumwa, you make a case there and there, you make a case wo ho. Hono I make you protest. Na kebi ya scan it to the EC, we protest wo ho. Yeah, constituency aggregate no near the case no be ka ho a free plus minus ebe to me a change bibi dia and your court sem be ma na akọ ana meboa committee bi na better so na atena so simple as that and so any change be a difference bi a ya dia to nchen because the constituency aggregate nature say when they winning with this size of margin what's our problem?
So what is sad about it is say yenye elections anyway. Now you count how many lives are you losing. It becomes very, very unfortunate. And you better entreat party fanatics, party faithfuls, yes, almost sure mukutu at times I feel that we sacrifice lives for an unworthy cause. We really count how many lives we lost, and we are hoping we would have a very minimal casualties, because for me it is not worth it. Not a single life is worth so for me it is very unfortunate, but going forward, Prof suggested this, to eliminate some of these things. It's about technology, and how the interference of people kakran na o eliminate frame using technology, and that is where also American we to say how many lives were lost after say Trump winning. What is obi. I mean, why? Because basically it's all about technology, their voting system, their transfer of data and everything. Yes, we understand, but we ought to get there. Now you eliminate sad because you're very sad. See, baby, na breadwinner be you're losing.
My uncle, the can be Yanko Bantama na yene Nana Ameyao. In Komo, Nana.
Hello,
na mpacho what saying Pacho ade na koso bantama multi aba collection center
Mr. I'm here to go to operation center when a person and I ballot person ever banner 80 and 24 akani na bob na omude afie na yanzema ekwo and ya for you and the apostle of Bantama about 2% na every you buy no and you one one but collecting center back almost entity and to be not entirely and you only think and you country and if it's for an entry no to get for a time but also fun at a bar but at the bar I have to receive entirely into a woman and this much my for everything upon say almost box and almost every country and on the other and I'm
so I recorded BBR from the police station. The middle collection on almost say Metro Man say almost a meal Honsan kind.
We say almost yesterday used to be before the end or set no from counting our police station on no almost by what the bar or say almost a present to sell among 1%. And then I'm saying, I think of one much more fun at the boom money and nothing from it. If you are there, almost in art on what they are, almost the other come. I accept that I walk actually at the back of the counter.
Back and forth. Why intervention if you baby by Anna? One I post it for now here for the BIM.
I parliamentary candidate on a water so many that and and for a so I give I'm going to say I go yes what it's about the time now.
They say higher come on, BBI come on. Right. Video CB or your Facebook page Akoma 87.9 FM. Now yet Prof you see there I mean I say what's about holy to I never twice. Right. Okay. All right. Nana me our Bantama constituency at the Coalition Center. And also a report at the Amayen Regina Kua Ewo Ewutu Senior East. Hona Yapeke information say shooting incident be a coso honoma man the pebi so prepare. But I am calling Koshe said the whole ACTA. Reggie, but what saying?
Personal and I say yes that in this case, but they didn't see the safe.
Because the tension, oh, but what you say?
The theater about one that's so almost ordinary, almost at the time. Now, first, I could do a minimum call near the end. Yeah, one of how a consent, strong code crampono, almost kind of. This is the one now. Figures it's me a possible. Constituency after now kwaso na kwaso me akrampo no na me ka se na yi krampo a obi imagine no obi policy le kra me no ye da ni ye ni e bi try ye collection center me ni akọ etu bi akwaso enti ye dimika ka na ye dia obedu eye Felix na call na wono na wo ye NDC PC no esie na ye bedu ya wo mo bi edan no e de ma ye no ye wo ne kapare si wo no ni pati e pick up ni ma moja mo wo anya sam tetwa de kra na mi so mo ni na wo fita se de no mo da wono no we different it's not fair kan wo mo chan so ba ku de wo na ba ku ne mu ye something like you ya no what die fu na ku ye den o mo se ya de na ye no o mo ti enti ye e no mo do no ko hospital ni de wo ni de wo ye ni na pick up that na wo mu ba ti ni se na enkofu a o mo e wo ne se de enibre ba wo mo eni a wo mo ye adwuma ati ana pa be si enu ya wo bi ati ya ne ya na mi ti e wa di mo ba ko a wa ka so mo ko preje ano no etuo na gumi fi mu e de ba ne nan moja e ha no e na kam se to se ya protocol ne ba ye no omo etini e ba se ye e di ya wo no to ni bi na mo wonya mu ye no e ko hospital na pick up na we no e da mo no omo to etu ka no e ti di etire and the employer, and the patrol, the book will do one minute or your come up just 1 minute.
Yes, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, honorable, what about them? Akoma from Kumasi. Honorable, this is a cost when you make. Which will be now, no only we understand technical witness at the final. Now, you're I can finally really. And then we say they give for them. Now, okay. So we have to get flavor from all the solutions branches where Bani Nano. We do now. I will come to you say the same. It's your money, it's a one official BS training. Only to I confirm you I want to me couple that is only to keep close. Now we are so far no movie. Now me ka say me for permanent me want. We do make sure our company. See, honorable, say, the idea, I know. You could be a store and answer with Benny. What is your tank? Or go one for you. NDC, election to the winning. Now we clear for collection company because I must be declared. Whether to like it or not. We have one population of our toll, the whole party, the whole of Electoral Constituency, the whole of Ghana is behind that oil. You see, I am currently declared because that is rightfully mine. And you follow the election of our building that time. She should put the pieces of her life together. We need so and so honorable, and many of them are dear course of work, so what to say that is saying the woman, but am I a tear for me?
Many about Reggie, Mammy now I say now the situation is very, very bad. A war, a to senior east. How? Over a Facebook page, Akoma 87.9 FM. Egusua is streaming live. Prof.
I don't know a life and death situation. Son of my fan.
I want to senior east.
Son of my fan.
A moody hina registration. What was that? Registration.
Some incident.
I mean that
event for and
no, we must correct this. Now, that time we a 2 to 2 day or money 2 way. Yes, but that is the point. We must check some of these things.
Now, like where from the guns? Like mente, where from the guns?
We must check them because private citizens who create 2 for them at this time of the day. Abana ya 2.
Dampare we adwuma yo.
Abana ya 2 ne ya kan ne 2 ebem no be eden.
Dampare we adwuma ye.
Abana ya 2 ya kan e 2 no be eden.
Dampare we adwuma ye because me hunu how so far we've had shooting incidents in some few places and very worrying. Obuasi they see na voters will be running for cover. The SC war Nyankpala way the SSO Ewutu. I mean, it's becoming too many, and
it's mad the beauty, the color of the
whole absolutely. And I think maybe a democracy, and such a life and death situation.
What is happening now has shifted the chemistry of the entire election, the beauty of the election.
We have had a very beautiful election exercise. My these isolated incidents and may say the beauty of our elections. Opening Sadian Nkoyemawa and Koyema. Yeah, and then I am Sabako Bakumwi Oda.
Just
Abranti, we that's where on Sunday movie.
But on your week, no down.
And I was not to mean PM Fanning hospital. I didn't get the explanation.
Sad.
Oh, I mean, my yes, and I would to was I would to say now what is no, yes, sir. Because I maintain a group exercise, registration exercise. No, once again, I would to say came into the news again. Ma nyama a honoma may a hotspot and my yem put the spotlight on them. Say be a group who be a was say a may Nico near Shady. I mean, one day we are now call you a Casano or say whatever it takes, he has won. He is going there. Just or there, whatever. In fact, very unfortunate.
Now Koyo is a very hard woman.
And how comes in so never me.
Now Koyo, the way if you huna. Tim say one also hard.
Typically, hard woman. Because a man a warrior. It me a survival war election. Yeah, democracy normally
strong.
So a very strong woman. Was I and
machoism.
And this animal and say when you be a very thick skinner. Mean surviving within the politics arena, but it's say yes, sir. Politics is about numbers. It's a game of numbers and all that. And sell your message. Say amount for that's all.
We lose.
It shouldn't be about life and death. In your bid to serve the people, now.
We are sure say even bid to serve the people.
Say position.
I bid to serve the people. Every single life will matter today.
Great. So now it's a service. So then why do you? Say lives ought to be lost. And sana what me ask akwa serve a man for. I mean,
very right. My name is Caesar Ninkomo. Na Caesar. But you see how I found.
MPP party office now and
Bekwai constituency.
Yes, please.
Bekwai constituency videos now they are na why MPP constituency office mum.
Very good. So John, you very much for the national command about the choir. I'm saying the report will be for us and some other person of the choir. Now, so John. So there are people now that are perceiving who come for party be at least or more job and after the move to be confident of our hands down. Now, the MPP party constituency party office for the quiet constituency. Mr. John, about 4 o'clock now, I cover 5 for Takana started to say about your time, so something about what about the share. The buy number 566. Now the deletion of so wedding honor. So don't answer it. When I go to how much you many others also need to watch now. Now more police at least more lady and ask how many hands down. That's a job. And almost about 2, 5, 7 minutes time. The time about say Robert in fact and you go say I got another job to do ya. I'm a mama cranny. One obi akọ fi akẹsọ ebi sá yà ọmọ sọ wò sẹ ẹbi kọ fi ọba tọ ẹdínwó di sọ yes ọ̀nà sẹ ẹ bá ẹ náà àlùsí náà dìmọ̀ ní kàtà ní adé ọsọ wò ẹ but ebi sọ fi ṣe ẹ náà ẹ ti ẹ sẹ àlùsí ọmọ sọ dọ̀mọ́ sọ tó tó ọmọ ṣe kò di fẹ́ ara constituency náà sẹ ẹ bí ẹ náà kọ sọ náà Yeah, no grounds and I said, the few after them might be entertaining you now. Mentioning to me, Shaffer and from Poso. Which has almost got an answer. Some train results needed to all the stations in Alabama. Around the town and Sana said, "You honor some there." On my entire TSM for a bomb and said, "Omina and Kofi, Roman Comunita, Sister City, and I said, Basse, Yamina, Kofi, not for moon for war, or my winner hands down, and Sana, Sanijan and Uncle Mr. Hunter, or Martin at the fear idea, or have to my name and from Momo, and then sit down on Winna Echo. The idea is to stay from Sama, do it, and I did a corner, in what we mean a caca. The coroner has a book a crowd moving come off to be able to take it. Take it a crack or marking a severe cost of but we are at least someone said or must from our mother say at least why not arena. And in our mass is here and over and in a no be a so they say at least say the cost of constituency be a special meeting arena. And to be elegant so called so that legend so a bit from another political if you are there in what way do you in the future say of community
okay indeed but sir Pero okay, just a hoye very calm and Bibi Uncle so
very
now resource no way.
Na attraction na this outside na but permanent resource work required make me say most of them 108 police stations as provide at least 155 police stations area police
meda mate mini ameba ho akiri na ye wekọ kwesimintim constituency na yakwa akohwe ho so there's a story coming from that end. Na yenko ahomano so na ye reporter eni nkomo na fi yenhwe Magnus. Okay, Magnus ewa ahomano so. Magnus, bibi aboko de
bibi aboko de sheda ye woko da minia.
Ade na sie.
Okay, so I can say that the Constituency Collection Center. Na collection center no ye wo St. Antonio of Padua school I work with who do one of the best schools ho na ye na say 5 ne 6 ne bani na results are never go no na suggest say it's not confirmed so na issue say lawyer PG Boxman na enwini aba but for now it's not confirmed. And you know, Yohana, you say, ballot box now by inside the police bono echo the annual gate in the auto annual gate in Mono. We need somebody see what gate next. We won't have a person that will see gate in the person by inside. And the police want to cast that no one is more start almost to more ever the activity police now. The police point side is almost one shot. So I can say for a fact to say yes, one in short now they're there for another 5.
At the coalition center.
At the coalition center. Constituency.
Wow. Na but your seat na nkasa my yika crown on the seat. Seat swing and I say one party MPP na equita seat now for a period that ya to aba Ghana ha.
Okay, so somewhere for instance 24 and a chair seat. First na if you have to mean 24 na chair seat. Na chair seat no since then no NDCM party no that. Every day the NPP before no more one term. One of Joe Bedransa Ebedino for one term. 2012 to 2016. 2016 no lawyer honorable Joe Mensa, yes, and so Ebedino for one term. 2016 to 2020 no na Hamid Ama the incumbent MP MPP no so Ebedi. It's a Hano NDCM party in that for the first time according to results no express NDC party no who is the person of lawyer Fitu Bokman our second D Takwari ha and I say Constituency constituency.
Na mpacho so far my members as at the saying what is the current situation at collation center?
The current situation the matter the security they are in control for now here because of the warning shot from mine for no akweti right now I'm trying to be inside for now here but I'm training now but also environment now I say who can grab them because I'm here verification for boys now and I say officers now east for now most police stations almost most of them they are still here ballot box now more report as to how our polling centers no acquire into no it happen with journalists kaka mo harina you know how about now no they don't even know what to do they can because the way I want to short in the buying situation by me I mean who can but for now the situation is very calm. I can say that for a fact.
Pacho Osha the entire region. Surprises me APM the entire region na.
It's not confirmed. But it's not confirmed. What I'm hearing is that any constituency are showing up NDC. I don't know how true is this. So for the past all this year, you know, and MPP for now, talking about even for now, the incumbent MP is lawyer Andrew Ejapamesa, who is the minister for creative arts and tourism. My case says South City are showing up NDC. I don't know how true is it. My case Takwari and so Daniel NDC. I don't know how to do all these things, but for now, continue to make my report. My say this is the current situation. Another report I'm making is it's kind of Katenso, Aqua, Ama NDC, and then if you constituency, so no so many reports there. So Aqua many. So if what I'm gathering is very true, it means MPP seats in the one year, at least where 3 and 4 year NDC for Nafa. I don't know how true is it, but I can't make an idea. I can say, according to reports, you know, this is what I'm getting.
Minia, Mameno Ase, Yabesaba Hobby. Why? Thank you very much from Kwesimin team. And yeah, they report every holiday abano. Na Anchor Aviation and Professional College. But when they say, or they Busian in Nana so Bano Bekoho na one Casaso Besu about travel and tourism. Airports operations and passenger handling. Obeso the BBC cabin crew, air hostess, Obeso the health and safety management. But when they call Anchor Aviation and Professional College na also so akwaje entity ewo ho ma menkwa ahoma no so na fe yeni nkomo na yenhwe which area na ye kwesisi. All right, ye ko be kwai ne any legend edin nkomo legend
hello
wonum oda so jina na so
what problem
oda so jina na so
Sejo, je suis dire, mais quand c'est minimum, c'est bien, on peut de caca au métier.
Ah, mais c'est pas.
Ok. And it kind of videos I had after them was a few points to my Facebook page. How much my Baba said there, of course, the NBC, or more a constituency, and the headquarters. So I say, in fact, I said, what did the Venezuelan can say the Joan Media so? It's a very walk police center on the Sahon of my dark. I can't say you to me, it will be how the two political parties or more officers or whole issue appear. And to say, she's a uncle MPP, what's the office you call her the cost of an we should be Russian, I'm a call ABC, I'm a part officer. Now, in fact, you're never looking. Almost so much is finish. I want to be we are not belong to the NPP, no. And I'm also the LBC based on the Amokano. It means that the NBC is winning. Now, I'm going to give you a person say, I'm going to make a winning, even as a quite seat to the Pampua. I'm going to me and a voice because all share provisional results are also to me and Saka.
Okay.
What to compare that of air 20 this time around? That's what I'm supposed to know.
Legend, Messaba Hose, see, I'm call the NPP headquarters now. Young Congo far almost so. Press briefing or more na yemra yeba nafi yenyabre na yedim komo
can have in the world, and we don't have to do too much to ensure that we get what it is that we are looking for. And to see the NDC jittery, extremely jittery. I mean, just a few minutes ago we all watched a very unnecessary, very unnecessary, disgraceful press conference from the NDC, and you can see the demeanor, the high level of uncertainty, from them. They are completely unsettled, and it's simply because, like I always said, one, they were overly complacent. Two, they took the good people of this country for granted, and they assumed that once it is 8 years, they are coming to power. Reality is settling in, and instead of doing a self-check and a reality check and improve upon themselves, they want to inflict upon the entire country the damage that they themselves have brought upon themselves, and they want us to all live in it together. That is what we are not going to allow. And we want to thank every single Ghanaian, every single citizen of this country, both those within and without, those living abroad, for working together with all the institutions and bringing us this far. We encourage everybody to remain calm but extremely vigilant. Trust us. Believe us. This election is going to go to a very sensible conclusion. Nothing else. Trust the MPP on that. It is going to go through a very successful conclusion, and a very sensible one as that. As usual, the NDC is doing what they know how to do best, behaving in the most irresponsible and disgraceful manner that you can expect from a political party. They are calling on their supporters at this hour. Elections are over. Your supporters were supposed to mobilize the people and get them to their votes, their polling stations, and cast their votes. That is what political parties do. Simple process. Campaign, encourage your supporters to canvass for you, get the voters to go to the polling station, cast their vote for you. Everybody in the full glare of the public, the counting is done at the polling station. You have agents. All the other political parties have agents. You finish, you sign at the polling station that you accept the results at your polling station. When that is done, simple process. Move your pink sheet from the polling station and take it to the Constituency Coalition Center, where you have your agents there with the Electoral Commission. And what is going to happen there is simple. The sheets, the pink sheet that your agent signed at the polling station is being brought to the Constituency Coalition Center. And that is where those figures are going to be put together and summed up. When that is done, the constituency would now pick the constituency sheets from the Constituency Coalition Center and take it to the Regional Coalition Center. At the Regional Coalition Center, let's use the Eastern region as an example. 33 constituencies. All they are going to do at the Regional Coalition Center is to pick the 33 constituency coalition sheets, which you have a copy, and sum it, and then move it from there and bring it to the center, which is the Electoral Commission here in Accra, and then put together 16 coalition results, and we have our elections called. And so it's baffling, extremely baffling, to have the NDC behave the manner in which they are behaving. They continue to also peddle some falsehood. Somewhere around 4:30 p.m. thereabouts, the NDC held a press conference, and they are saying that the NDC organizer in the Ashanti region has discovered 500,000 ballot papers, which they claim are ballot papers that they have discovered being hidden by the MPP. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a complete falsehood. It's a complete lie. It's a falsehood. All we saw in that video is Joseph Yamin, the organizer of the NDC in the Ashanti region, holding his own phone, having a camera placed on him by his own people in a certain room with no resistance. no owner of the room, no owner of the house, not a single person they met in the room accustomed, standing and having a conversation, cheerfully telling somebody that I've discovered ballot papers. Our checks indicate that, first of all, the room they claim they discovered those ballot papers are not even at the location they indicated. Number two, these are actually ballot papers that Yamin himself took to the Ashanti region for whatever reason. Remember, they had already given some of these ballot papers to the youth organizer of the Akoma constituency. The police had already issued a statement on that. We showed a video earlier on, and maybe before I conclude, I'll show that video, where the son of the constituency youth organizer of the Akoma constituency was arrested by the Ghana police, for attempting to stuff a ballot box with 79 ballot papers. These ballot papers were part of the ballot papers that you saw Joseph Yamin standing by. What had actually happened was that Joseph Yamin realized that he had 30 minutes for elections to end, and he had not been successful to execute that task that had been given to him by his party. And so to save his face, he all of a sudden goes on video using a selfie and telling the whole country that he's found some ballot papers that belongs to the MPP. That's an outright lie. It's a complete falsehood, and it's something that everybody should disregard. We are calling on the Ghana Police Service to investigate to the latter that video that Joseph Yamin has put out, because they are an absolute threat to the stability of this country. They do not show us the number of the alleged ballot papers. We never see it. We will see some brown boxes or brown papers, in the corner. They do not tell us the exact quantity that they have, because you have the deputy spokesperson of the flag bearer of the opposition party indicating on her Facebook post that they have discovered some 300,000 ballot papers. Then Joseph Yamin says 500,000. Then another NDC person says 400,000. So it tells you the kind of people they are and what it is that they are doing. Again, we do not see any MPP official in the video. So think about this. Joseph Yamin, for some reason, has magic. Identifies a building that has ballot papers, goes into that house, and there's nobody in the house. Joseph Yamin walks into that house seamlessly. The Joseph Yamin we know has a suspicion that there is a ballot paper hidden in the house, would start recording himself from the road before even getting to the gate, before walking into the room. Strangely, Joseph Yamin switches off his phone or his video, breaks into whichever house, opens whichever door, gets into a room, and then only begins to record himself inside a room. These guys really take the entire country completely as fools, because it doesn't just add up. The same Joseph Yamin gets into the room before inviting media. This Joseph Yamin we know, having picked intelligence that there is some ballot papers hidden somewhere by the MPP, will call the media, call police, and walk in there with them before he even puts a video on himself. He doesn't do any of these things. Again, we only see him in the corner with a video on himself. Now, you've discovered some 500,000 ballot papers in an MPP stronghold, and then the only evidence you show us is a selfie of yourself in a room having a conversation with somebody excitedly, telling the person that you've discovered some ballot papers, and then telling us that you are now calling police to come and do whatever it is that you're expecting them to do. We all know the reasons why the NDC are behaving this way. Everybody in this country knows that this is not the first time we're going through this. Unfortunately, as a people, we have to deal with being inflicted with this every single election period. The NDC are clearly losing these elections, and they know it. As we speak, the elections have already been counted at the polling stations. Every political party has copies of the pink sheet. They know it. They know very well they are losing these elections, and that is why they would call for havoc. We are winning these elections as a party. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia is winning these elections, and that's why we are saying that let's protect it. If we are winning, why would we want the electoral processes to be disrupted when we are winning? And so I'm sure a lot of you recall the story in the Bible. I think it's a Solomon story. The story of the two rival women, where they went to sleep, woke up in the morning, and one of the babies are dead. Now the king calls these two women fighting over the living child. And then he says, why are you fighting? He said, this is my child, this is my child. Then the king says, okay, no problem, bring me a sword. This is the living one. Cut the living child into two so that you can all have a half of it. Now, you remember, the woman who knew very well that the dead child is her said, yes, kill the baby. Kill the baby. Now, the woman who knew that this child is my child, and because he's my child, I don't want the baby dead, said that, my king, if you would please her, give her the child. All this woman sought to do was to make sure that her child does not die. But the other lady that knew that she was guilty, knew that she had already lost her child, was willing for both of them to lose their children. That's exactly what the NDC are doing. They know they've lost. They know they are nowhere near victory in these elections. And that is why they would irresponsibly call on their supporters to move towards the coalition centers to disrupt the coalition centers. Already, we have heard of incidences in some of the constituencies. We saw some on TV, where some NDC persons were somewhere in Dansoman breaking through the coalition center and basically attacking security services. What is this? At the coalition centers, you have your agents. Why do you want to go and destroy ballot space and disrupt the electoral process if indeed you are confident that you have won these elections? Why? Why would any political party that is willing and ready to lead this country, why would any political party that is very, very clear in his mind that he has won this election want to disrupt these electoral processes? We will not allow that. Just as we've told you from the get-go, throughout the process, we have blocked each of the ill intent of the NDC. Every strategy they brought into this election has failed. And we are going to continue to ensure that they fail at it. And this one is also going to fail. At this juncture, we are waking every single MPP supporter up. Wake up. Call your families, call your brothers, call your sisters, go to the coalition centers, protect the EC, help the police protect our electoral system. Our democracy needs to be protected. And it will take the citizens to protect our democracy against this dangerous political party, the NDC. Go there, stand there, touch nobody, but make sure that nobody touches any electoral material, make sure that nobody touches any security officer, and make sure that nobody touches any electoral officer. If anybody comes to the coalition center and attempts to touch anybody at the coalition center, you have our permission to touch that person because you are protecting democracy. That you have our blessing. And we stand by you for doing the right thing because that will be a patriotic action. As it stands now, our call on you is to collaborate and cooperate with these officers, electoral officers and security officers, and ensure that we protect the ballot that the Ghanaian citizen has cast, stood in the sun, some of them being bitten by rain and cast their votes. We are clearly wondering what it is that the NDC and their leader is seeking to achieve by these unnecessary and reckless comments that they are making. Not a single constituency as we speak has even lifted the hands of any parliamentary candidate in their constituency, ladies and gentlemen. It is a process. As we speak, it is just 9:54. Every constituency you go to, they are tabulating their results. They are collating the pink sheets from the polling station. When they are done, that is when they will lift their hands of the parliamentary candidate that has won, and the electoral officer there will now declare that parliamentary candidate the winner. It is then and only then that any responsible political party would come on air and declare and indicate that they have won. We have our results. We know all the seats we've won already, but we are responsible. We are responsible. And we believe that to protect the sanctity of our electoral process and democracy, we should hold on to our numbers and our results until the Electoral Commission declares at the constituency level. Then we'll declare. Throughout the process, from now till tomorrow, any moment that the Electoral Commission left the hands of any parliamentary candidates, that is from the MPP, we'll call you and we'll declare to you. That is what responsible political parties do. This election is going to be won with intelligence and not muscles. No matter how strong you are, no matter how much muscles you are, trust us. We are beating you with intelligence. And we are going to do it like we've always done it in previous elections. And like I always say, just as it is in the DNA of the NDC, once we are thinking and processing and using the due process, they are pumping, like they say it, and they are lifting metals. And then by the time they realize, they have lost. And then their followers will rise up against them. And then for them to hide behind the shame, they will call on their followers on the street. For the NDC followers, if you get on the street and the security agencies get hold of you, remember, you will be on your own. They will not be there with you. As we speak, Charles, the gentleman who is the son of the youth organizer of the NDC at Akoma Constituency, is in police custody all alone. All alone. None of the NDC leaders are there with him. He is there all alone. And be rest assured, the police have shown clearly and indicated that they are on top of issues. And so if you get out there and misbehave to disrupt the peace of this country, you are going to find yourself wanting and you will be dealt with all alone. I leave all of us with 1 Kings 3:16. 1 Kings chapter 3 verse 16. When you read 1 Kings chapter 3 verse 16 and you understand that parable of the two women, you understand clearly what is happening with the NDC. It is nobody's fault that you are not seen as a credible alternative. Please, let us live in peace. Kindly, save us all the trouble. Kindly, let us all live in peace. You recall, in the year 2020, after the December elections, the NDC went on the street for weeks, destroyed properties, disrupted lives, spent months in court, only for them, 1 year down the line, the chairman of the NDC today, to go campaigning to their followers and tell them that their lawyer actually told them that they have no case and that they have no evidence. But because they wanted to energize the base and not be seen to be weak, they spent the time and wasted everybody's time in the court. That's exactly what they are doing again. We don't mind. They can keep all this emotional roller coaster to themselves and their followers, but they should not draw the entire country into this unnecessary disruption. We would get back to you in due course when the Electoral Commission begin to call the parliamentary and presidential elections at the constituency level, and we share that information with you appropriately. Until then, friends from the media, we are calling on you to work with us to ensure that we keep the peace and safety of this country in one piece. And we are doing this not because we do not have muscles. We are doing this simply because we believe we have won these elections and we want to have a country that is intact enough for us to be able to govern. Thank you very much.
Right, it was for Miracles Abuaje. Ono ye campaign spokesperson Edema Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Campaign, yes, spokesperson Edema Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Nah, I mean, Prof, I don't know, but if that party, you know, is moving away from because the question is, what should the NDC ender? Your National Communication Officer speaking. What should MPP ender? Your National Communication Officer director mum behind the campaign spokesperson and minimum how obe assessing the speech and whatever that he has said. Anyway.
Yeah, but so share the economy. At the end of the day, no, we want to say or try to communicate something in response to the NDC for no kind. Quite unfortunately, no, I saw climax here and was starting or climax here and was starting. It shows that there is something wrong, and what is wrong is not from an external force but an internal force. And you know, me can say among you so exuberance to come out to communicate so oba abe respond to be ana so be. We don't need such communication. Say komo bi wo ho na som ne ebedi say yen koma eto asomu a eboaye amaya hye democracy ne mokena. San komodie ye nyina yinim dada. Sa abato no ebeko coalition center. Wo mo ebeye de eso mo ye bia. Enu nti no nyo no be masa education we bi. Again, we know say there is a critique of the NDC for be and I say you are equally inciting people so move to the place no more touch it obi obe na adwun so obe touch electoral office and I say ibia then you go back again and you say someone cooperate with the police under anti-climax. In public speaking, you don't do that. It's confidence a repose in Abrante
miracles
no or defeats our confidence no. He should not just be in a rush to respond to Sami Jemfi on every issue. And yet banter between the two of them. Ghanaians have gone to the polls. Ghana for Kotwaba. Abano, Yakai.
Akoma FM 87.9.
Police station results are ready. The process no court turbulence money adie. The appropriate agency I see a two or monka electoral commission. I don't think say miracles about ACT is abrewe. And I say even Sami Jemfi. I think the person we need to listen to is the electoral commission, the electoral commissioner or his representatives about the call of the election. Just as much I do about nothing. A concert party show in Ecoso.
Seraph.
You see, a moments like this, I am quite tensed and response be a political party because see how many press conferences? Let's count it. And at every point, just 3 hours, there's always a presser from these two. But so BI said they will respond to each other any their assertions. Initially manage the trend and all the economy. Me obviously me not too excited when we can say now move it to collation center and all that because you can see
especially when what condemn
hands or the kind condemn or call on supporters to go over there. But eventually was I equalize it by saying say NPP so far so I can imagine collation center just a small place. So if NPP supporters any NDC supporters without now could share more. You can imagine the chaos but elections I think that near me we need to improve our system. Collation center, how can we look at advanced system how our managing on near BB from so that we can move away from let's move towards collation center and if we eliminate that I think we'll move so going forward as we elections now who lapses now I realize we created tension no initially it was the strong room thing now you eliminated strong room no. Now you demystify strong room now it's about the fax machines been a SEC room one officers in to one me fax about near boom na munina will be a bonny calculator na project so going forward the idea of that collation center okay I said last year baby Tachiman nipa ko na here
Tachiman
so it was around the same collation collation ne cover issues ning ba so going forward I think that we can look at the excesses ni ahwe dan ne yebetumi ayede improve sa converging at a collation center na there be a cover issues ne ba no what can we learn from advanced democracy and how we manage transition of resource and our transfer of resource no what can we because when I looks like suspicion in now when I looks like man kwa ye best some figures when I looks like near my bed done no see to me the antidote to that near realize okay how do we ensure that there's so much transparency and trust our system say you don't need to say party we supporters could go on now we supporters could go on more and san ya di say what the say because we create it's a recipe for disaster when say 5,000 supporters of NPP 5,000 supporters of NDC
war drums
a collation center now in communication what happens is that the meka say me can go prof assume na prof can go yasum na we can go say be we opa ko bisa de
a very different story
we say story communication na say entirely and that is what will happen until we obi on my wantie oh say before you realize based on that information no now but we have had a beautiful process and I think that we don't need to antagonize ourselves around this particular time now you raise tension, because maybe calm everything. We shouldn't get it to that end. Results. No, my create a tense atmosphere. A bit to me a trigger BB. A bit me we are learning from our democracy. I was improve significantly in terms of some of these things. Whoever has won has won. Yeah. Whoever has lost has lost. And Dania we must improve our democracy now. And our lives depend on this. No, life cannot depend on this result.
Prof, but Osha communication by Osha Sami Jemfi ne miracles. It's miracle by but Kasenyan who say we Pija Hooper supporters no and I say party faithfuls no in the entire communication or the brain in your brain who say we develop some sort of hope say no have that hope. We are here, we are there, or we are going forward.
But you say, we share the Sami Jemfi by and our say agents and sympathizers, and here's a best control ballot box. No,
Akoma FM 87.9 Kumasi.
Sami Jemfi himself, no crano, he was also seriously in error because a certified agents now is to me a Kura Coalition Center. Also, by you come to repeat the same mistake, no. Sami Jemfi and you also start beating the war drum in many ways because what you almost say call next NDC nibi and then second can a year agent be a electoral officer be near there.
You've permitted them
already that statement we are more passive toward each other no any more political party followership no in a way no more inciting violence. But this time, meaning security coordinator,
task force,
no more. Sanko for me, and by now I said, come after one more. For me, by now I said, come after one. Say, look, gentlemen, we are not going to allow you to plunge this country into chaos. As simple as that. See, and trauma, Marantokwa, Monfa, or Maui, and Shamonsa. Mungro man to pray. Yes, some we are very careful about the peace and the quiet of this country. At the end of the day, no, what was the sense and the meaning of miracles response as you asked? Anyway, what was the sense in it? If you want to rally your base to encourage them at this time, yes, you have the right to do so. So be show moon cry. Yeah. Can one say we shall for Musia Botre? Ibia the echo su cry man who ibia de din abana de egusu a yakan wi ekekesi ni resource no ba obi abehunu ne size ana meboa na ka dia so ha brief press conference on communication echalito brief press conference when we would be bia kogu a e kire se nkomo ni nyina we just we sinkofo ba ko nkomo ni triase after omo ba omo no di omo nka bio because omo be kasa bebre ba isi a miracle onu wa kasa bebre ukọ asa samenim sankofo na sa eyi for us okay best me ba so bi edi omo asa no mo se ko mo enim se anoma sa ba mo echi omo sa ko mo enim anoma sa me ma so bi edi mpe ha obi asa so no mo sa ko mo enim asa mo sa ba mo echi. So what was the basis of that communication? Anyway, the setting up operating here about to say baako say abofra no yentwa ne mumienu no na yes, I mean the sword of Solomon, that's how we refer to it, the sword of Solomon. Sa scenario now here, you know, wisdom key na Solomon na apply say nimdie no a odidi se adwuma no say nimdie no a ho nkomo na miracles woni Sami Jemfi modi ne nei because Ghana is that baby.
Yeah,
Ghana and this our baby no a mumienu mu si yantwa mumienu no, but for say nya sa dia nkomo we you will not equally incite the MPP people so womo so nko it woni Sami Jemfi nyina no the baby called Ghana no mu si yantwa mumienu tell me ka said the nkomo no ya too much so nra I threw some caution. I said, you're cautious about sir press conferences, you know. Oh, accusation and counter accusation, no, quite acrimonious. Because ebe koso sa, ye jama no koswa, they will poison the air, destroy the atmosphere. Now fe no, abano ayato no a results are ye train amana ba out no na bedane eh atwerebo. But adiwe eh adwene nye metre. It is brain not brawn. Eh adwene nye metre. So the conversation must move around that wisdom and logic, no. Almost try to project among other things, no. But the almost, you know, fundamentally, no. I think say, mokra media houses, no. Munya or
more say mom blackout.
Mama blackout. Sanko for me, mama blackout. Mama blackout.
That was a question. I can be busa. Say, baby, a uncommon econo.
Mama blackout.
Oh, say,
Mama almost blackout because almost disturb the peace of Ghana.
Right. Okay. Mame enko Sunyan East. Na mene Claude Abisa Kumi eni nkomo. Miniam bacho bibi aboko de. Na Sunyan East bacho ede na ekoso mo Drew Collation Center mo timia quality results na wi ama certified results aba.
Okay, so the kind of idea you community center na
Akoma
about on the course we do what we actually pa into you go say can happen now omode result na every in Ghana say any be kwa ewa no e dey bank so after speaking dey ayade almost start police you know almost China na apa anta start na yebuska ebayana ja oba the queue eko ekwa kodan echi but then that is subscribely ewo na oba you say omo you be to feel one more eh abanke ba ho omusa to the moka na ballot box na etiba ku tire ni a kila ebomu no o tete ala ne amuso ni mo ane e brother wa gidi pa ana ite ele ne se execute no ele tie hon te mo a omo tini afana omo ne akọ sunyane municipal police secretary you know ele tie mo ha dia SU ha no nti e twen se eye others the brother kan na e commission astato na result e wa ha bia no e media figure.
Right, Vinia, Manina say, you best have a hoichi. Why? Right, thank you very much. For that is the Bacho. Yeah, we must see if this commercial na yaba.
Honey, I just said this got to table so. This is just my sentiment. I'm sorry, yes. This channel. What to me it's the one my cocoa did do sissy. What's the
Yes, sure. Only one. Only one party agent.
Man, me contain. Sorry.
Hey, little boy. How are you saying?
I was so kind of
Madam. I was saying to sue you. I can't be by every number. Only one party agent.
Mama, contain.
Sorry.
Hey, little boy.
Madam. I will say to you, I've been by everything and by. Yes, sure. Only one party agent.
Mama, contain.
Sorry.
Hey, little boy.
Madam. I will say to you, I've been by everything and by. Yes, sure. Only one party agent.
Mama, contain.
Sorry.
Hey, little boy.
Madam. I will say to you, I've been by everything and by. Yes, sure. Only one party agent.
Mama, contain.
Sorry.
Hey, little boy.
They were there at 5. Currently, collation of both presidential and parliamentary results are underway in all the 276 constituency collation centers. The commission wishes to inform the leadership of all political parties and presidential candidates that the collation centers are restricted areas. Only persons who have been accredited by the Electoral Commission can have access to the constituency collation centers. And each candidate has 2 agents at each of the collation center. There is no need for the collation centers to be overcrowded. Reports from the regions indicate that about 60% of the polling station results have been received at the constituency collation centers. We also have reports of the number of second requests for recounts at polling stations. So far, we have only one polling station, which is the Suaman constituency in the Western North region, which has recorded a second recount for votes at the constituency collation center for the final recount by the returning officer. With respect to the performance of our returning officers and collation officers, they have performed their duties creditably and professionally and have so far been very impressive. And the commission would still urge them or encourage them to discharge their duties professionally as they start to collate results at the various collation centers. With respect to security presence, their presence at the collation centers has been stable and very encouraging. The police has been able to maintain effective security at the collation centers so far, although a few of the centers that have been overcrowded, they have been brought under control by the police. We also have some observers at the constituency collation centers. We have Cordio, we have ECOWAS, we have AU, and the Commonwealth. With respect to political party or candidates' agents at the collation centers, most of the candidates have their agents currently at the collation centers where collation is ongoing. The candidates have been very cooperative at the constituency collation centers so far, and we still urge them to cooperate with the commission to ensure a seamless collation process or exercise. With respect to the media, the commission appreciates the high level of their professionalism demonstrated so far, but we, however, urge the media to always verify or cross-check their information, as well as, importantly, the results that they put into the public domain. On this note, we would want to thank all of you, and from here we will be heading towards the collation center and the National Collation Center and wait for the results from the regions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We Samuel Tete, I don't know. Na Prof, that's what ha.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what.
Just want to say something in passing. Say both NDC and BP for non-TSS, and where they are easy, ebe call resource. Omupu, easy be call resource. It it's better they cooperate and stop misbehaving. Very important.
You think Omu misbehaving?
Oh, now there a miracle a bante ya kosuni adi. Say nye papa. Mu trade banter na mu raise tension. You know very well, baby. I baby do know. Just one slip, just a slip, and with me create very unfortunate situation, and that's why also we are a bit guided in every response and answer assembly our babeka. See, prophet diagnosis. We use Solomon contest here, miracles use here, and you clearly see prophet interpretation, and they say Ghana is that baby. Indeed, if you put that in that context, then you realize that I was say, wow, obabe yes, our judgment, and now obey from that. We say, I mean, as a wise person, you know very well say, oh, was sa adrenaline say Ghana is the baby. Eventually, Ghana should be the winner. Na yana you say we want to serve you. We want to serve you. We want to serve you. Now more person must serve you. You do everything to serve the people. Really? Is it by force? By force. More person must serve you. But yeah. What's the process no aside? Now one kasa wape kweti kwan bi ewurem now they are here bribia ebetumi aboa one kasa. It is not the interest of the state you are serving. It easy yada mo ase response ya mo de abai and now say press ya ma ye. It has addressed a lot of questions. One is say the Asami Jenfi kan and the Americans kan say party for and sympathizers for and the ballot boxes a chin corner ade nyina no nyansenim. Miracles dia oka se wokọ na se ye friend say this need and say oka letter yi na mo nso me mam ho kwan say mo fa mo nsan ka say nyansa bi anim. The Electoral Commission aka kire ye say omo wo accredited persons a womo ma ho kwan say ometumi ewurem. Be gidi say aposifo a ban bodumedie hye wonsa na wone eku ahodo a wakapam se wo hwe ban bodumedie no se sankofo emienu betoto ayampia so mo de how beka Ghana muso beka Ghana wo mo nkyere wo gedua no mo emma mra eni woni ni ye hwese process no betumi akoso tote
right abusiafo ye wa ha na as and when results ebeba from your coalition centers here your reporters ewo ha omode update bebre na obetima frɛ the Anchor Aviation and Professional College number 0244886929 and after 0200 132746 nti bomode sɛ obetimi afrɛ ɔtwea no nso so ewo ho ɔtwea herbal powder omade so benye bia boa pa ma ntirimo da ho pedua no so akwan nyina ye adwuma kama sisie no ye homo adwuma kama omade so sabe ka bi ye kire kwan ewo macro busuakura junction 0551 228281 eno de tie no makacho se Jovi freno na any Jovi eni nkomo ene ochena de bia wo pese otu kwan no Jovi no so freno 0558662543 number betima free Jovi Congo ointment craw jiba krodusu pacho pompo ene ho ne nyina no bomode so benya bi asifie ade also pe bi sifie ane Congo ointment for number 0249017101 and 0204616161 Herbal shop and pharmacy shop be wura ho also pe Congo ointment ebe bo papa na aduane ne de be da tete natural spices tete sɛ ne is here aduane no ɛno ɛna tete natural spices yɛkeka bɔ opɛ bi atu atɔn a ofrɛ 0245580957 na ne mpanimfoɔ ɛni nkɔmmɔ ɛwɔ hɔ na bakyɛ yɛba sisiɛ
Should even join us in inviting members of the public to come and observe the coalition process. We are not asking our supporters to enter the coalition rooms. No, we have accredited agents who are the only ones permitted to enter those coalition rooms. We have accredited observers who can also enter and observe the process. But other members of the public are allowed to be at the center at the right designated places. Not inside the inner perimeter or that enclosed area where the exercise is happening, but nothing stops them. There is no law in Ghana that bans citizens of Ghana from going to a coalition center where results from polling stations are being collated. We have always done this since 1992. Coalition has always been a public exercise, and the Jimensa Bosmanasare Samuel Tete-led EC cannot change it, neither can the failed outgoing MPP government change this. We need to make that very, very clear. And so we thank all our supporters who have heeded this call, stopped all manner of jubilations, and are presently at constituency coalition centers. We will continue to call on you, appeal to you to conduct yourself peacefully, responsibly, and orderly. And please ensure that you are at least 100 meters away from the main collation center. But you should be observing your eyes, your ears, your nose should be observing the process. You should be smelling everything going on. You should be listening to everything going on, so that if there is any issue, you can draw our attention to that for us to act. So ignore the lamentations of our friends in the NPP who have all of a sudden turned into evangelists. I heard their campaign communications director quoting 1 Kings chapter 3 and all that. Bible quotations that I'm sure he has not even read before. Today, he's an evangelist quoting Bible quotations. This is not a biblical, quotation exercise. We are dealing with a public election governed by laws. And the call we have made is in consonance with the electoral laws of this country and with the conventions and practices that we have used for elections in Ghana since 1992. The earlier they get that, the better. But as I served notice and actually cautioned our agents and supporters to be on high alert for the rigging machinations of the NPP in this critical stage, or at this critical stage of the electoral process, we have come by incontrovertible evidence that shows that the NPP has not changed. But if they have changed at all, they have changed from bad to worse. They don't think that elections are about counting hairs. They still think that election is about cutting hairs. They were one time lucky with violence and thuggery, and today they think that they can be second time lucky with thuggery and violence. But as the boys say in our Ghanaian society, they lie bad. This time around, violence will not prevail. Violence will not win the NPP this election, because there will be an appropriate resistance for what they have planned. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you to Akoma South Constituency. Even as I was addressing you, and by extension, the good people of Ghana, the NPP had assigned their thugs, positioned them somewhere around Sepase. And if you know that constituency very well, polls had ended in Ebuakwa, and ballot papers were being moved to Nkawere, the capital of the district, for collation at the Constituency Collation Center. On their way from Ebuakwa to Nkawere, when they go to Sepase, some thugs of the NPP pounced on that vehicle. They were already holding 2 ballot boxes full of ballot papers, attempting to swap 2 ballot boxes with the ballot boxes that they were holding. Thanks to the resistance that our supporters, agents, observers mounted, and supported by the Ghana police, were able to overpower them, and they were arrested. And as I speak to you, they are in police custody, and I want to show you videos of what happened. And the media, you can check with your correspondents in the Ashanti region, these shameless, desperate people who think that this country belongs to them and will stop at nothing to hold on to power, even when they know the people of Ghana have rejected them. This is what they are up to again. They did it in 2020, they started again. So this is the Sepase police station. There's the confrontations going on. When they arrested them, they brought them there. But let's go to the next video so that they can see the ballot box. Yeah, so that's one of the guys. Can you go to the next one? Next one. Yes, so these are the 2 ballot boxes they try to swap with authentic ballot boxes. These are the 2 ballot boxes. And the police have seized that. They have seized that. And this was as a result of the vigilance of our people and the professionalism of the Ghana Police Service. And we commend them for that. So these are the ballot boxes. They pounced on the vehicle which was transporting the ballot boxes from Ebuakwa to Nkawere as Sepase. And they already had a ballot box with papers in it, ballot papers in it already printed. So when we tell you that these guys are up to no good, they are criminally minded. These are demented psychopaths who would do everything and anything to hold on to power, including killing, including stealing. This is what we are talking about. They make frivolous allegations without any proof. We are giving you proof. So the new evangelist, the MPP has now got an evangelist in his Miracles Abuaje. We want him to hold a press conference on this and tell us whether this is true or not. Now, let's move from Akoma Wabieja South and come to the central region, Awutu Senior East Constituency, where we've recorded another murder of an innocent citizen who happens to be a supporter of the National Democratic Congress. Clearly, Awutu Senior East Constituency is green. The tyrant Hawa Kumsin is a goner. And seeing that power has obviously left her, she cannot come to terms with the reality and has resorted to violence as she is known for. She's the same person who went to a police station and actually pulled a gun and shot at innocent civilians. And today, his thugs who were brought in from the Boku area, we know them, we have intel on all of them, were directed by Hawa Kumsin to fire at an innocent, unarmed supporter of the NDC. Today, our former constituency secretary for Ayawaso, for Awutu Senior East Constituency, Tuareg is no longer with the living. He's no longer with us. Why? Because parts of this same woman, Hawa Kumsin, beat him to pulp. And he never recovered, never got better until he died very painfully, leaving behind many children. So for how long will Hawa Kumsin continue to do this? As I speak to you, one supporter of the NDC has been murdered. He's dead. The other is in critical condition at the hospital. But that is not to say that we have lost focus. It is a very sad moment for us, a very difficult moment for us. But until Honorable Now Koyo is declared as a member of parliament elect for that constituency, we shall rest not in that constituency. And the information we have is that a coalition currently ongoing at the coalition center at ASEC is almost coming to an end. And we want to call on all our supporters, all our agents to remain extra vigilant until the process is concluded. The duly elected member of parliament for the constituency is declared by the EC. The resource form duly signed by agents, our agents get his or her copy. It is posted on the wall, and then you can go and jubilate. But until then, let's remain vigilant. So that is what they have done there. And when we have the opportunity to address you again, we will show you pictures and videos of that. But I'm sure by now your correspondents in the area have already spoken to you about this sad development. But you know, nobody goes scot-free after shedding innocent blood. The NPP doesn't understand what is happening to them today. But one of the reasons why they are losing this miserably, like their own prophet told them they will lose spot all, is because of the 8 innocent Ghanaians they murdered in 2020. The blood of those innocent Ghanaians will forever be on their head. And so will be the blood of these 2 innocent Ghanaians who have been murdered today. One in Nyankpala in the Tolong constituency. An innocent civilian who was sitting somewhere only for these NPP thugs under the instruction of their parliamentary candidate Habib to open fire on him. And if you can show that that is the injured person, show us the picture of the one who they murdered in cold blood under a bench because they were seated down. They didn't have any weapon. They killed them just like that because they had gone to the UDS campus at Nyankpala to influence and induce students to vote for Habib. Our supporters protested. It led to some heated exchanges and fisticuffs. the MPP thugs left the scene with Habib and came back there with their AK-47s and all that. They began to shoot indiscriminately to intimidate the crowd. The crowd dispersed. And on their way out, they met these NDC supporters sitting somewhere under an NDC shed. And they just opened fire on them and killed one of the spots. And here let me commend the Ghana Police Service led by IGP Dampare. IGP, so far so good. It's not been smooth. We've not been happy with how some military men have been deployed and how some of them are behaving. But I think that so far, the Election Security Task Force under your leadership has done its best to maintain law and order in consonance with the laws governing this process. And we entreat you to continue to do so in accordance with the Constitution that you have sworn to uphold. And I'm commending him because we understand that 4 of the criminals who committed this dastardly act have been arrested by the police. But the main culprit, who is Habib, must be arrested. And if he's not arrested today, on the 8th of January, he will be arrested, just like our books. Mark that on the wall. Then, in Greater Accra, we are having serious challenges in 4 constituencies. One is Ayawaso Central, where the Interior Minister, what's his name? Henry Korte is Member of Parliament and the outgoing Member of Parliament for the area. We are having similar issue at Tema Central, Ablekuma West, especially where Aslawusu is the Member of Parliament, and Ablekuma North. And the common feature of all these challenges we are having at these coalition centers is that the police, or let me not even say the police, these thugs of the MPP, because some of them may be wearing police uniforms or military uniforms, but you can't even tell today in Akufo-Addo's Ghana whether these people are truly soldiers. You can't really tell. That is how depraved the leadership of this country has become and how bastardized our state institutions have been, reduced to. And so these thugs don't want to allow members of the public to at least observe. Because at Ablekuma West, thugs of the MPP tried to engage in ballot box swapping. They threw into the coalition center 2 ballot boxes. And people saw it because they were there. And they were there because we called on them to be there. Had they not been there, the story could have been a different one. So they were there and then protested and resisted that ballot box swapping attempt by the MPP. Immediately that happened, Aslawusu called her soldiers, and they came there in a truck. Soldiers armed to the teeth surrounding the coalition center. Well, our Deputy General Secretary is on the ground, and I'm told that the soldiers have now backed off. But that is a challenge we are encountering there. Same as Ablekuma North, same as Tema Central. And we are telling our people, stand your ground. Stand your ground. Be peaceful, be responsible, be orderly, but stand your ground. You have nothing to fear. Because we are on the side of the law. We are on the side of the law. And they cannot kill all of us in Ghana. They can't. Now, to conclude, there is also the issue of Abuakwa North in the eastern region, where, again, at the coalition center, the police has fired tear gas, they are spraying pepper spray, just to make sure that our people are not there to observe the process. And we want to call on the IGP to address these issues that we are encountering in some of these polling stations. The entire electoral process is a public exercise, from the police station level to the constituency level to the regional level to the national level. Accredited agents are the ones who are allowed to be in the coalition rooms. We all know that. But the public, the general public, is allowed to be around to observe what is happening. What is happening is not an election of a secret society. It's an election of a democratic country. People have cast their votes. What do you have to hide? And some people will say, oh, but your agents are there, allow them. 2 agents and a few observers. What about if they bandit them somewhere? Like they did at Echiman South. They attack them. They hound them out. Who will be there to defend them? And you want us, a serious political party, ready for power and in fact coming into power to listen to your advice and tell our supporters to sleep at home and allow only 2 agents to be there observing collation, you think we are zombies and I are worried and it will not happen today, it will not happen tomorrow. We will police this exercise to the very end, and we call on our supporters to do exactly that. Now, finally, I'll end with a joke. I heard the new evangelist the MPP has now discovered, their communications director, who is now quoting a lot of Bible quotations, saying that they have won the election. Well, I'm not here to counter that. I'm not here to say that we have won. As for who has won, by now, every Ghanaian knows. They themselves, they know. And I want to show you one person who knows, because as the evangelist was preaching and saying they have won, his brother, the communications director of the MPP, was by his side. And from the look on his face, can we see that picture? I want to show you the face of a man who says he has won an election. Look, this is Richard Anyaba, MPP communications director. So if the MPP has truly won an election, you think this is how Richard Anyaba will be looking? This will be his countenance and his facial expression. And I'm sure you saw Fatima too. Yes. So these are the people who claim they have won an election. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience. We thank you for your collaboration. We appreciate your presence here with us. And we want to encourage you to stick with us until we bring this process to an end.
All right. So, we are Sami Jamfi Enono. You ever say between ya Chino Ediama ye Tifo na share. So, by Hojuma production Hojumana Yenya Chino Diama Tifo. Also, born a tofa ti the tofa bumuno. You see binya.
But you could jab you bet me who the ecoso. And I say, employer who the ecoso, you bet me at the ecoso. Bibi Sia. Ye buye ni pebia na ye tata ye ni pebia na obi peso wi mu a ye be wa around to give them the support that they need. Ye be ka sa semi ewie ye no MPP for so mati kwa pai. Omo zo mo ntia se ye se ye supporters nko. Omo enkrofo mo ne omo eyesumasi gradie Electoral Commission for so say wampa eyan se political party be ba omo enkrofo akọ coalition center. Na buzianfo de ebisa ne se omo okrono wo kejetia na wudi woni e pai konfu a ubedwane akoye saba no monye madwe se mu be wiemu a e de Ghana fo a omato omaba no mo pese omo ba coalition center be hwede e koso no bone be no ma ye de eyan ne se omo be gina akire kama na process na koso no mo hu de e koso ana se bibi kura e koso wo wa omo so wetinye hu no mabo ya mane ana se omaboa NDC agent wo ho okay obi so na NDC wo agent wo agent no kwantin kro ana iris wani pa mienu scientist fo nipa bone fo MPP fo ya omo tututu kum nipa yi so omo start sa de na nipa mienu de no betumi aye obi so Ghana mrama ho kwan sa agent quality mi ko coalition center nya no kre agent letimi wu coalition center be bia ye coalition nankasa be Ghana ni bia wato na ba wo ho kwan se otimi ko gina be bia mrama no ho kwan se Ghana fo timi gina no hwe de e koso. Because about one, and yes, must be a public exercise near here. But Ghana for ye the key stakeholders in your work, I say, you was suit you to say, ye did ye need ADHD. If free after the giant pencil 92 be seen there, San Yano, it's your neck and your neck near Nabas. I was your 40 and not to China. They said your bomb, my near said, and at a Suma Bay was a dear son, Nanny Pabone for Mobay Yasari. A Suma Bay MPP for. Oma started about to be a muni or multi-tra seminar. They said the year 2020 kunku nipa no started bien. It will call a Tremango be just south. A tremu videos are MPP4 nipa bonifobi. Akofa ballot boxes me no ballot papers gum some of the quiet ballot box swapping. Young Crawford Jino Monaso because no multi ballot boxes nechi. A police for boa mo. I'm a yet nyachiches uncle for ni ballot boxes now. And then no can say was a pass police station. Na ballot boxes ni fi abuakwa e kon career. Omu do se pass and MPP ni pa boni fu ko to share omo. But ya fe ye ni a ya sin kete say ye be bo Ghana fo nyina ba o mato ho banti. Ye timi esisa de no anokwan. Eno na nche no ko abuakwa north a e wo eastern region. Aya wa so central Ablekuma north, Ablekuma west. Tema Central, Sanya may be called Constituency Coalition Center, no, an MPP for Nisi for person more to say Illuminati for meeting room. They want to treat Constituency Coalition Center. They said there is secret society be meeting conference and a conference center. There be about what there. A Ghana for now to Omaba ya kanye win ye kwa kikabu. Inti Ghana for wo say agents e wo kra. Ghana for wo kwan say omo ben sa bia no. Yes, if you omo ko gina baby aye coalition ankasa that they can stand somewhere that they can see or hear or observe what is happening around. Na ye agents ni bi ya attack omo no mu hia mo a omo so etimi aboa wo mo. We are going ye dikakan. President Mahama said it. Tabatu we are going into it like Azuma Nelson. Yeah, you referee bottom because he's a referee no or she JC or a striker. Emma your opponent. Enti enya dia asase ma omo kan be yadwuma and we are telling the supporters say the omo fiti ase no omo nya saa. Say MPP for say omo ba be ko ye ho a saa kra na ye. Ha nam dodo ense nkwan omo nyina mra na ye mo ban no. Ye make sure say bibia be ko so asudwie na de wadi nkunim no ye declare na asem de ani ho. But say ye nkoda na agent bi enu bi nko tena wanye coalition de ene ensi ne ensi chena so. Enti ye nua no mo Ablikuma West, Ablikuma North, Ablikuma Central mo fi mo ni Oslo Wuso ne abre on pese de ekoso wo dem won ye bi hu the same as in Rikoti e wa ya waso Central kaso ampo de yakum NDC ni ba ko te se de yakum bi otolon yes, as we prove you because how come see him say we didn't joke. Now your boy police for Abaso said, "Tolong the no make me check Nipan 9. Akabako." That is the MPP parliamentary candidate Habiba or Shobosa Kutubano. Now your rest Kaswaso or Meche Mantiano. Not how come see or yes, I am Branson. You know why yes, I di no or Machino. Now the Akazo Manchina na crime there. Your papa Mahama can yes expiry dates. And maybe ba enche kwa mreno kwa nya bawie ha ye be chi omo wi kete na the twatwa ye kan nyina ne se MPP for Central for shemo mo ye no mo kan bibi so ma hwe ne obiso for kasa de ye mframa o kan ye nyo tax obi atimi ka de ope e na wo de wano do nwere so a ebi nwo omodum ne keka omo maka no wa musumuntie no wa ye de ye nim de wa hwe ne aba no Ghana fo nyina so ni ye wa we ni abato no na nye afi ni ye be prepare ye ho aka bibia mere be so a ye the results ni nyina e beto abonten because we are very focused on process na econo enti de omokan no mokan no wa muso muntie no wa na te say de me de Richard Anyagba so for picture no to so na me bi nwa MPP communication director no gina and now some pakeni evangelist for MPP enya no a the press conference aye na me sem kind Bible quotations no ojina na chi MPP for mo so marry mo communication director se no we say aye nani di wa uti mi se de bia duro ne de enye na bia to nsuo but still mama ye ni na wo sa aboa wo na ye monitor process no enim se ade be che se na nyema si ko ne de ade be che no na obi a go the smoothness level ye da mu nyina ma se se FM mama ba.
Right, so that is Sammy Jemfi Enono. Oshabranwa, Duba Kwabo. Hapa Hosima Miensa. Yeguswa, Yade, your election command center coverage of the 2024 elections. Yegusu Edebrel. Na Prof Ewaha, Sansona Minia Seraph and Soaha. Shena. And Chebeko to the Constituency Coalition Centers near the Ifrimuba. And we say, seats in the Ashanti region, Binimo Statia. Okay, so Muntaka, Diano, is done for Muntaka. Okay. Yes, Muntaka. Oh yeah, Muntaka.
Muntaka, they seem to a strong man.
43,000 to 30,000.
Muntaka is a strong man.
Yeah.
A strong man.
Yeah.
That area, what?
We will look at it. 2020, they never heard 2020.
That area, how they just shed our passes or the amount we saw maintenance.
Samu.
Oh, we catch it.
Okay.
Oh no. The reality is that okay na no nkoma na OTAD. Aye. Akwa no ko bosa. Ade echi na. Aye.
But really, I was expecting quite a contest or Aswanse. Because now Manaf aye juma pa. Manaf a campaign strategy na ushe na on yet our general campaign. What he did was to do targeted campaigns until our call meeting churches, malls, groupings. He was meeting the groups over there in Aswanse, and the strategy was very effective. What I would want to look at, you're very interested in knowing, and I want to check it right now, is to look at whether say numbers in terms of what Ali Duse do.
Right.
Ali Duse. That's what I want to check now.
Okay. 31,000. This is 2020.
Yes.
Yes. So 31,000.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
But we mean whether it is all votes counted.
Okay.
And so yes, something that we should wait and look at, because we voted say 73,868.
This is a turnout.
We wait and see. Say
if this is a turnout, because we have had 92,000 before as total vote cast.
A coffin.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. 92,000. All right. So my uncle Setho. You have something to him off. That's my zone, you know. Seth.
Yes, sir.
Not boko there. Okay, right. My 80 what you say? Bibi asset or ehwana.
Yeah. I did answer that answer is about me. So I can provisional ones in Kakra. Because of the electoral problem, I hijacking to the gentleman now about my second Kakra. And I'm just coming to trigger.
I mean, Tiway.
Yeah, special voting, you know. MPP, then you are 215. Special voting, MPP, 215. NDC, 3030. NDC, 3030. Independent candidate, 365. We NIS special voting, of course, last Monday. Okay. The about presidential and so and I'm I can see. Collins SHS, no A2. So that's from A, no Collins SHS. A NPP 215. NDC 77. APC 2. Independent candidate NKB 10. Independent candidate Alankwajo Chamate 2. That's for Collins Senior High School. Agogo A. We call D Fidium DHS Fidium. NPP 291. NPP 291. Boom 1. NDC 97. Independent candidate NKB 11. Independent candidate Alan Kwajocha 2. They are called Collins Senior High School B. Collins Senior High School B. NPP 218. NPP 218. Boom 2. NDC 63. APC 2. Alan Kwajocha 1. They are also Ako MDC Church Agogo 1. MDC Church Agogo 1. NPP 250. NPP 250. LPJ 2. LPJ 2. NDC 40. Independent candidate NKB 6. MDC Church Agogo 1. MDC Church Agogo 1. NPP 231. GCPP 1. LPG 1. NDC 34. NDC 44. APC 1. DTBA 1. Independent candidate DTBA 1. NKB 4 NKB 4 yɛtoa temporary boot bontodiase agogo temporary boot bontodiase agogo NPP 281 NPP 281 GUM 1 LPJ 1 NDC 45 NDC 45 independent candidate KK 1 GTBA 3 NKB 3 Alankwajen Chamate 2 ọmụ ọmụdị ama nyina na kyerɛ sɛ ɔmụ nya hwehwehwe ɛwɔ aseɛ nti na amanfo ɔmụdị ama no ebisa mesa aka kakra ɛni bɔs
right mini amame na wase na dabe na mobedru time na mobedru collation center hɔ
yɛ collation center hɔ me ne kasa yi
but
na
so far
network no ɛnkɔ yie
network no yɛ wo network ana ECD
network no ɔmụ yɛ ne efiri nti ɔmụ kuso a ɔmụ tototo nneɛma no
Sa meaning that omo ya jinasoa twa no ho a na ateko
correct apepepe ene eye apepepe ene happen was it just a travel
Asante Akim North
87.9
okay that's it is yan kasa de Sir Ralph complain me complain wa ha minim say prof so complain dia but you can say generally
for Swansea specifically 2020 in 2020 no presidential there na 35,214 for Nana Akufo-Addo representing 42.41 and John Mahama 57.16 representing 47,460 representing 57.16%.
Okay.
Now, it is over the years for young parliamentary no na yemfa parliamentary no enye a case na enhwa de my system ya faster ka be boa pa ya asemo my system ni freeze ya said yeah in a hydrogen.
Okay. Okay.
Because now me share Manaf Ibrahim strategy, any the kind of campaign and he was very visible, very visible. In fact, Muntaka so much. Later on, I think that Muntaka realizes he needed to up his game. Or shall say a house to house campaign because now they were picking up say as a Manaf are picking momentum. But like Prof Okan, a whole seat, it looks like until said Muntaka Beka said
right, my uncle Ibrahim why my uncle Ibrahim Omra na me so say Ibrahim was so say Ivy set me right. All right, my auntie dear kwai you say Muntaka ne squad no tell the street mo see congested traffic in here. What is happening?
Officially Electoral Commission being declared results but based on young previous which are provisional results the polling stations now it's Africa 260 million. That's just in a comfortable mood. For now, the provisional figure which means they are manifest. Movement to come Mubarak. Osha, it's me 30,000 plus votes. And Manaf Ibrahim, also 43,000 plus votes. In Osha, difference, almost 30,000. And almost me, sorry, Manaf, we support 43,000.
Actually, na you know candy na you say what anyway no nti yeah you best akon hobi na wa man the right figures but may I sure not refer to the 43 against. But me person oba me busa no ye. And the unfortunate thing is that yenya official results from the commission. Commission official results eba my the turnout.
Sure.
Because if that is anything to go by, see it me jina no so can sem dem. I mean I be home right. I be
yes,
but
lie no break. In fact, Manati Brian, 30,501 votes. These are provisional results and we're certified. Now, Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak Council, we have 43,680 votes. And if you strike it difference now, not just 13,179 votes. And now, Muntaka, it will be maybe a lot to them. And if you share, turn out now. In fact, 73,000 orders is 74,000. No Ananka expected voters so I know a little above 108,000. In Joshua now turn out to know as a from Kakra, but currently the over collation center as Koreman East office. I beja street man. As a solo Kunkwan and this one, and to Muntaka or to Abba, exactly, no church meaning, to only the examine of a son, or to have a due collection center. Also, easy one, so that you know, not officially, to declare as parliamentary candidate elect for
as I be Nina Kowe say and a turnout no nanye because last election Muntakanya 61,659 and Alidu said Zunya 31,256. Im diwe ne ya awumi anu nyina kra ntimi I call it last yes.
Maybe last year, 51,000. I'm using 51,000 and because we shall
51,000.
51. And okay, last year, the Anuboma. Let's say this year 74,000 tenants. It's new children out of the expected 108,000. And she said, I thought you can almost now, Muna, almost tenants making close to most of the constituency. What's I come there? I know is there. So I know almost there 30,000 in if you say other constituencies now, almost should be able to so far. If you tell us Canadian, other constituency.
Wow. Okay, I be my was na ye besa ba ho chiri nti ye guso aye monitor say bibia out of am no me aswante. Right. Ibrahim, I don't know. Nti two results here. As one say two so but there was 61,000 and now there's 51,000.
Yes, but
but whichever way it is. No, that is what Muntaka got.
Yeah.
In 2020.
Yes, so that would influence it. The number of persons right? This time around the numbers will reduce, right? So I mean possibly some post now Muntaka could have gained additional votes in addition to the 40,000. Maybe I could be appreciating more.
Yeah.
And a stronghold. When him say I want a number to Aba, previously number to that area. Muntaka has been my MP for some time.
Okay.
Areas are and any the if any saying those from the northern extraction and Muslim extraction and other it almost to me votes kakra or any idea. The MPP group to me more votes. But the bar first one is any other areas are more cosmopolitan, it has different dynamics near here. Or to me sweepy votes are holding now. Oh. Some time ago I branch back one day. Chese yan card ning you can no jubility. Chese wo jubility.
So as one say, still last year was 61,659. That's confirmed, and yeah, you know, representing 66.36%, and then 31,254 for Ali Duseidu, representing 33.64%. What that means then, in nominal terms, Manaf Abenya 40% of the votes for this particular year. Timuntaka significantly. Even though we're dropping in terms of the numbers significantly. In terms of the numbers.
Percentage.
Turnout.
Yeah, the turnout, no, see, are affected because Manav, you know, it's just 31,000 to 30,000. So that is just about 1,000 for them. And then when he is 61,000 now down to about 40 something thousand.
Right.
So a very significant.
So what I'm trying to advance and say, yes,
43.
And say it affected Muntaka in terms of but Omobetoya. What I'm trying to say is Omobetoya Kabeko Muntaka to be votes. Oh yes. You see, we may try to say oh Bibi it will be a miracle.
Yes. Oh, no, obviously to do. See, sir, now when you try out movie away from the Patricia PG. Yeah. He had to. Yeah. After Nana J, Nana try Patricia could try and then before Ali do mobile.
Not to TV okay.
Yes, Nana TV
yes.
Yes, he tried. That's the creative seat before he passed by and found into a honor. Muntaka stronghold, and this is stronghold. So even if nominally or more drop numbers are still now, it looks like they are concerned. But MPP for me, MPP Manav a good showing, and the reason being that also generally it's like a voter in equal format, and can say affect all the parties, but significantly it looks like or no maintaining because or more dropping marginally. Just about 1,000 votes, but if you look at 61,000
to 40
down to about 43,000, now to say, but I mean, seats no there until the Muntaka say bia.
But I think we can still look into the dynamic. Why those 20,000 plus? No, more than that, 30,000 plus people.
Akoma FM 87.9.
Say what they
because the last time was the last time it was around 92,000.
Yes, but what they are no
92,950.
So we are saying no make the voting partner Akosua Ashantia.
Yes,
which we are yet to know. For confidence in governance in politics Akosua no form. I hope we say end to us because to us you almost trust, almost confidence in governance. No, I'm your somewhere cost on a form. Say to us and I can't talk about it. So I'm hoping say the government that to be formed by 7th, 8th January onward. No, whoever wins, no, and so formal government obey Juma, I better restore the confidence of the people. Because womo ankosa na participation no ekoswa na etofo mo a
that means you know what you are calling
yes
for.
I advo for kra study other jurisdictions as I know we trend we koswa people will choose other options MY it say your politicians no enya tumi o me deliver na etumi abo na ama o participation in politics no so and as a man yourself need the cake and
I see Kwame Plus and so no anyway right Kwame Plus you better heard the NF you better heard the NF but now
I would have been quite surprised though because the resources are the executive campaign so for an individual it means marshal resources as an independent candidate now all the BT an incumbent MP na chese wayade either said the constituency no a penasema to the extent that we need but we love him and now say otimi masha equal resources at the compete. And I'll be surprised.
So exactly the point. Inability to mobilize resources to do that, no clutches or a leader. And so you can believe say we be or crowd bet me I be the abone man for. But again, what you are saying is no correct. Say it's hard to come by money.
Yes.
I mean, even NDC
in an era as a
we say be a scan free bar.
Yeah. In an era as a
say be a scan free bar. Or man for
minimum, you don't need we hear less than about $1 million Ghana cedis to execute. To execute parliamentary elections. By the time I enter a from the primaries, won't spend a crown. You are gone. You are into the 2 million Ghana cedis or 3 million Ghana cedis.
You hold all of that things constant. Sir, secretary expenditure in our spend. They say the old canwan. And cause the uncle coin, a mum when he said,
yes,
or bet me the camp for Bebwa. I think so that's where maybe we should begin to look at.
But it becomes difficult a bit in a year election a year running because you need to be aligned to the government. And some way to me a court development our constituency because they will play unless they be out there say siama where obey a power broker to say the formula the year no independent but the position in my say we hear me until now the me pebia beyema me constituency.
But still in parliament obe choose where he will sit, right?
Yes, obe choose but obe negotiate. Yeah, I need this. Me here that's what he Asiama did. A lot of development they call for me now. But the Koba say we are typically an independent person. Ankunam pana or parliament pana or say ubetimi anya development pa kopa yes Eddie.
Definitely you need to negotiate. Now we'll join the forces that are at play. But at least we leadership on so demonstrate also. Remember man for no nyagidi we say and some to so and it's possible say woman so I be woman say community more guinea no so are people who may support. But at least it is true say I mean, expenditure, you do right, your man, your same mono, your idea. We need to even talk about it because the money crisis thing we talk about. Primary, stadium, this Kako remove almost top votes. Just so many things happen.
Now, the implication is that Ebema, Prof, you may be qualified in the constituency, but Enam say, who need resources, who need sikanintino. Or you want to me and compete, and that is why a lot of very good materials our constituency they don't venture because onisa scanner what they acquire no. I mean don't.
Prof
in a private no prof a big
you see per if all things are confirmed information ebano I think that Ashanti region say seats at a point from 3 to 4 now. I mean, I'm say all things when confirmation about say NDC are increasing numbers in Ashanti region. It means that Sempo, you must say MPP when
they were looking for something like 32%, right? That's
yes.
What they were looking.
Yes, Sempo MPP winning presidential crown. I think the Ashanti region here. I mean, total shake up. I mean, the executive, whatever.
I said something earlier.
Because
just not forget my point. I said something earlier, not today, but in the course of the year, I think somewhere earlier in the year, I said, say, one more primaries near the end, Napo could add more votes to it. I'm saying no. Asante is also gradually becoming cosmopolitan. Historically, it's been so, but I saw more MPP, no more to Abania. But when Nkofoni interest, no more to say a farmer, you semo, and no quite only say about where steady development, they brought on a be idea or more dreading on more reflect honor. A bit to me as shifted dynamics like a crap. Again, me sanso can be say Greater Kumasi by extension, kwa koka offense nyina. And so we are beginning to see cosmopolitanism cutting across to other catchment areas beyond the original zoning of Kumasi ne ade. If that is the case there, electoral process no will change over time. A bit change over time in terms of how people respond to voting, to their interests, you know, because they are engaging different people, different interests, different assumptions. Be also, and nipa bebre no I too quiet, nipa bebre no I new ideas. Media no yempo mo ya family so near people are receiving education here and there. The political education nioma ahodo e koso nyina no. So man for no dori nyini wo mu dia. Woman kasi webe me sorry ya me kurani ya na me tuma ba fante wa na me koto. It in many respects no there's a gradual change be seep into the society. And I me can say I hope the same will happen in the voter region. Any voter region here ade nyina. Na be boya me nya fair and better representation in terms of our politics and elections in Ghana. And I said, I do not think Napo has the capacity in many ways. Obey to me, I trigger any change. In fact, I said something again about my Baumia, and now crowd the interview and I say, Baumia is not a colossus like Kufo, and he cannot make any percentage be a broke for years, even in the region. That was my assumption in Enumerate before we came to this studio. It on a good day crash I'm not making you. It on a bad day the NHS say we are likely to
and I think that I was say baby ye beto aba afiwe aba say all sources be confirm commission confirm everything. Now you put it together data no. Politicians will sit back and look at how I approach call primaries. Sika, there's one statement. One of the guys, I mean, himself also, spend his capa on the constituency primaries one winning, but your primaries no, now about 3 vans smart TV be gumwa or today or refer to this the turnout this year. Say, I'm sure you bedroom the district assembly level amount for interest in a general election will go down.
It is because the politicians don't serve our interests.
Then my response was that delegates will become rich and richer at a point where also in the public 10,000. No, they got to within the party, internal party elections. People get so much.
Yes.
Into Obafia or Bebedrufia. Na nini ya watu hono so hwere se moko tom de awie e bedru ho beba besire nyina de ho o ma misika me nkokoto. That is where the direction echo
omukoko season.
Yes,
edru sa abre no a upompo betua wo mo so twen age anse no motu anamo. But that is the problem we have as a country. Say yet to votes, it's illegal within the remit of the laws of Ghana. Mra ya shefa ya man yourself one ya batu no at least yet to votes, but make a commission once them dear you know a try a trend no make a commission of projects once them Argentina last minute a month or so to election near commission projects
87.9.
yeah, but that is the essence of it, right? The project could have been finished before that time. I did just have brand one year. A couple so many year project. So for me, vote by a play out in many forms within the NDC and MPP.
Yeah, that's true.
Guilty parties so me. Woman do a man for any military from Sebi. Woman disrespect to a man for
my nature near you know. NDC candidate. They are a greater
constituency. I need to check to see if so.
I mean,
yes, sir. What is a man for the
you see, there's another thing. I mean, say we are in common. You bet remedy pa. One as MP, all Lucy election. Say, man for Oko primaries no Lucy, and I want Oko primaries. I am sure say there are some constituencies MPs no ehun say signals no enye. The signs are not good. mfana ma to mo nkobio but omo nkobio no no makoso bisa e de na ba no ma influence system na mana wini nipa ne wini wi a say eye otan a ebi be transfer to the person because all the party system no anya de ope but within the constituency
it may affect the presidential election.
That is the point. That is the point here. Enti yakwe animu no me de me I think that well we are trying for ni na provisional.
Yes.
We are trying say commission officially ebe declare
say if the signs of elections are correct, let's say the kind of polling station one reflect ya who difference be
no
difference
no inti ade we no let's see how it goes because Miami constituency I have for southeast Miami constituency interesting things happening there. You're trying CBN reporter no
TNTS say voter turnout no a course no say we form e wa Ashanti region say this hwede no what it simply means ne say e bet me affect the votes of Bawumia in many ways. What it also means ne say wo ye national aggregator wo tally wo are this course no what you say bet me affect the presidential outcome. It a critical thing for us to know say ne omanfo nyina e development. It so be to abama wa or hese so we dey we be hye ne ma we be si ne so say wa moa no amano and develop amaka historically we frikufo abreso be si ne ubaya ni abeye fly over fian bi di so amaye na Asante asanko back so Asante must negotiate for development before they cast their ballot. And I believe we said
something that is I
believe we said who they had here who share major developments across Asante memu ha individuals nyaban. A lot of corporate institutions headquarters are one crime. It's a lot of the high-rise buildings now who in individuals can afford this.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, a lot of the buildings.
So the landscape you see, whatever you are seeing here, individuals more than more. It will be we say communities no spread this but bad roads all over the place. Now no other no so more try you be here near there. There are a lot of issues to look at. NPP must begin to re-look at the region. No more say to get the people out there to vote. No, a man for no free as here esusu say impuntu no woman so hu hia woman nyom kuto more than more.
But bro, significantly you could also say same for NDC because see NDC has come to a point so for them to win an election they also need a certain minimum of votes be Ashanti region.
No, it's
so
true.
It's say getting closer to from 28%. So 27 to 30%. So where into almost where responsibility.
In fact, may I even add to what you are saying? You say even when it comes to their leadership in the region, now off air, I was having some conversation. You see, but we have to say it's a political party. National in character.
Absolutely.
In terms of its ethnic population, any idea in a mix, no? What you are saying? Yeah? Over Asante region. I say, who come with so many ideas, you say LDMP, NDC region. That's what, let me rest it here on that.
But going forward, yes, I mean, you need a national outlook.
Yeah.
For any political party, you need that national outlook. And the important, say, and for now, say, we are uteki. Ufa NDC we Nana chairman no Nana Kwesi if you on na bia we bia Samejanfi significantly you can say bo and within the ranks of the NDC from this particular region but name because ya me mo de want me as we be our this route but a very difficult say obet me abo because some was upon money you know nyina no na era na twem and all that nti they almost were you may be to show a face almost show a phase in the Ashanti region. I was a feature strongly within the national outlook.
So in my about 2-3 years
NDC,
ago, in an analysis I made somewhere, no, Namekase, the day the NDC, Ebenya Sakarata no yeka wasemi any posture no any you know, they may win elections throughout.
Yes,
in this country.
Yeah, so omunya
sankomo ya yedi no omunya e be difficult for the MPP to win elections.
Right, I was for Yeguso. And Yanemo, so what I say, Yanemo, you say you beat me a confirm some constituencies, Nafi, Yashe. You say, Akoye, and once the constituency coalition centers no ebe done no, then it means that straightforward ebeba to the regional coalition center. So once that is done, it will come directly to the regional coalition center. Now also putting it together. The Hona Ibenya the regional analysis of how results is putting together whether say the NPP etimi do more on the 1.7 million last time or more to maybe 1.8 1.9 depending on the turnout. Maybe NDC sono etimi ayebi aka over 600,000 munya no may be aka ho and I say almost so I'm maintaining that same number. Me show a percentage some there ni nyina so beba mu na ya share how things will look like. Yeah.
So me, very interested in any record time electoral commission they be declare results. We want to observe because see the more it drags, na a lot of conspiracy theories and all that. And EC must prove to us so you're improving in terms of your systems, transfer of information, how are you receiving at the end of the fact you can boom na you declare and all that. Yes, me did say also ensure say the right figures are there. But speed and time is also of the essence in this because as it drags now increase tension. See make I you know, political parties no attention afa bi no power no speed, time and accuracy is of the essence for electoral commission. Last year you design or mutimi declare it be saying
the last election
but the final in the take more than it was 48 hours.
Yes.
Adrian. Yes, I didn't expect expecting a Sunday.
No, but I'm saying our coalition center. Say idea obo edwuma no e koso ntemwa. Ade be chi no na ke obi ehunu ne size. Say coalition center wenya wetimi wakame na ye ya bi program di wo we.
And maybe the electoral commission no they were working towards a certain target.
And Uncle no say no coalition center ye botu ni ade nyina.
We be probably why isolated. But media for me I'm looking at can electoral commission can they beat their time the last time round?
Media in my expectation no senka about chinanyumre
by chinanyumre, which means that about you expect like 24 hours.
Yes.
Because you're to Abano 5 closing 5 p.m.
Okay, so
it 24 hours declaration.
It started coming on the 9th. And correction of errors by on the 10th.
No, probably 3 days class assembly. Can you?
Onyanti no masi.
Yeah, Tabana 70. Na correction there about 10. And you tell me about
na no ma be for the so sisi ade ohunu so kakra. Me did say.
No, but you see 48 hours you cry they go they almost beyond this.
But there have been some changes kakra processes because right now no a free constituency ne be drew regional nche to be sure say no ma fax the call
na region so ba calculator me bo paper say mo kika bom 60
no
am say mo add 60
no
because that time we can na you hu MPs ndada wo
you hu MPs ndada
you hu MPs ndada it will paper ni say ye ade e be che wo
but see easy say last year you say night if by night no moon declared yeah there's a which is about 48 hours.
But I must say this. Let me add something to it. Say, share. Yeah, share the parliamentary. The color of the parliamentary, you know, but you are man declaring them. Especially when you begin to see absolute majority.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Trend, you know. You can create.
Yes, I won't say.
All stress, you know. Obe proud to.
But you see, microphone winning so everyone is seats now. I will for seat too. Ashanti region. Okay, so say independent candidate if become. Na
so far any independent candidate yeah was Ashanti region na. Independent.
I likely so well. 87.9. Oh, idea. Me who say on one kasa crap post said the ngofo bi yomudi. Ashanti Chimnof.
Say plus say I have one.
Yes, I okay from Ponce wa win.
On so I can say I have one.
Also win.
Also independent.
On the Ashanti Chimnof no so wa win. Minia Emmanuel ewo Achumangwa Bejanof. Me nim what has happened over there.
Okay.
So far how many independent candidates are wait maka say
ometumi shaky system.
Ometumi shaky system no na. But apart from that, the akabia no yeah between NDC and NPP. And na me catch say there are some areas that we need confirmation from those areas. Say indeed say obi etima retain the afford is so.
Yes, but even almost retain the crown at the end so you have margin also going in our talent to the presidential votes which will be quite interesting to look at because any marginal NDC benye be it as to their percentage. What you say if NDC is able to achieve its target now or more penwa, what it simply means is say make serious inroads. And you know some of the prescriptions so far at the council then we know say I mean by 4 years time you know they can consolidate their gains near there. It's almost free could do 32 no to make 40 the rest almost is a color no even in the Ashanti region in terms of the presidential. It, you know, these are things.
But mind you, as you look at that, you also realize at that regions, so dynamics as now.
Of course.
NPPA pull very significant votes or north.
Of course.
Which wasn't the case.
Of course.
As I say, me call Nancy me call what's the district Benyendi me call workshop will be my directorate now. Now me call say almost all the constituencies are in an NPP na winning
almost all. So
you know. So let's
focus on the current election
and the NDC
in relation to the north, the upper regions and the savannah regions. So the few also by because of what you said. Because what I say, continuity of what has happened in the past.
Maybe Ubeye be overly fixated on NDC. Significant inroads or make you Ashanti, but we will lose the sight or we lose the fact that no for so NPP so average at the end of some of the reason now by 50-50 and all that.
Right.
So as we watch, what I say, influence of Baumia and then as somehow Manabasa. So yes, maybe because of the numbers here in
sustenance.
The numbers also
sustenance so be issue because we share kakra. Confirmation.
That is why we need to test.
Yes,
just get feedback from
confirmation from the commission.
Savannah regions.
And this is also able this some regions in the middle belt and the southern.
Yeah.
Because per the Ebe, if say
Western now.
Yes, but the issue is sustenance so be issue at the north. For instance, if say Dr. Mahmoud Baumia win it. Na utimi kipi development at that area na otwaso ekonanim ebetimi a sustain this roho. Okay, so the next time let's not forget say ND is so war nkrofo a omobodo
almost yes the NPP they've been in power for 8 years.
Yes.
Say we want to believe say some more utimi winning votes or not Savannah and the upper regions. Say the okay the traffic of development no ebi kodru ho dia
okay
and then yes
so
to me sustain because because it should be a good test and I see the free harbor.
Yes.
There has a continuity and now say to me sustain this narrative no. To me sustain then it's rather consolidating the NDC.
Okay, so that may heard the other side. So if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and winning to become the president, now maybe a party no going forward, or more primaries, or more restructuring of party name. Let's say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to me and Twaso as the flag bearer of the party. What happens to the north? I'm looking at sustenance.
Okay.
This say Ekobane say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to me and Twaso. Seats or more gaining or honey or better keep it for how long?
If you have an account,
that is when right? You are also assuming say Bawumia factor no
that is
and average gap, and that's the assumption that you are making. But maybe it could be other things. Minim crano. Minim say a number of things have been done from Tamale to Yendi Road, constructed, beautiful. Agenda 111, Ufri Tamale Airco. Yendi Aquinas one more agenda 111 facility. So a number of things have been done. So it may not necessarily a Bawumia factor per se, but almost feel say near to Abanako Hanamo, Ebia Yansa then so, but we mukrana ebia omo ye no mobile we have seen significant in that case if it is development driven sustainable.
Sure.
But if a kobase personality driven and yes
once the person is not there
it could affect that. Yeah, you some dynamics be na you driven by personalities. Maybe omuni hobby no as I say, but I mean you could say voter raging. Now, basically, be a Rollins. You could associate, but when Rollins is still not anyone, still now, they've been loyal to it.
But over time now, at the side they be free whole.
Yeah, and I make a choice. You felt maybe with the exit of Rollins, you could maybe a bit more affected and this, but
yeah, margin
but now still now they are still formidable in those places. They move away from personality driven, and then now. Intrinsically, they fall in love with the party, and then they still keep it. It's difficult. Data and science they make me actually where that's personality generated. So and now say development oriented, and now say they are intrinsically people now maybe yes we have fallen in love with the party. So these are the dynamics. It's difficult to say. But going for me, I want us to come to that point where politicians cannot predict where these people will vote. And that they will begin to work. The very moment the politicians are so relaxed, they know say what they are punching crack with now the color center on better very very and I was very very appalled by maybe an circulated so I had the MIT or mom t-shirt crown better. No, we must move away from that area where politicians realize no, these people you can't take them for granted. And what's a year Jumani they sustaining your vote no. Our votes should be warranted by virtue of a juma. Yeah. Now, say, we mo de we hear you, one hear you, because you know, sadly, we must move away from an area. Mami, typical example when John Kuma we na MPP realizes and you mu here because a duomi, and I just be competing. Quickly now, what's our mobile status or more here? Rose be near you, no. Sure. Because they realize that now man for voucher. Umbeto abanama idiomi. And there was a movie MPP machinery in our buy just because it could send a wrong signal if just before some few to general elections, you know, omokoto abana independent candidates AB10. So they had to move in to do a lot of work. Yeah, bisa say when politicians now realize no, you to mean take you almost for granted. We must work to deserve their vote. They realize that these people cannot be predicted. So level na me pese you drew one more where people do evaluation or kono ko jina beka no to aba. On fan say media you will meet 20 you will meet 20 people me kwa koto
me two regions are guilty of this
MPP voter
and voter major corporates are involved in this. Now, Ada, you bet me solve we be antidote to this problem in these two regions. Now, I think so we will do better as a country. Right.
But Doc, but Prof, Mami Musa, this question, Ralph, also so Nina, you very happy. Can the political parties put together the data now who say okay at this point you Lucy then just as you know time be able to abagana they pick a phone call the other side to concede can that also facilitate the EC's efforts on publishing results no
it shouldn't be contingent on where there may sound utopian, but but the reality is that is what I'm expecting. Now can be some discount common, but now I say be I'm a discount common one. A baby be I felt to say around this time the Electoral Commission should know say party for Nankasa enim the way we say the na Sam JV Kano.
No, now if a collation of results, you have three entities. EC officially.
Yes.
Parties the and now you have media houses.
And so here
homo there.
Three America. CNN and call it, Fox back call it. In many ways, no, because data chrono will be IG.
Data chrono.
It's easy. At the end of this, Koba said, will be to me a magical one to be my data sound. The data no aye son.
Well, you know, media general at a point in time will call the elections. Other media houses almost so a war election. In fact, also here we were election headquarters, we were election command center, we were election there. Obia yo, inti a very difficult say. All of a sudden, figures be
now figures number
no because
now parties no so their number be. And your magic no. I don't know how you get what I'm trying to say. So fundamentally, I think say the EC should begin to also rethink the whole process. No when say party for no involved in the process. So they have everything you have in terms of data. In fact, every crown no more sophisticated crash and so in many ways, when they are saying say one more a friend say we need this number of seats. It cannot be say a mischief keke. There is some basis to it.
Yes.
What you are saying, these are the realities we are faced with. And until any say is not now, not just on the 3 days, 4 days, or the call election.
Because
yes, sir, you may end up causing trouble.
And then again, when you're very careful, you even lose because see, assuming that all these credible media houses and will be at dispatch a lot of them into a very constituency being one might be a media general now put all together media general channel 1 a year way and they are dealing with the same figure now there's consistency running through that maybe a easy bar now officially now you realize that because apart from that, you also have other even entities, any media house almost so monitor results, almost putting it together. So I'm just saying that, baby, I do know where enough first now say yeah, is in Kwana na dear no na now and yes I be now it's that not basically a new master son now and a new master sign now and what's not in there 5 days now so baby declare. We be a man for call elections and we are calling and you cannot about this or something entirely different from what if there is a trend
unless it's say we assume say figures or police station and yet and no now a party phone no
say
I mean it cannot be unless it's say we are saying say figures or police stations
okay so this is the IGP the rounds no go so oye or call collation centers no kakra e wo Greater Accra we dey yes we an call the chopper bia be pie wo hana Akoma FM 87.9 ana enga sabi the chopper bia be pie hana
87.9 but I know said the police have been resourced but we don't need that Rambo style bia bibia I mean bibia ko kama bibia ko dey few gunshots are copying and hopefully but relatively so now we have 2 persons confirmed dead compared to previous election we are baby now for 0 no dead no casualty
so when we started from 0 now you yes near was 0 near
We
should get there. No, we should get there. I mean, count of dead bodies, you know, and he say count of, I mean, destruction of human life. You know, ye come nipa because of say obi person obey MP, obi person obey president. You know, esi kumobi. I mean, this is absolutely nonsensical. Yan se be any sad way. You see, ko aban ya koto, ya kind. Bra ye kan krankofo ginichira a omo so kan bi so I video see a etwegwe 1 1 2 2 omo kan bi ya kan ye nyina hunu de akosua masenya kwame ayu enya ya kan ya hunu de obi enya
life am for life depend on sa numbers na o kan
yes ya kan wie atro wie ya kan boa no ya de ko edi ebio na aka di aka ne say ye be hwehwim boxes and said some be pragro no a nkofo di ese nipa life no this must cease it no easy no ya reforms kakra in that a department or
yes
circulation
edi na na embolden nkofoma omo some of these things because we abrantia na I also West Wogon. Around here, or no, just at the coalition center, or try everything possible. So, DBB, emboldened Crawford to that extent.
Open me since yeah, open if you can handle it.
Oh, yes.
I come Jimmy.
Yes, me no way I drink.
I don't see the essence of it. You to buy a kind, a bunny a kind of trouble. So, what is the essence of that? I mean, what is the meaning of that?
Prof, we also a protection of their interest. Normally, we all
personal
or something to lose.
Interest. Yes.
They all be all protected on your no other ballot box. Your ballot box in their community. I'm telling you.
But if you saw an prof, no, so no, are benefiting in a way, be or some way somehow, or interest, be a small way, be no benefit.
Yes, sir.
Ah, you can hand, you know,
that's all. Seriously, you have to abide. You name see a police station. You call coalition center na kotwaban. Ya kind. Ya tro. Asin sign a party for you know, the more dance here. Adentina sabre ye how many years ni almost 30 and number
so 1992
yes yeah mass na say
92 yeah. 2002 10 years to 2012 20 years to 2022 30 years 32
years it is still a tibonko so fast adway ho say abano ayeto bi ayetumi anantia abedru no sabre ye no yate ase say abano yeto a ye kan wo polling station sa resource no a easy kura no anase easy agency kura no party agency zu kura bi as abre yi o ma communicate to their party it no what the box no open the eye ana box no a wo so person wo di be shem no wo person o kire se den wo di be se sade no ana
that box contains the lives of
mpacho mami ko Hafano South West Emra Mankranso ohwe obre no a is a remu on the 8th yes is a rem Sunday mayenko na the unfortunate thing happening at the moment is that yenu aba Julie ewo ho obebo emu nchimo ewo Mankranso Julie na it is saying
Everybody to know be man among friends.
Nyame adobok ade na si wo Mankranso anopai
Ninia enya asantitu afra study e wo kan ye na eni se enne election e koso na eya constituency agodo say the reported eya na ye 2 years system no ba be pie mu Akoma South West about 20 years so na ni na Mankranso se na me no kase ye ni se ka me die ye ni na abano ya to awia ya DC other polling stations any constituencies agodo na corporation center ye wo ho no na ye nyam pintin bi say emema ni bi edide enya some picture mo bru no e dia ya o mo si an o mo hu take bi e the ballot sheet ni bi e ba ɛna nya asɛm ketewa sɛ free ni ɔmo anya akoma so yɛ ewu ya ne sɛ ne kaa ma hyehyɛ ɔma paapae no atwanto hɔ na ɔmo twɛ egya atom nti sɛ no na yɛ fact ɛna ɔmo kɔ hɔ de ne nya asɛm ketewa ɛno ahomo aboɔ ɛne etua soso ɛna ɛno no ɛkyehyɛ nso kakra na ɛno no kura no dede ne adeade nti sɛ nkyɛnfa yɛ wɔ ha yɛ sɛ yɛ ne ɔmo bɔ fi na yɛ di nkɔmɔ ebi mo nso ɔmo mpene da ndc foɔ no sɛ ɛyi deɛ wɔte so no a wɔwɔ hɔ nom na wɔfiri so no ɛyɛ ɔnabo dapa wɔyɛ npp ni no ɛbaaba bɛgyina ama no no ɔmo pɛ sɛ emu yɛ mu de ma npp ni no na yɛgyidi nkɔmmɔ asiesie mu no na yɛhu sɛ ɛyɛ ndc ni executive baako ɛna ne kaa na kama ɔmo de ɛyɛ result no edi ɛba no ballot box ni ba no baako ka hɔ nom na kyerɛ ɛyɛ sɛ ɔmo de ɛno ba nti ɔmo na tu kaa ɛna ɔkɔfa ayɛ ɛna ɔde ba ayɛ na yɛn wu deɛ yɛ abɔ esi no nso ɔkwan na ɛka kyerɛ ɔmo sɛ ɛyɛ npp foɔ na ɛkɔfa ayɛ osese yi o ɛna yɛn nyɛ asɛm ketewa ma yɛkeka sɛ man no kɔ ani abere so ɔbɛtwitwi anya anɔpa deɛ ɔbɛyɛ no kurom ha ɛnyɛ asɛm ketewa.
nti sisi ɛdeɛ na ɛkɔ so
sisi yɛkɔ correction center hɔ nom yɛn wu deɛ yɛ yɛn mu yɛn nsa bɔ esi yɛn mirika nyɛ asɛm ketewa mu nyinaa aba yɛ so wɔ hɔ nom ɛna sogya firi pata wɔn a wɔn nti yɛhyɛ inside yɛ ɔmo tutu boɔ ɛdi nkonti ba paapae baabi a yɛ kɔresi ɛyɛ aba no ɔmo paapae wɔn sogya foɔ polisi foɔ yɛn yɛ wɔ hɔ ɛni n'adi da fɔm
mbakyɔ nti sisi a yɛ kasa mo no mo wɔ collation center inside.
Collation yɛn ti yɛn wɔ inside hɔ na yɛ wɔ ɛna ɔmo tutututuo ɛdi ɛyɛ nkonti ba paapae ɛwɔ hɔ ne sɛ mi kasa yi nfɛ sinkase wɔsi mu sinkase. ɛna me no kasa yi ɛna nti ano ayɛ den soldiers fo nso ɛna ɔmo tututuo ba boys no kura ɛnte ɔmo ntutuo na yɛ tutu no ɛno ane nkonti baa ne mmoɔ na ɔmo de papa hyehyɛ na ɛwɔ correction center no nti ɛna wogyina hɔ nom a ebi bɛtumi yɛ twaw ne kasa yi kura me yɛ asɛ me pie kakra me titɔ yɛ kura ma me nsa ho bi ɛwaawayɛ a yaba bɛhyɛ ha nom a kyesɛ
nti meba Julie misɛ onya abotre na yɛ ti ase yie o se ɔmo de ballot boxes ne ba no baako ɛka akyire
sa anti ya yenya ayɛ no no
okay a ɔmo kɔfa ba ɛno yɛ ayi bɛyɛ police station bɛyɛ
police station kɔ no ɔmo anka nsɛ because ɛba asa na yɛnya yɛbɔ pin hɔ no na yɛ bɛgyambɛgya wontumi nkɔ anim eti mesa na yɛyɛ sɛ yɛkɔ akɔtwa kaa na asɛe no ɛna yɛ colleague ne baako ɛkɔ hɔ nom na ohun sɛ yɛsɛ obi di opposition ɔyɛ ndc ni executive ni bia wɔn ho bɔ mu ɛka
ɛno deɛ nyabotra so that so that maybe a police investigation with my establishing what I say because as to uankasa no obeka say yes say but what I want us to establish is I say muankasa no more in an enclosed area muntimi MPA because mranti wo krom ho no ese omo makwan emma ballot box no emma so that mutima quality results on the official results e dey aba
ballot box ni bi efi abonti ba no omo pese obuwiem emma MPP candidate no. This is not true.
Okay.
Nti na ye wo ha no ma.
Nyabotre. Oye Centroni ana oye de.
Yeah, me and Centroni.
Aha, nti baby awo kɔ ne de. Oye sa na wo trashie. Aja se. Because enu the other side. Ma yeni nkomo se si aye ka say muhia se ye be mamo protection. Enye za na tie. Aha. Nti ma yeni sa nkomo no. Asuso be so wiem mo obi there you unim system no. Nti you not be able to determine whether say obi so wiem ma we ana say no kra na say no kra there. Eno there eno there yemfa no to. Na ye deal with the issue now that more police and central for police.
Okay.
Nti that is nti say ano muhia protection.
saa pepe then see a man we are be man na make cancer no ye na ye new
baby
a system ena omo kita ye
that is the point where I want you to be safe that unkonko dru baby a won kwa observe it now say afi na wo na ba be asem nti wo yemfa no nto na momo de no yenhwe na motimi reach out to the police commander what area ho baby
yeah no not say you need to procedure so it's throughout your life obia baby ase enti say emuje kakra no mutututu na omo pam boys no e na police so ni dia say omo stress witness no enti omo kamoka no na me hu hye ebi ababe gina ha no so no kura no yenti abonti.
Okay, thank you Julie. Yebesa ba ho na ye ne mpanifo be di nkomo on this very issue. Everyone here na why implicate to na fe akofa asem dia ma o. Enti yes I understand. Nti yebesre police ebu akwafo ben ho poku kro for ben ho na tepa enso so ben ho. Nti ombetimi aboa na omo akwakohwe de ekoso e wo mankran so. Ballot box o ebasa na ma sam command dey see say uwie ye wie na se ye de pink sheet ni bibia akwa kanu mum ebe save yen ebe save yen kakra ebusa for your live Facebook page
Akoma 87.9 Kumasi
asemo prof yes. Yeah. It's a collation and
box no then a cage. Was a box no, I see you say, car no a fine and Uncle Moana. Car no, I'm the gumono, Uncle Moana. I know, okay, it's all because of if you're not interested, they are cemetery. A polling station, polling station,
yes,
center.
Where collation center.
But just a polling stations, no, and I send us. I know my day or more nakano, boxes, edigu calm, me boy. It is saying we are bobuano, near silly, me boy. Now, would you go calm? Now, Martin, Munamadiaba. Yes, sir. Now, I didn't have a creature. I didn't have a to make a sir.
I catch it with the pink sheet and a pink sheet na the cannon.
I then a catch it. I said the parent now. I know me almost sad, and about catchery. Almost a dana. And Jan witchery. What boy ran no pass one and to Uncle Monos. What buano pa. Box, ya to a baby, a silly boxy. Yes, a sad dear no, a gume. Adding a big catchery. You know, asking me in Ghana battle when some say the city. I had then a box in the cage. It's no what they back for say back package the bar. I better now one more Matias here. I bet there no Matias here. But in a kusia sembakuya. Sheets in one, ya recordo a universal. And a box no papers no gum. The ain't a swan fast was a say pa. The next one fast was a say pa. Ye kan ya ba no e wo police station ya record ye no. Ya record ye na uni say ya kan obi akan. Timemufu e ho ho a wo beto aba kra bi nsu gina wa abodom pen ehwe ya kan ye ya record. Aba no ya kan awie no. Eso mfaso e chen krata ye tintim fa ho e ma obi tumi fa ho benyama ne wo ho bi. Process SS ahwe ni bio. Was a good so I boy who say ya the next process SS ahwe bio. Yes. And we have to relook at the process. We have to relook. We have to relook at the process.
Yes, because me
we have to
how this staggery comes in at all when it comes to the process. So hard copies no. Because of over the years, and so hard copies and Yamian Crake who here be more in kind. No figures ninya ubi answer can figures now say ya. Because our hard copies say a paper no ne box a gumuni, you know, I don't know because What's a fine? But you want a recount. In fact, at the collation center, you can still ask
for a recount.
And no, minimum says I had an ABS Pama, you kind of collation center on. Now, assessor from I done from the account or police station.
The police stations, and I say a hot one casa no more kind, and an uncle for now.
Yeah, some more.
I don't know.
We need to improve the process.
And
also introduce a bit of technology. See, technology is the only way out. A bra will go through manual issues and the problems, and technology is the only way out.
I didn't say a shut down creative problems. My home be say.
Now, digitize school feeding program. Even finding a way of finding an antidote to sadie. Not eliminate this. Machoism, say macho for
1, 2, 3, 4 observers na wa any party just so ma be sense we ni ade resource no ya wash the kobe bi no nkrata no ya de to aba ne ye no e so obi san so nkrata de kobe bi di ko so me san so nkrata
well
ebia no bi obi okay so ebi obi do collation center wa obe cost for a recount.
Yes, I want to make us a recount. No, you recount the same. Police station one I can you. There's a message say to me we more police station ho. But I thought say I solve police station issues no. Many short them can ask you.
I say
you to solve police station issues in the and they who can
issues are. You request for recount. Our police station. You nyama so wie near the bedroom collation
center.
Kakana transition go say car will say the ambulance they go say the a free walk on you know process no
you want some kind wa haya
it could do why into me recount. Yes, we have to we need to improve because I say elections are won at the polling station level. Sana moka nti afe elections should be won at the collation center.
Because I say devolve power no emma to me no because it belongs to the people. And yet the electoral commission, the power belongs to the people. So it must go back to them. Ya tuaba ya can or ya record straightforward it goes to into the system and it's collated.
Going forward, yes, improving our electoral system reforms there. As we identify problems, now you challenges.
Because elections, no say competitive say
87.9 Kumasi.
You problems say free over.
You only say you only say I'm careful. Elections no be competitive going forward in the future, more competitive. It thinking say first what about to na say competitive no so no. Na ye ku ye homo because of this middle road na ehiem no say be collation bi ni sa no no
anyway but ye betima asa akwa hwese bi a sentence ni bi a ready a mo man hwe na
obi hu asa kan
obi hu aka dia na just but some of the if you are enough the member of parliament incumbent to retain his seat no.
Okay.
Yes, Fijakwabre South. These are provisional results are eba. You try say commission be certify. Per the provisional results no so no. That matter of Fijakwabre South also so no. Retain oye a fresh face. A honor or member of parliament no. Oye deputy minister energy twice. So in Crawford Constituency Fijakwabre South. Omo complaining about lights. Omankasa cry ro mo ho my extension omo pe transformer e connected power no. Omunya bi. Me kai say last election there was one young guy out train 2 horse car. And in fact at the time minim de near my fast ye pa ama this younger kakari guy anko contest no. Nano also unko biu. Ko no say from nyama no. And we jim na da matai we primary tea. Well, and also pay the provisional results ebano. So I see it so a year secured. For constituency provisional results ebano just say a convincent as a retaining the seat as a member of parliament or your first time member of parliament. The second term in Wokui. Intino. What we anyway, we run the 9th parliament and the second term, I don't know. Collins Adoma Comensa a first term member of parliament, or we need per the provincial resource, obe room as a second term, Fija Kwabre, North. North and South, as we speak, Ebetimaka per the provincial resource no. Awaiting Electoral Commission certified results per the provincial resource no. Omo etimi I go through all. The interesting times kakra. Ya cross every Sunday mono. Results no provincial ones and start back kakra. Yen reporters coalition center ha. Omo hwe say commissioner officially ebe confirm no amom so na afi. Said ye na ayi ka no. Miracle say ka say I watch him say a commission pe and a bit my so bin sa maso say bema oba wa win e wo honti. That is that. Eguso the share the ekoso. As we speak, atwoma wa be janof maintain hwe free ho. Ehonso na ehona Benito usu bi the constituency a onko bi na Frank Eboa. Frank Eboa na ono so ye fresh face ewo the ticket of the NPP. And na Emmanuel Osejenfi. On friend atwama Ima or some friend Ima, yes. Son of my friend. On any this man, the last time Ima called against Benito Usubio, he did it so well. The expectation is that as independent candidate, Abia will wait me up IABB against Frank Yeboah. And also hold the year say Betty BB free said the year king. Inti provisional results are bano and the year come was some kakra na share. Said ye eniema besi akọ bebu ho a ubomu a ayedi especially ko insuta kwa ma be poso unse insuta kwa ma be poso secretary afram plains ho no omo to abani wi a bebi a communities ni bi wo no secretary afram plains ebu ho so de kofa a different constituency now they be pie now they be pie ni dim over transu now what they be pie coalition center ho nti ho say dey be chepa ansa na ba. Unlike a Hanomodia, I don't know why Subi Money are dinamo a delay. Because Subi constituency, quite as a constituency, as the last time we checked, now Omaba a police station, how more try to collect it. The guy, Heidi and Casabri at the Teflon. Yeah, Heidi and Teflon that I'm your baby. Oh, meaning what is happening there? A Chumanga be just out Crasino, a year and you're bad. Ebiam Punua. Manso dubia ne manso kwanta ne akrofrom ne sa ho ho de you may agree with them say ebi ho a ba bia to aba ne bia di ballot box ne free ho ba no emu wa ebi okra moto na gise edisi so na ya man moto be 4 nti wo ze moto kid na ba brim na da
nkoma edi na a developmental issue.
Yes,
a developmental issue. So man for the development no say ankoya afe yes box edi twensu ye ni kudu okra papa edi twa oh na ebi titon sum na diverse bem. So there's a whole lot. I said diverse bem no more dive ko ye ballot box ni ade free sum. So we need developmental agenda. Edi bi o man me develop on ade ni nyina abo electoral process. Oh to soon develop kro bi ni ya nyina slow your process.
Because there are some places even network.
Yeah, network cry a challenge.
Say
Network a challenge.
We need to.
Yes, yeah, develop my mind. Oh my so sao, and so sa. Yeah, the choir was sa. Are they a simple na complex? It's in a bin a worker. Such a from plains one. A year enclave, however far. So, but say you develop and ya acquire ya de baby ensure ya de boat papa so ya new process way said you okay can be smooth even in these areas. Oh, but yeah because we knew you got an cry the akanaka.
Now, when everything is said, posters, prophecies,
the gods were even confused. That's what I said. The gods were even confused. They could not tell. That the prophets were also equally divided.
Yes. No, but
and then in fact, and then I mean
posters.
Womo created division in Christendom as a result of gimmickry. But you see, the challenge I you ne and say election. I mean, the actual man for this. I woman and the say woman and election we even develop woman. A man yourself and develop. Yes, you children over the Abeno or got the chopper. Wow. So it's important to say, you know, you need a cool process no. Now process no, it to me develop to the extent they say it be you right leaders for us. Because the MPP focus share your primaries now you obey to me at the highest bidder and obey we need primaries. Now end this in so corner yes can we say leader now over and papa.
Okay, Onyina champion Kwabri is per the provisional results bano. On also so Kwabri is how they say obvious and as a Ravenboa.
Kwabri Kwabri Lord Amufa echo independent but me sure say obe make any significant amankwa for NDC and to me make any you want the only thing ne nanka Francisca Koya Kona Francisca man for Edja Francisca Otin. I think after 8 years no decided say uncle. Inti no PV way for Onyina to come in and it looks to me say fresh face, new person. Minya sure say Lord Nyamecha no wo ene yibia so betimi apuli any votes from inti. Likely say betimi but now what we are looking at is the numbers. So obet me maintaining numbers no and now say obe drop it and now obe improve it. Kwabri one particular place the most populous constituency wa Hanuman. In fact, omo ma NPP votes pa but Kwabri complaining so much about their roads. And no can be na Francisca omo de boni tree so.
Francisca the end there. Do baby cry nan crofo feel say a deliberate I mean, attempt to be maybe some people within the region, because or a very young lady and party person protecting her. No various means and committing that protecting.
Yes, but the people were fed up.
I mean,
okay, so the last in 2020, there was a president Ebemu. So they be onya contest.
Yeah.
Okay. But in 2024, the people now man for omu determined say no matter what also or primaries. Now primaries is so choir. Ekabede kananka want to me and win it. Because now delegates nankasa ba be a target for the community because they feel say mo kwa mako ye in mako to abanona ye development rules are because Kwabri rules ni ye very 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 poor. Ufree Kenya say eko mampontin ekwan ni yenye ufree Kenya say ekwa edumaka say yenye ekwa aboaso yenye ekwan ni nyina ye just rough roads na you it was a problem. Okoye astrate if you try say ye kotutu ode abokugu on park na krofo say afede o mesesa ai abo no kra no mbebo no park na so sa na say park na ka astrate no so anko so they were very very embittered ewo hono nti na enyanwa say one try say obe kobio because na be difficult so betimi are return but the ye hwe ne whether say onyina no young guy a very young guy so betimi I'm maintaining the numbers and I say obey to me I appreciate it in terms of the nominal figures but a very very interesting scenario. Mind you Kwabe na nana kufaro catcher almost say ukokru mutino say what do you say asem no kan na e be make a lot of waves so ha no omukubisa say na ye na yetuma wa your car say kokokru mutino ye wa odi asa won to be wa it a lot of things they didn't really work out for the NPP but I mean a very strong vote for the NPP so obviously the NPP be win
yes,
but in terms of the
numbers no
numbers
share how a bit depreciate and as a be appreciate at least we are hoping say a bit added to the narrative or tonight to me but nasia you bet to me edi hon komo yi pa because I feel say say you're consistent in talking about tying development to elections. They be to be a silo. You cover because about 4 years, 4 years, but we must tie that to development. The other thing you said that is significant. They say, who are the caliber of people that you hear more parliament? Many problems say a youngster going to parliament near the any be a co-parliament with any skills be acquired from the background near the committees, crown or standing committees or ad hoc committees near the you play role near the. But sometimes I feel say you take it serious even the more. So that such candidates, within the NDC or MPP, are individuals or more parliament, they can indeed make significant contribution, no matter how inexperienced they will be for their first time, in parliament, if they have some degree of experience, work experience, some knowledge and expertise in other areas, it makes them good lawmakers.
Yeah.
Even in a short time, they are able to pick up and do greater things in parliament and make serious contribution. A boa or mano policy making process, need developmental agenda.
I see. Per the provisional results, Kumawu so dear, Kumawu NSA or NIM, MP elect. Also, ono dear no.
87.9.
NSA or NIM incomplete one term. I mean, so ono dear by election they didn't buy. Kumawu. Okay. Kumawu by election they didn't buy.
Yeah.
Tiafi no so benya ne full term. Ewo parliament. Nti also dear no. Kwaku Obuasi West, Kwaku what's the name? The nano or say or the Ponzi scheme I did by Obuasi West, Kwaku Ajman, Kwaku Kwating. Kwaku Kwat Obuasi West. So and so provisionally, yeah, he has won. We heard confirmation from. Yes, we'll get the figures. Yes. Say figures no na. You must say commission confirm so that when we get it, yes. I was going to do a mention of, and also provisionally, and also retain it. Omu na first timers.
Okay.
Because you couldn't see a first timer. Oko 2020 no quarantine. Or intend to the second term or no so any. Unfortunately for Omubia or Omuno start here no. Ebi ohokra ne primary school one.
FM 87.9 Kumasi.
Consider kon Nidini consider kon boating. Yes. Ono say or a first timer. Bosome frɛ ho na me catch Ralph anopana it's not na me catch Bosome frɛ ho one of the constituencies in the Ashanti region. Womuma omo MPs enche.
Yeah,
because it's here. We are because it's here. Nti hodie no nti akwesida akon was trying to win the primary na kwakọ second term and farmer no. Number 2 enso here Manso Nkwanta George
87.9 Kumasi.
Nidino na kakra but also say it didn't work for him. Yes, also so intimi because our area and also one of the areas are Obintechi, George Obintechi. One of the constituencies and also a similar thing. Udi Agrombe UCCA. Prof Kwam was the MP in 2016. He lost primaries in 2020. And now Obintechi by. Obintechi lost primaries in 2020. There's a new person contesting that constituency. Ayina Grace Adu ninya 2 terms be twice. When you 2012, when you 2008, 2012 to 2016. And I buy almost also there so and you some first time members of parliament be a omodiana offenso south MC a first timer. To also say you hear me say obetimi awremu na wako to the second one there. Ina na ye said the so kwa kwesi. Offenso south the nyanyai. Provisional one okay ye senya nkanti ye hwe say yes abeka ehonso so de nti that is how for Tepa Hafano South East ehonso say provisional results but we are confirmed because of how
Yes.
The analysis and the dynamics and the MSC.
You share how whether say there's element of say skirt and blouse crowd in terms of margin of votes urban because if I check it trend be there's some protest vote to be a cost crown because only say you can retain your member of parliament and decide not to even vote for the president.
Yes.
Or and vice versa. So let's see all these dynamics as we get the figures because I remember why am I to be able to know how the national grid may look like in terms of adding and that is quite interesting because Ghana for Akasa and let's see how we can tell the story as we evolve with the figures.
Well, commission no dear ebia said they can and Sunday tea nka ye benya pa nka acha by na nwumre nanka
me sure
nanka demona na ekro because from the look of things omo maluso hu so malusi ama you don't see
the coalition center is no omo yomoduma once the accounting it should not give us any challenge here. So recount ni wa pink sheets no na mo ade
yeah
and yeah so once they are adding up I'm sure say they will give us figures and we'll be glad to reflect on it.
Prof, we are surprised the last time both parties say yeah presser na me hwese bianca ibi bebe bio any area Sunday me
miracle asem nasa miracle ni nkomo bi ebio ni ni so nkomo miracle nkomo ba na nkode aba I think say parties no ahwe so mo ebe nkomo figures abom wo mo ehunu trend na ekono a megiri say wo mo ne electoral commission so dey digital
87.9
na nkomo akiche na consensus building because around this time there yenim so manfo akoto aba no so dey akan nyafre ko kan aba no aba no yakan
yakan
on say aba no yakan resource no available akase omo say wo mo de omo de na aka computer na say de na aka ana calculator na de na aka mo kika bomu to mo kika bomu a mejidi say it should not take us 48 hours within 24 hours no ese enya resource no it in my estimation no say by 5 o'clock PM in no say na resource no the abawie nyina no na yetumi a kire the we need the we lose. That's my expectation.
Ralph,
yes sir.
Ghana Police Service say a good story to tell as far as this process baby abedria concerned.
Yes, but they still also have a lot to do. We can commend them. Generally, I don't think so na elections a bit make say are peaceful. But the isolated incidents, baby minim omone military, baby soldiers be called na police or hoba soldiers wanted to go there. So issues now we have to resolve because best starting military no
coordination, coordination.
Yeah,
say task force.
Yeah, the coordination. So so it was there has to be a lot more coordination again. I think that also getting to the tail end, you know, na one or two issues here and there. Mind you, now we are by into these elections. We are back and now to me, security very crucial when it comes to elections. A lot ought to be done. I think that also elections who say life be lost. So far as one life is lost, you to me can say we have had a perfect system. How was the life lost? A gunfire. How then a to me call a polling station will be I think that Sanya man was said one year to me as a 0 life lost after an election here. Yet me boy a man for but having said that, so police over 40,900 polling stations across the country. Police force I war man would deploy one to a police station. Crana or moment not short significantly.
Well, we had immigration support.
Yeah, we had the immigration.
Yeah. About how many people? 200,000.
Yeah. 200,000 something from fire service and all that problem. But what it means is it may not be perfect, but but going forward, we are still monitoring how it goes. Wana jubilate amana broso. Because a baby announced results of a toilet. Wahana, they were refusing to be hung. Also, John Ausa. Wahana, what did Tabriwo? How you just cover? You just can't. Yabetam was a party in Lucy. Toe boot. Wahani, a baby more from say, party and Lucy. Sanya Manona, we need to move away from there now. We need to move away from there. Into human ANC, but we can say so far, so very good. But a human in your and they also remain vigilant, no more ensure that because you still have people like by now. We'll beat one more plan, so be executive by now. Will be a whole lot of issues. We'll be back to jubilate. Amanako annoy will be a reaction, but you lose high level into a honor. You be drupe. You do. We still need the police to still keep the calmness and the security of this nation. At the end of the day, politics should just lead to chaos in our country. And a beacon of democracy for this sub-Sahara Africa. And I was here because one show democratic credentials around this time. I think that so far so good. I commended Dampare and the men say near Juma or my, but they shouldn't go to sleep. A lot still.
Okay, so but Prof, another thing, me feel say I'm sure now. The last time Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 6.7 million votes. Share turnout.
2020.
This is 2020.
2020.
Yes.
Okay.
2016.
2016
was 5 points. Let me give you the accurate figure. Now, share 2016 did, but so the issue here is that I sense that we are winner may not cross 6 million
because of
the voter turnout. Yes. We share results here, but me surprised if say Yentiman cross it. Okay, so if say Yentiman cross it, the 6.7 million now. I'm Penny Akufo-Addo they win in 2020.
It's possible. I mean, figures no bit me low percent. I mean, what we are looking at is 50 plus 1, right? You know, a winner would have
2016 was 5.7. 5.7.
Then 2020 6.7. Right, but total persons on the roll, the electoral roll, no me say.
Okay, so let me see if 2016 was around 15 million. And about 17 million in 2020 now is 18 point something. Is it 18.7?
Yeah.
Until that is.
Let's say in total, no, we may not cross 12 million.
As in turnout.
Turnout.
I'm not too sure.
Last year, last year you hit almost a year because hit almost between 12 total.
Yes, so it means that we
may not get there.
I
see a dunketia bano. Charles, I see a do. Wawene Tano South Constituency. See you get here, but Charles, I see you. It's what that means is for a half no.
Serious.
NDC now NDC were 2 seats. Now NDC call about 5 seats out of the 6 seats. Half.
This is serious. And I have technically is part of I mean, traditionally part of Asante.
Yeah.
So,
oh yes.
Okay. But out of the 6, likely it's about 5 of them Elko and NDC.
Say bichim chako.
So on politicians,
The
other side. So I can facilitate. Tia sorry no say.
Yendi so be banner
Aliu he.
Yendi.
Aliu Mahama Bano.
I also Yendi.
Yeah, didn't say dynasty no.
Yeah, but to share the stretch of we need to encourage participation, but it will come about through development. She said, "O man for no sabria ye kwenu, o mu hunu bibi e be hye wo nkran, ansa no matumi ama wo kwan so matumi getting." But I'm hoping say yenya figures no be boa ya ma yetumi at least etumi edin komo no wure mu akore be be se kora, because I surprising though. I mean, say Muntakadi, for example, I felt to say as one said there, Muntaka could have pulled them right to the polls, and when the guy was reporting, Ochre say from what he has picked, Aswanse looks better than all the other areas. It, if that is,
but Aswanse no yen can say. I don't think it's enough votes in Aba.
Okay.
No votes in Aba. So the figures now they carry now. There so far a number of votes, and yes, nani na concluded.
Okay.
I'm sure
it's possible say it can increase,
anymore.
Okay. Interesting. But yeah. And I am penny that I go for birthday.
Sir.
Aye. See room a year. 8 years.
Serious matter.
Crack. Na results never ma yedi hun komo.
Mumma no nhyɛ asɛm ra because I cause abɔsɛ na mo dey akran ne say 1246 intino collation center mo wo Kumas ayi asokwa ha ne ayi a mo
dey na mo ade a mmada
ai mo dey nkwa na mo ade
okay
nye shit no
mo shuka because I say
I can say Peter McMahon Eurem the National Coalition Center.
87.9 Kumasi.
Oh, okay.
But when him say Omu Kosino.
I want to say a few words.
Omu Kosino. Omu Ji. Oni ena Oshi. Woyokui. Wawo Omu Parties Coalition Center National. Our my analysis ne wi.
He
is aware of whatever that has happened.
By Mama Tini biscuit.
He is
aware of the SCBR. To now we are aware of the SC NDC there. I think you ever heard NDC so they represent me. I'm sure CBR of enyo maneboa. Okay. Ebe maneboa because he on one representing party ewo IPAC.
We a veteran in election.
Yes. Inti CCA you can say that is the National Coalition Center now we CCA. Inti say okoi they would nimuno or say commission so be confirm here.
Command
yes.
Yeah, Sanka we are 12 cry, Sanka am create to me call.
Well, we here. Peter McMahon.
You want to say a few words for us, or
I just came here. What do you want?
No, I'm just asking how it's going. How it's going for the governing New Patriotic Party. Confident of breaking the 8.
Yeah, that continues to be our objective. Our key objective is to break the 8. Nothing has changed. We haven't deviated, and nothing has changed from that.
And you're on course for that, as of this
moment. Time will tell.
There are no agents from the NDC here, though. You're the first amongst the two major parties. Is there a reason why you guys have delayed so much in coming?
Ask them. I'm not supposed to answer for them.
Sure.
My intelligence.
You want to say a few words for us, or?
I just came here. What do you want?
No, I'm just asking how it's going. How it's going for the governing New Patriotic Party. Confident of breaking the 8?
Yeah, that continues to be our objective. Our key objective is to break the 8. Nothing has changed. We haven't deviated, and nothing has changed from that.
And you're on course for that, as of this evening.
Time will tell.
There are no agents from the NDC here, though. You're the first amongst the two major parties. Is there a reason why you guys have delayed so much in coming?
Ask them. I'm not supposed to answer for them.
Sure.
Inti, Prof say.
Time will tell.
Time will surely tell. Time will surely tell.
Say yes, you better buy a cotton, some sound high to me. I got to buy a shaman. Oh, you are too trim.
Yeah.
I can't view. Tea, I am a brother bedroom, no, nothing. No.
I'm running the man in young commanding Tuesday. Said,
no.
I can't buy a we are doing me no coin.
It has to be.
Okay, last year, okay, what 27 years
old. What him say? Wait, what will happen is that some delay. I'm for best celebrate we and Sana Commission.
So, Bakunya parliamentary majority as we are beginning to see the trend. Nekobane say on one who winning presidential. It is not. It should not be difficult to concede defeat. Say the onya so-called parliamentary, you know, say no na winning swa. I want to be because Obe Philly why is this happening? But it's also possible in elections, right? But me sure say Mbo be 12 no be in the size. Mbo we are be 12 they no be in the size. Oh, me kasa chese omagia tumu abonten. Yes, o di omuni mu omon kanche. Dia abonten omama obi ehunu se omo size ni. Eni se yetra okra ma no ebo 5 pound. Eni se yetra ma no ebo 5 pound.
Prophet. Oh, I say I don't you to 7 declare there no 10 to.
No, but I said, Ralph,
I say I
say better than the previous
one. And that's what I was hoping. Say, Electoral Commission beat me.
As my no ya there, no to me a call election.
So, Prof, I want us to look at this political parties. Cheddar. Yes, in Ketuano. From the look of things, you nya runoff. You nya runoff. Yes, you nya runoff. And
reporters, but they are serious. Reporters look at be more.
For me, I think that the next election is based on your previous.
You are not making any meaningful performance. You don't have to be.
But we must also question Ghanaians. They are the entina. Obia nya na dwen say obeto abam I mean you better try before for even when you are disappointed with the two obia nya na dwen say we'll try another option. A dream election there is all about MPP and this. I me dwen ho an.
I mean can say we ntro. Me ne nana call ye kodum passe. Na observation ye no. Obi ba etimbusa na say can we have a situation ni pane banano? Ebi a wadwen foforo no de bobeduru ho a na wogina ho a wo se me de kwa ha. Ni pane ba
oni me bia
ye ma the paper na. Onya time to think about it say we can Panyai.
Oko.
You get it? Enti ebecho Ram ebecho.
And it's worrying. Very worrying. And then amount of times because I can say 8 years, then cycle back to 8. Now kohanum. You flip your kohani, you flip your kohani, you flip your kohani, you flip your kohanum. To be honest, say after a day after year besaba. I think that we got to competition is good. Every bit out of night open same card at all. Na we had escape a bobby a banana no crown and just a usa ko yeah. It do baby. afi ye liberty a mass system no ma afi a lot of competitors be mun afi una ma now ye sim card could be a pedi acho. We need to get to that level where your options and just 2 options. We have other options, but I've also realized that other parties you will be or serious organizing the whole power into a force. Should that idea ebedru be in or realizes our political ambition? No chance yes or yes social media campaign or the posters one daso. Na bisa na ye daso ye hwan ya kaka moto bi ye daso ade chi ne hu se cheda na yes ano Alan at the NPP achi sa realize say say nkrofo ya o ma form ho adwenya ade a say nye ye the longevity na e ba ya ade no na ye no hu say nti a lot of them afterthought you perceive a political force or what a long-term ambition and long-term vision. Esha say organizing looking at 20 years time, looking at 10 years time.
Right.
To nyoma putting in structures to be able to celebrate obey from that. But yeah, they na kwa kwese. Nipa no kwa here Kofi Krante na yi mo nyina kwa obi akoda ya na ade e ka be 1 year bi na ye kwa contest bi. Nti we don't really see any level of seriousness. How our PNC to me fizzle out. How our CPP ababe so irrelevant in our political scheme of things. How a lot of these parties are springing up at me about we need a long-term project. Obi babe putting your material and so far you go here. How the NPP was formed. Or how the NDC was formed. These are parties with history. We are competitive. You must start that project. Say you want a certain ambition, but omu na kwa say akabe starting putting your mind together. Contest. Then say you can get into the heads of people. You need to start working to be able to get into the head of people. But the Ajuma parties and the NPP NDC
they will not wait.
Yeah, but the serious
they will
minded,
not,
the serious minded ones no person mo ye there. Many are Kenyans, no. We are not MPP absorb or not NDC absorb.
No
much ambition. The all can so we are watching say, oh, metro room CCA. It was my imagine say, oh, my epocase, we are tributaries or metro. But what is against significantness? Say, a second political party be a national in character, memoir. I say, what office is near the Alan. So standing as independent.
Yes, for the case,
yes,
a time I was unya.
Yeah,
say obitima go through that grace period. The man to put together
the offices. I don't know. Chedan independent.
Yes. Richard, I hear about tweets. Our democracy lives on. Let's forge forward together.
Yeah,
and okay.
Okay.
I mean, they know things are not in their favor in there.
Oh, that's a rough you out no when you respect. See,
someone will tell you Ghana has won, and a whole lot. See, from Omoankasa analysis, no. What we need now is for EC to confirm a name.
I say EC,
yes.
I say EC, very simple. EC way to bro so the anything.
Yeah, sure.
EC way no juma come. Some can say they are resource no there. Some jemfine a brand friends miracle there. Omo no monum omudwa. They are EC the resource no baba. The resource no baby are and one. So I think sir we need to begin to look at a future that embraces politicians are only interested in growing Ghana and making it better. But we need a third force like he talks about. That third force, may we know how it will come about. The ideas are good, but may we know how it will come about. Because it's taking us more than 1992 to see these traditions. These traditions in many ways, especially for the MPP, re-emerged in 1992 because now I exist in several forms. I rather say the NDC rather in a match sense no draw in a lot of the CPP front and others no so ekodi NDC no mu what do you say rolling spending so many years from 1981 up to 1992 no built a formidable force through the PNDC.
You bet me update key constituency so far out of the 131 from Media General, out of 131 no 131 out of 253 polling stations. So what do the deal no 7,345 for Dr. Baumia and 13,116 for Mahama. That's what do deal. Then
but it's already deal now. It's NDC, right?
Yes, for with what's the name? But Nilante, but one could be one Conti, a different person, a coin. 11,000 to 17,000 for the parliamentary.
Well, we share. But Prof, I'm not now can be about how the next parliament should look like. I mean, from the.
But this one looks like a majority. It's going to be a majoritarian one. The government will have its way. The person will be with less. You be winning, presidency. So sounds we need parliamentary no, which seem to look like the case. That's how it's going to look like. One more absolute majority to be a majoritarian something. But senka say nanka we kura parliament now so kura here can so be fe pa ka we kura parliament no we so kura executive power the legislature kura we na executive kura we nka be brutal pa media boa me pa o oh me le je ho pa media in history oh me le je ho pa che se ade a me da so da ye wo ho bi a me le je ne se ye ha executive head no ye tata no ne ye man no pressure.
But it's also because of the way we need some reform. We need some. We need to look at our constitution because, sir, for me, the way our president is empowered
too much.
A lot of power. Way too much.
Yeah.
Way too much, and we need to take a critical. But Obiya interested in. So Obiya when you Obeba tackle Sadia.
To me a day.
Yeah, but opposition and looking good. But we need confidence of don't want Obiam person better tackle Sadia. Yama powers now I decentralized in such a way.
Their point to be including the IGP,
including be almost virtually
down.
Everything must come through the president. We are complaining. Yes, I complain
to the extent they say or some sort of parliamentarians now as much as he can. And our power almost are large numbers. No, these same parliamentarians almost serve as a check on him, on the executive arm of government. Now, for be doing my parliament check, I'll be that.
Often a human on the cyber check. I see.
How that is why I feel saying Kawunya na sa Kawe Kurawe no when Sukurawe.
But we saw the standoff. You who standoff no our parliament and the issues by than times and also one in negative.
The lessons are that historically parliament are working based on consensus building. What I'm trying to say is that with a hung parliament like that, senka almost how to go by consensus. And now because of say executive no so much power, now what if I say what power parliamentarians no so originally they have party loyalty, they are in parliament, and instead of them to feel say independent to serve as a check, their independence and they go to the extent of also serving the whim of the president because president is not for Mojuma. The challenge can never be resolved unless you have a parliament. what different color from the government in power. Unless you have parliament, a different color than the government in power. And that is the only way I think say any rubber stamp parliament.
So we have an issue, but going forward, for me, if NDC is successful, Mahama would have a 4-year tenure. Within the 4 years, so you're willing to say obey reforms, obey to me because I mean a 1-term pen be available to him. It means that you the difficult decisions he could take. But knowing you're in political parties and there's always an eye for the next election. This hard very uncomfortable decisions take because you know him said the political implication. They say but there was a looking beyond the 4-year elections. Now you may be a very difficult as our mind we need to deal with. You're dealing with it. A lot of issues. We say we decongestion. I say hey and twaba. We say we and twaba. O tackle galam say hey and twaba. A lot of problems say too fee. Yes, but can you hear one president be why yes damn the consequences. Sure. May tackle these issues. Whether you like it, so far as your names are deal with higher as all mine. Typically look at Galamsey.
Galamsey wins some more how
Obia, they were all dancing around the issue because Galamsey vote na Galamsey areas ababe to abeti and everybody dancing around the issue, including NDC operating. When we come now, we will resource you and hey. Opening the point is that put a ban on it, take a step back. Necessarily, you need the expertise. You go elsewhere, but you move to be your multi-million. You go see any American because you to me and destroy your nation and a problem, a worrying. But Obia need the political willpower. Say the political willpower. Say, or taking the hard decisions. For this particular entity, right. Because you know what the eye for the next elections, we are not prepared. Say, be taking a bull by the horn. I address pertinent issues are affecting us as a nation, and the Ababe drew her as a nation.
Ralph, I think say yeah. Be sorry now. Change say reporters or all the collation centers in the certified results. Na and also the Abremon kakra because so tie ye pija mu de about
5 p.m. no say yes no onya or doing na say wa chere do
5 p.m. I think so because say
president there na wa
say you see one thing is that be a constituency be because of be a
delays plus minus to check here who are there
to be a delay how delay there it will affect say constituency be say be such a fan place na yes moto be the band here chance moto no ba be dru na
ba kabom na oti free mu a na wo hwa
yes
na entumi ensa kire wie mu ma say di pa no ye wodi nkunum na de ama.
All right, so yeah be sorry na cause what tie team no ha we ni akwan men say ba be to aso na obonyum kakra crass and when there's the need for a report breaking news be near the bebro but above 5 from 4 echo from Rav oh no okay